stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Saturday. So we know we're in for some shenanigans because it's Saturday shenanigans time. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying your weekend thus far. And welcome to Criminality, or welcome back to Criminality, whichever one it is. I want to say thank you to you guys because today the channel hit 13,000 subscribers. So that is a huge milestone, and I cannot thank you guys enough because we wouldn't be there without all of you. So thank you guys for your love, for your kindness, for your support, and just for being here and just hanging out with me for just shits and giggles sometimes. But thank you guys. So today we are going to be talking about day 2 of the Delphi trial. Before we get too far into it, I do want to say that it gets a little confusing because some of us on social media refer to today as day 2 of the trial because it's the second day of actual trial testimony. Other people on social media refer to today as day 5 because they're counting the 3 days, which was the 2 days of jury selection and the day of like motions hearings as part of the trial. So just an FYI, it's technically day 2 of the trial, and so that is the theme that I will be going with on this channel. So if anybody ever gets confused, day 1 is the first day of testimony and opening statements, which was yesterday on Friday. Today on Saturday is day 2. And for anybody who doesn't know, the court is running Monday through Saturday every week until the trial is done. So we will be here 6 days a week, going and recapping everything that we learn from trial. Most of all the notes that we're taking are based off of some of the news reporters that have been graciously, putting their notes out on Twitter or other social media platforms. There have been a few attorneys that we are mostly kind of taking their notes, which is Lawyer Lee, Andrea Burkhart, and Bob and Ali Mata from Defense Diaries. So those are the 3 attorneys that we have really been kind of sourcing a lot of our information from. Another channel that I have been watching for his updates is Tom Webster. He is not an attorney, even if he dresses like one. He is not an attorney, but he has been doing a great job with their own notes. I know that there are other people in the courtroom, and I hope to be able to listen to their updates. It's just I don't have enough time in my day. There's just no way I can do it. But Sleuthy has been, obviously, and anybody who knows Sleuthy Goosey knows that she's fantastic at taking notes and scribing anything that she possibly can from all the sources that we've been using. And a couple of the subs have graciously volunteered to also help with watching some of the streams and trying to take notes. I have been taking notes on streams, so we're trying to get the best that we can. Yesterday, Julie Melvin was in court, and she was kind enough to come up and give us a little bit of background on what she had heard in court yesterday. But then she had to drive home, and I was going to stay on late, but then, Andrea was live, and so I just was like, I want to go watch what they have to say. So if Julie has time today, she is going to come up and give us her recap of what she heard from yesterday. So it'll be kind of like a day 1 recap / day 2 testimony and where we're at. So without further ado, I'll bring Sleuthy up, and then when Julie pops in, we'll go with her. Actually, and let me say hi to you guys really quick in chat and then I'll pop Sleuthy up. So hi, Catastrophe. What's up, Shine? Appreciated Julie stopping by yesterday too. Yes, it was absolutely fantastic. Hey, Chelsea, I'm still laughing about her chasing down Lawyer Lee in the CVS parking lot. I know she's She's like, get over here. We're gonna talk. You're gonna talk to criminality whether you want to or not. And Lawyer Lee's so gracious, and she's like, hi, Veronica. I love Julie. C-Dub, the Today Show's day one synopsis really irked me. So speaking of, Sleuthy and I were actually talking a little bit about how to, like, we have a lot of notes that are happening, and I want to try to put them into something that it makes it like we just have one link. We haven't really figured out exactly how to do that, because right now we've got a bunch of like Word documents and PDFs and whatnot. So hi, Heather. Hi, Hybrid. What's up, Kathy? I was only there for day one of testimony. You didn't go back today. A lot of people said that that today was not nearly as busy, and that they everybody got into the courtroom. So it is so hard with 1,900 different I can't even say the word of the day. Yes, you're correct. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Peggy. What's up, Jenny? Hi, Necessary Evil. Hammy, if you guys are not following Hammy on Twitter, Hammy is like roasting me, but in a great way on Twitter. So make sure you guys check out Hammy on Twitter, because some of the memes are just, they're fucking hilarious. Like yesterday, apparently I was just like, what the fuck is going on in the world? And of course, that ended up in the screen grab. So, hey, Joanna. What's up, Black Swan? Hi, Jeanette. It's good to see you, honey. Hey, Kraken. You sent me an email, and yes, I did get it. I have not had a chance to go through it. Just from all the other note-taking and shit that I've done, I did not have a chance to do that today. Hey, Dean. What's up, Heavy Metal? Sleuthy Goosey says, hi, friends. Hi, friends. Hi, friends. Hi, friends. Hi, friend. Hi, Miss Mala. Miss Mala. Hey, Jenny. 8675309. Hey, Moon Turtle. What's up, Thierry? Hey, Bezo. Post-Punk Mama. Hey, Gilletta. Hey, Rosie. Hey, Carrie. Hi, Dean. I think I said hi to Dean already, but if I didn't, he can have it. He can have it twice. Susie Keo. What's up, Ashley? Carla, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. And before I hopped on the live, Adrian had gifted 5 memberships, so thank you so much to Adrian, and welcome to the new members. That's awesome. Hey, Anon. Dina, what's up? Woman doing a shadow ban. It's like a shadow. It's like a shadow. Wait, what's up, True Crime Fangirl? Hey, Marianne. Queen Elizabeth's in the house. We have royalty. There's royalty here. What's up, Judy? All right, let me pop. Hey, Pop Tart. I'm gonna hop down here and see who's popped in while I was saying hi, and I'll say hi to them, and then we'll get a rocking and rolling. Hey, there's Julie right there. She's got the link. She can come up whenever she's ready and has time. Hey, Jen. Let's see. All right, I think I got a lot of you. Hey, Rebecca. Hey, Percocent. I'm going to finish transcribing all my notes tomorrow and send them to you. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. That makes it easy. It takes a village to cover Delphi, because the Judge Gall doesn't want us to know what's going on in that freaking courtroom. So, hi, Sleuthy. Thank you for being here.
Of course. I hope Julie, were we supposed to take that to mean that she's not going to come up tonight? Because I still have questions about yesterday.
I think she is. Let me see.
Good, because I got things to talk about.
She hadn't finished transcribing all of her notes from yesterday, so she was I think she's just telling me she's gonna finish that tomorrow to send them to me, because she was like, I know it's probably not a rush because a lot of people already have them, but I still want you to have them. So
yeah, because she has things that, like, so far Andrea's, for me, have been the most accurate and detailed. I mean, details that nobody else was having, but Julie specifically has that little tidbit about the phone number, the last 4 digits phone number, and I'm really hung up on that because it was not in Andrea's, and that's not what I thought that the last 4 digits of her phone number were. So
yeah, that'll be interesting. I'll share them with Sleuthy too. Yeah, for sure. Julie, whenever you're ready, because we're going to recap yesterday, just for anybody that either didn't hear it or just, it was a lot to absorb. I'll tell you, I was exhausted yesterday, so even just trying to like wrap my mind around everything that was going on, and telling myself to separate like what I've heard for 7 years versus what I'm hearing in court. Like it took me a second to go, okay, like I've got to separate those two things and just focus on what's happening in court right now, no matter what I've heard. And then I literally slept for like 12 hours. I was done. I was thinking about coming back on last night, and I was like, I'm going to fall asleep. Like I'd be on here actually like snoring. So like, I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And, so I slept for like 12 hours because I was fucking exhausted. So I feel good today. I'm like, I'm ready to go. We can rock and roll for a while. And we've got lots of stuff to go over. So let's recap day 1 first, and then we can dive into day 2, because there's a lot of stuff that happened today too. Today as well, I should say. Just some highlights from today while we wait for Julie to hop on. For me, while we're talking about separating things that we've heard for 7 years versus what we heard in court, for me, it solidified what we have actually heard for a very long time. We had today's testimony was Steve Mullen, and then they had Jake Johns, and then we had Julie has the link. It's in her. She has it. I sent it to her.
Surely you were a little underwhelmed with Mullins' testimony, were you not? I mean, I feel like there should have been more than that.
Well, I think he's probably going to be somebody who's going to have to come back up like on during like the defense's case in chief for them to be able to ask some specific questions that they couldn't do on just on cross. But I wasn't overly surprised because Mullins wasn't a huge player in the first 2 days, and I think that they're really kind of focusing on this timeline of events, which is very common when they're presenting their case. So he wasn't crucial yet in anything.
I definitely prefer that. I prefer a timeline, like going in a timeline. But right. I just feel like as the chief, he probably, I guess I expected more. Like he wasn't even there. He didn't even go to where the bodies were. It just seemed very minuscule, the amount of effort he had into the investigation itself.
Right. Well, because like and Julie Julie's here now. Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, how you doing, Sleepy? Teresa and everybody else. Hi.
Now I didn't go today throw him in the bed and get on camera.
Oh, I just got out of the shower. I'm like, do I put makeup on or not? I'm like, okay, I will.
You're gorgeous with or without it. You don't need either one.
Thank you.
So we were just talking about Mullen and Mullen not being like right in the mix of everything from day 1. But and I figured you could correct me if I'm wrong on this, but where the girls and where the bridge is actually located wouldn't fall under the Delphi Police Department's jurisdiction.
No, I know that for a fact because when I lived there. Yeah, he was the chief of police at the time.
Of anything right there. He's not like in charge of anything, and no reason for him to be like. That's why he's calling Lesenby and asking like, "Hey, do you want my help?" kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's at the beginning. Do you want me to? I can cut out all the like early stuff that we. I sent you. You can share this with Sleuthie. Just those were my notes that I took for just the opening statements. But I'll leave out the stuff ahead of time, like we had to wait outside, blah blah blah. I think everybody knows that. Do you want me to kind of?
Yeah, you can just go into like your major points that you like first, that you want to make sure that people know about from yesterday, and then we can also ask questions based on what we've heard from.
Okay, just sort of tell me to go by because I get so detailed that I put things in there Okay, basically. Okay,
I appreciate you. So detailed is good. Sleuthy's like, give me all the details. I want them all.
Okay, so I'll try to do this. Like, if I talk too fast, let me know. I'll just act like you guys are in court, okay? At 9:19, they said, all rise. Judge walks in. She starts out by stating there are some housekeeping matters she'll get to regarding evidentiary information provided to counsel regarding reasonable doubt. Then she went on to state that there's members of the media who violated the decorum orders set forth in this case, and she specifically named NBC News reporter Mike Convoy, Gannett photographer Alex Martin, and Ryan Delaney, who had a night vision camera. They were filming the jurors as they came in the van near the black tent that was set up to shield the jurors for privacy. So all those cameras were taken, they were confiscated, the SIM cards were removed, batteries were removed, and all of those, including the cameras, are going to be destroyed. And she said any violation of the decorum orders will result in confiscation of cameras, and those individuals will be excluded from trial. So then she said, she gave directions and a reminder about the opening statement is not an argument. And then she went on to address the request, motion in lemon. Is that right? Or lemon? I'll just say lemonade.
Lemony. If people call it
Lemonade,
lemonade,
okay.
lemony.
Lemonade that the state filed regarding the composite sketches of Bridge Guy that Nick McClellan stated that he feared would confuse the jury. She granted him the request to exclude the sketches, denying the defense the ability to use the sketches in trial. At 9:20, just before the jury came in, the judge addressed, maybe it was both sides, but she was talking to someone. Remember, I was sitting in the very back, the first part of this in the morning. The judge said, I take it that you will assure your assistant that uses their laptop will shield that from the public in the courtroom. I don't know who she was talking to. 9:23,
Okay.
9:23, all rise again. Jury comes in, 12 jurors, 6 per row, 4 alternates in front, closer to the defense.
Okay.
I have to say with the jury, I was, I took specific notes. As I told you, I was impressed. 2 maybe questionable, maybe 1 concerned me a little bit. I'll tell you later. Maybe I can talk about it. Maybe I can talk about it after. Maybe I'd say maybe 3 maximum had a little shaky about them. But actually good if everything is paying attention. And then the 4, I can see why they're alternates. Okay, just I'm judging by looks only. I may be completely wrong. Can't judge a book by its cover. Then the judge gave the jury, she greeted them and instructed them that they have been provided with a folder, pen, and paper for jotting down notes or questions they may have. She then stated these folders would be locked up at the end of the day until the next trial day, when they would be given back to them until the end of the trial would be repeated. She then went on to explain to the jury the charges against Richard Allen specific to Abby Williams and Libby German. She listed off 4 counts against Richard Allen. Now, I'm kind of shaky on this stuff, so you guys can correct it. She said there were so basically she listed 2 counts of murder against Abby Williams and Liberty German, and 2 counts of felony murder Abby Williams and Liberty German. She said count 1. Basically, she repeated this. So listen. On February 13th, 2017, Richard Allen did knowingly or intentionally commit a felony while kidnapping Abby Williams. Said the same thing about Libby German. So that was the second count, Libby German. Count 3 on February 13th, 2017, Richard Allen did knowingly or intentionally kill another person, Abby Williams, and the same thing for Libby German. She then went on to define to the jury the definition of murder charges against Richard Allen. A person who kills another, defined by, and she stated 1, Richard Allen, 2, killed, 3, Abigail Williams, 4, while attempting to kidnap or remove the victim by force. She repeated this for Libby. Richard Allen, 1, 2, killed, 3, Liberty German, 4, while attempting to kidnap or remove the victim by force. She went on to give a definition of felony murders to the jurors. The crime of murder defined by law is following: 1, Richard Allen, 2, killed, 3, knowingly or intentionally, 4, Liberty German. And then Abby Williams, same thing. And then she gave a statement of the aforementioned as necessary to find the defendant guilty. At this point, it's 9:36 a.m. Judge was finished addressing the jurors, and Nick McClellan, or the state, is preparing for the opening statement. Steve Mullen is trying to help set up this large screen that they purchased. Somebody said, like, I forget how much they spent on this thing. They spent about 5 minutes messing with this huge screen. During this time, I started looking around the courtroom, and I noticed that these cameras, there was a camera behind the judge and behind me and in the corners of the courthouse. They were covered with looked like little garbage bags, but it was tightly around each of them. So those were completely covered up. Then Nick McClellan came about, and he started the opening statement. He said, and I apologize, this is not verbatim, everybody. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Nick McClellan stated, "This crime is about Bridge Guy, a bullet, and brutal murders of 2 young girls. It was unseasonably warm with a hint of spring." And I noticed he didn't state the temperature, by the way. He was almost telling this like a story. He said, the girls, they had the day off of school. They were enjoying the weather. He went on to describe the trails. It was a historic scenic trail that goes across streams, rivers, and creeks. He stated Libby asked Kelsey for a ride that day to the trails. He stated Abigail and Libby snapped a selfie photo in the back of the car that day on the way. to the trail.
Hold on. I want you to talk just a tiny bit slower so they can make sure that they get the points that you're saying. So just a
I'm trying
tiny bit
not to
slower.
bore people.
I know. No,
Travis talks
people, they're
super
loving
slow.
it. So they want to hear what you have to say, and they're saying that you should have been the court reporter. So they just want you to slow down just a little bit so they can get all the points.
Okay, I'm going to be my normal self. I was actually trying to fast speed it so I didn't bore you guys.
She was trying to give us the 2 times speed that I normally listen to everything on.
I usually do 2 times for everyone, especially Travis. I need like 3 speed on him. I love him, but I need 3 speed. So he said that Nick McClellan stated Libby asked Kelsey for a ride that day to the trails. He stated that, and I'm to say, when I say Abigail, I say Abby. If I say Abigail, it's him saying this. He stated Abigail and Libby snapped a selfie photo in the back of the car that day on the way to the trails. They were dropped off at the trailhead known as Mears Entrance. The girls were best friends. Abby and Libby were more like sisters. Libby allowed Abby to use her phone, allowing her to use her fingerprint. I never heard this before. I guess her own fingerprint for her phone. The girls were taking pictures and posting to Snapchat. Snapchat puts a picture for a period of time, then it disappears. I mean, anything I say is them unless I give you my opinion. She did this on her way to the Monon High Bridge. And I put, actually, it was the Monon High Bridge, but others, actually, it was on the Monon High Bridge that she was taking pictures. But I wonder if there were pictures that we don't know of. So this is the first one he said on the way to Monon High Bridge. That's why I'm thinking maybe they were taking pictures none of us have seen.
And not to sidetrack you, but Kelsey did say in one interview years ago that there was another picture of Libby from the bridge, and I've never heard anybody ever talk about it again. So, but I'm trying to stay. I'm going to stay away from all the things I've heard, and I'm going to try to anyway because sometimes I'd have to say it.
Okay, that makes sense, because they indicated that there were other pictures. Okay, the Monon High Bridge has no rails to hold on to. It's scary to cross and dangerous. Kids in middle school and high school cross the bridge just to say they did it. As Libby crossed the bridge, she took a picture of Abby and posted it to Snapchat. Libby continued to play on her phone while she waited for Abby to cross the Monon High Bridge. That's me saying that. The girls had been laughing and joking and posting pictures on Snapchat. Then he went straight to the 2:13 timeline. I didn't recall if he said anything about them seeing Richard Allen. I don't think he said that. He just stated at 2:13 is when you hear. Now, I swear, have you guys gotten other notes? He says girls down the hill.
So I keep hearing that.
He said girls, and I went, no, guys. And Andy said that too, Andy Baldwin. So
okay, so I have a question on this. So I'm glad that you brought it up because I've heard that, yeah, and Sleuthy was just going to say like both sides I've heard said this, but I'm curious if it was said like bridge guy told the girls down the hill.
No, I swear to God, this, you guys, he said when you hear girls down the hill. That's exactly how he said it. Of course, that caught my ear. So we all know guys, okay? So I'm going to continue. Later, Derek went to pick the girls up, but they didn't show. A search ensues until 2 a.m. The girls were found the next day. Libby was naked and covered in blood, her throat cut. Abby had Libby's jeans on, her shoes, her own shoes, and no socks. One of Libby's shoes and cell phone was under Abby. An unspent bullet, Winchester .40 caliber, was found between the girls. Libby's video was at the end of Monon High Bridge. I don't think he said Richard Allen. It says, I couldn't hear what he said, kidnapped Libby and Abby. I think he said Richard Allen kidnapped Libby and Abby.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. For clarification purposes, Libby is nude, which we all knew that. Then there is Abby is wearing her own underwear.
I didn't hear him say her. I didn't. He didn't say that. I'm only telling you what he said in court.
That's what I'm saying. So Nick is saying that during opening statements, he's saying Abby is wearing her underwear.
No, one of Libby's shoes. Okay, Libby was naked and covered in blood.
Mm-hmm.
Her throat cut.
Mm-hmm.
Abby had on Libby's jeans, her own shoes, and no socks.
Okay, hold on a second then. And then what does he say about the clothing? About like the sweatshirts, sweatshirts, shirts, bras, anything brought up about that at all? Nothing?
If he did, I didn't get it. I didn't hear it. See if anybody else has it.
So on this is opening statements that Andrea Burkhart went through.
Yeah.
And is this the right one? Yeah, this is Sleuthy's. Okay.
Yeah.
Where it says Abby was wearing her own underwear and shoes, but no socks, and Libby's shirt and jeans.
Hang on. Did she say Libby's jeans though? I said
Libby's shirt and jeans. Yeah, this was from Nick's opening statement.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration.
Okay. And he says
she's a good note taker. She sat 2 people away from me because I may not have heard that. We were at the very last seat in the back in the first part of it, so I may not have heard that. So she got it, then good. So we'll if other people can confirm, because he said from what I got was one of Libby's Abby had on Libby's jeans, her own. So she did say, if he said underwear, that would be interesting. Her own shoes and no socks. One of Libby's shoes and cell phone was under Abby. An unspent bullet, Winchester 40 caliber, was found between the girls. Libby's video was at the end of Monon High Bridge. And then reveals that Richard Allen, I don't know if he said Richard Allen, if her notes say that kidnapped Libby and Abby. I'm guessing that's what he said because I couldn't hear. It was inaudible there. Nick McClellan then stated there were girls. Please compare my notes to hers. Nick McClellan then stated there were girls walking on the trail that day because they were headed towards the Freedom Bridge. This is who he's talking about. Anna Spath, Riley Voorhees, and Bree Wilbur. Now, I happen to know that Isabella, Riley's sister, was with them, but maybe Nick doesn't name her because was a minor and may still be a minor. But she was with them, as we all know. She's in the pictures.
But he doesn't want to say 4 girls. Can't say 4 girls.
Why can't he say 4 and one's a minor?
Because they were all minors at the time.
Then what's the problem here? Because she's still a minor.
He can't say 4 girls. He cannot tell the jury that he saw 4 girls when their biggest piece of evidence, or one of the biggest pieces of evidence, is Richard Allen being at the bridge seeing 3 girls. He has to keep saying 3 girls.
That's why he's trying to align it with the other 3 girls that were there, right?
And the only thing that I can come up with about the 3 girls, and I'm curious if we're going to hear this at trial, and so I don't want to sidetrack too much, is Anna Spath seems to be older than the other girls. So was she walking separately, and the 3 girls being together is actually Bree, Isabella, and Rayleigh. So I'm waiting to see if that's the case, if Anna is not actually involved in that group of 4, if she's like walk ahead of the trail or at a separate part of the trail. Okay. So I'm curious how they're going to do that. And that's why
I'm going to tell you one thing. Okay. I was kicked off of Facebook. I have asked to go back into Bridge of Lies because my friend Doug Rice had put me in there only during the time we had the documentary of Hannah Shakespeare. He got upset because I said, I can see the bridge from the 505 down by the water. And he said, the trail doesn't go down there. I said, but you walk through the woods, you can go down at the water and you can see the bridge. It was something silly. He was trying to put me back in, and they haven't let me back in. But I'm going to tell you something. If somebody from that group can get us this, we know exactly. See, I don't recall Anna Spath as being one of the people in the group that was with Riley, Isabella, and Bree. Only recently, since they did the PCA, did I see Anna. And I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing in the PCA. It's all the main characters, but law enforcement and the state of Indiana has switched them all up to fit their narrative. So I want someone to please confirm, if you can find it in the notes, because Doug Rice talked to Riley, and I didn't see it in my notes, but he talked to Riley many, many times, and
Mhm.
she told him who was all with her. I know that Isabella and Bree. I just don't recall Anna. I thought it was somebody else. So please confirm that if somebody could do that. I can't see the chat, but if they do, please let me know.
Let me see. Let me see if I have it, but that's fine. So, okay.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get it to load. You keep going, and I'll see if I can get it to load.
Okay.
I don't know if I have all of Doug Rice's stuff in here, if I still have it in the file. So I'm going to double check real quick while you keep
I
going.
have a lot of Doug Rice stuff, but I seriously have had no time to go through everything.
I have a whole Doug Rice folder. I did a whole live on Doug Rice stuff. So hopefully.
Oh, I should have shared my pictures. I love him. I loved him. Yeah. Okay. He was tough, but hey, he's good. Okay. So and then he went on to say Anna Spath, Riley Voorhees, and Bree Wilbur. He talked about them. They described a man walking with a purpose.
Wait, he says their names?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He said their names.
He says Anna Spath, Bree Wilbur, and Riley Voorhees.
But I'm not trusting of it because they put it in the PCA. He'll read the PCA if you want him to. So I don't know. Because I will tear apart their other timeline. I'll go head to head with him on that one. I'll tell him to prove it, and I'll have a few people back up when somebody's not going to tell the truth on that one, because I was right there in the beginning, with one person removed from one of the witnesses. So but I'll be willing to say, okay, I was wrong. And then they described him as not friendly. Okay, so they're walking toward the Freedom Bridge. You can show where that is from that little spot there, at the bench. And they described him as not friendly. Okay. Now, he goes on to Betsy Blair. He said, Betsy Blair walks a loop on the trail for exercise every day. She saw Bridge Guy on the Monon High Bridge. That's what he said. She called him Bridge Guy. And ask others for clarification on this, because I put this in quotes and I was like, Bridge Guy. Sarah Carball described seeing a man, muddy and bloody, walking along 300. DNR officer Dan Doolin in 2017 spoke to Richard Allen and made a report that Richard Allen was on the trail that day from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. and took this to Tony Liggett. Tony Liggett knew, and he said this. This was kind of like, I want you guys to listen to this part. What he looked at the jury and said, Tony Liggett knew if they could find the male that ran into the three girls, they could find Bridge Guy.
Did he say who the female was that found the tip?
What you mean? Do you mean that filed it?
I don't know. Did he say, how did he, in your notes, go back just a little bit, just right there where he starts talking about the tip. Who gives it to Liggett?
You know what? I did talk to somebody. I did forget to write the name, but it's written. Did Andrea have that? The name?
No, Tom Webster's the only one that I've heard actually say the name. So that's why I was trying.
It was a lady. It was a lady. It was a
Cat Shank or something like that.
Yeah. Now I did not hear that name myself, but I know that Kelly Brown had called her and talked to her, trying to get some info about which conservation officer this was. Actually, I'm going to go back and listen to that recording from that lady, because that was a long while ago, and I really want to hear what she said, because she got the right. Oh my God, I think she said the name of who the actual conservation officer was. I got to go back and get that. Okay.
Please do.
I'm not sure she said. I'm not sure she said Dan Doolin. Okay. Let me go back to I'm just now realizing this. Okay.
Okay. Make a note to yourself. Actually, I'm going to text you right now.
Okay. Make it to me. Yes. I got to go back because I got that recording still. Oh, okay. Sarah Carball described seeing a man, muddy and bloody, walking along 300. DNR officer Dan Doolin, 2017. Okay, I already said that. Oh, yeah, and that's quote about Tony Liggett. Okay. Next is Nick McClellan talked about the items they took from Richard Allen's home. Law enforcement took boots, a gun, and they found, quote, a bullet from the scene cycled through Richard Allen's gun, end quote. And another quote, Richard Allen was brought in for questioning as to why his bullet was found at the crime scene. crime scene. He had no explanation as to why it was there. We have Richard Allen confessions of how, why. There are quote unquote admissions he told his wife, nothing provoked. He said that nothing provoked. I think it looked like I wrote provoked, nothing provoked. I couldn't quite read it, so I put in parentheses, so I'm not solid on that. That had detail.
Go back and read your notes on the bullet thing again about that. Just
Okay.
read that one more time.
Oh, read it on here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Richard Allen was brought. Okay, wait. Nick McLean talked about the items they took from Richard Allen's home. They took boots, a gun, and that they found, quote, a bullet from the scene cycled through Richard Allen's gun that they took from there. Richard Allen was brought in for questioning as to why his bullet was found at the crime scene. He had no explanation as to why it was there. That is a quote. Richard Allen was brought in for questioning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for the next part?
Yes.
What's funny is I'm pretty sure in that little quote that we got from the defense attorneys and that thing when they were trying to suppress statements, then chose not to, which I think will be good now. He doesn't necessarily say that he can't explain it. He says that that's just not true, that it's not his bullet.
That's their interpretation of.
Yeah, this is Nick's opening statement, so he can say whatever the hell he wants to say. But remember, everybody, opening statements are not evidence. So
right, that is one thing she said. Okay, he said we have Richard Allen's confessions of how, why. There are quote admissions he told his wife, nothing provoked, that had details that only the killer would know. They say
hold
that
on,
all the time.
Julie, real quick. I need clarification on this bullet. They saying they found a bullet in Richard Allen's house?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like he's saying.
No, wait, well, I don't know. He said the items from Richard Allen's home, they took boots, a gun, and that they found a bullet. No, he said from the scene. I was taking the crime scene, cycled through Richard Allen's gun, and I put in my parentheses of my interpretation that they took from his house.
The gun is from his house. The spent round is from the scene.
Yeah,
okay.
He just put it all together. He put it all together.
That was quoted by him?
Yes, this is quote
Super
Richard
poor
Allen's
wording on his part.
Yeah, this was word for word on that one. You put in parentheses. I put a little star by that.
Yeah, if you're just listening, you had to repeat it multiple times. But that was because Teresa was hearing it the way I was hearing it, which was like that they found a bullet from the scene in his house.
Right. Yeah, that's like, wait a minute. Okay. All right, we've got clarification on that. That it matched the gun that was found in his house. So same thing we kind of know. It's just a weird way that it was said.
Yeah, I'll even go back and look, see if I left anything else. Okay. And then he said that he told his wife details that only the killer would know. That's their thing. That's like their MO. That's the same thing that Doug Carter repeated, that only the killer would know.
Julie, did you happen to look at Rick or his wife during the times when Nick was saying that he confessed to his wife and his mom?
No, I can't. Okay, first of all, I'll tell you the morning I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him from that far away. But the second part of it, I could see him. So I have a lot more, like I was watching him because he looked back at me and he smiled and I just smiled back,
Yeah, I only saw one article where they said that in that particular moment when he was saying that he made confessions to his wife and his mom about like how and why he did it or whatever, that Rick and then also Kathy like shook their heads. No, like
okay.
So I was wondering if you saw that too.
I talked with her. She was really sweet and just trying to be supportive of. Sure. She's at least she's nice to me. So hey, somebody's nice to me. Okay. No, really, actually, I have to say one thing. I'll stop right here. This is the first time that I've ever been to the court, to any hearing, or now we're at trial, where I was surrounded by the most intelligent, classy people thus far. There were a few outliers, but I actually felt safe. I felt like I'm around like-minded people that I don't have to worry. Otherwise, it's been super, super dark. And I want to give a shout out to Lead with Love lady. What a wonderful lady she is. From California, came all the way. She was sitting up there with the defense.
She's a sweetheart.
With Bob. Very, very, very sweet. And of course, Lawyer Lee and Andrea, I met them. Very, very nice. Yeah, I did see Tom, and I met Aspen, got a picture with him. So I felt like this was the first time that I didn't feel like this such heavy that I had to fear for my life.
You could have to feel that way ever, but
yeah.
Oh, I have before felt like, no, I just felt like at any moment someone's going to come and shout in my face, like they don't have the respect and couth to not do that. But yeah, no, it was good. It was actually a good crowd that we were by.
Julie, I don't know if you saw what Catastrophe had said.
Oh no.
Basically, there's a bunch of these like sheets that they made. I don't know who all made them. I feel like I remember seeing several people's names on them, but they're really great. And it's like basically a diagram of the courtroom.
Yes.
For a seating chart. If you wanted to like print them out and bring them every day to say like where everybody is, you could do that. But it's already made up. Like it's already done. So you don't have to really, you just fill their names in.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I actually, like I told Teresa, and I won't do this on here, Teresa, but I don't know how do they number jurors? So I know how the seating is. So if you're actually standing in front of the seating for the jurors, do they start one at the left end, left to right, or
I don't know. You read from left to right and up to down. So like if I
right.
was just going to guess, I would say I would start in the back row, left to right, work my way down like I would a book.
Right.
But I don't know.
That's how I would do it. But what I did, because of I didn't know if I was not going to get the opportunity, I just said, well, I'll take the guy closest to me over here to the far right, if you stood looking at them, and I'll go down. So I just named him one, even though I knew that that's counterintuitive. And I took it down because what I wanted to do was just have a number for these people so I could number each one of them about what, like my assessment. Like, am I allowed to kind of give what I think the ages are and male or female?
Yeah, you can. Just don't. Yeah, I mean, we can't say their names, or you could say like their ethnicity. You could say what approximate age, and gender. Yeah, you absolutely can.
So if I'm let me try to do this the right way, which would be left to right. That would make number 6, number 1. Okay. Number 1, white-haired, older man.
So you're starting on the top left.
Wait,
top left, yeah.
Pull out Catastrophe's thingy and mark them that way.
Where's Catastrophe? You want to send me that?
I just read. Hold on.
I'll just do it. I'll do it on paper right now. So then that way.
Yeah, and then fill it in so she don't. Then we'll know when she's talking about which one.
Yeah.
They'll sit in the same order each time, won't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they should.
Okay.
Okay, so top left.
Top left. If there's something that I say that I shouldn't say because I want to respect the jurors and their privacy.
Only do like gender, age, ethnicity.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can't do anything about like
color of hair and all that.
Well,
I mean, you can technically do anything that you can see in the public in the courtroom. So if I'm a public member walking into the courtroom, and I can see the juror myself, like that, you have glasses on. So if I was going to describe you, you're in your early 40s with dark brown hair,
with glasses or whatever.
Glasses on, you know what I mean? So if I can see it in the courtroom, it's public knowledge. If it's not, if it's something outside of that or something that like you're being told, you technically aren't supposed to do that. But people who go to like voir dire can hear like what the occupations are and can hear about relatives and stuff like that. So it technically still is public.
But I wouldn't do that.
It's a fine line with people getting kind of pissed off about it. But so just take it. Like, if I'm sitting in the courtroom and I can see this juror, this is what I can tell for myself.
Okay. So then I'll do that. I will tell the color of hair and everything. Just describing somebody, it's so general. Look, we have, 300 million people around here. So, so I'm just going to go with number 1. Okay, juror number 1. As you're facing on the first top back left.
Okay.
Okay. A male, white male, in his, well into his, looking into his 70s, mid to more 70s. White hair, a little bit balding on top, goatee, goatee, mustache, and glasses. God bless him. He's the one that dozed off. He was very difficult to see if you're in the in the public, because there was then number two juror, very heavy set, and she was protruding. She was sitting up higher than everybody else, only because I think she was overweight. Heavy set gal, female, white female, dark hair, in her, I would say in her early 30s. Had a barrette, putting her hair back. She looked, she wasn't like real, seemingly alert, like, hyper like we are. Sleuthy and Teresa. Okay. And then juror number, that would be juror number 3, was an older woman, white woman, in her 70s, I'd say, glasses, medium brown hair. I think she was more like one I could tell she would be more like just a sweet woman, grandma. She was one that I noticed got emotional during Anna Williams' statement, when Anna got emotional. Okay. So juror number 4, he was younger, like in his early 30s, I guess. Really dark, and he's a white male, really, really dark hair, very he had a beard. It was a little bit longer beard. All these guys were like well groomed, like their beard, everything was like perfect. He had, like, how they have like number 1 sides and then longer on top, that like Thor look or whatever. Or what's the guy's name that he cuts his hair like that? Like really looked good. Looked good. He had glasses. The next person was a man with salt and pepper hair. I guessed him to be somewhere around 61 or 2. Glasses, white male. And then the next juror, which would be juror number 6, was a very large man, belly sticking pretty far out, just large round belly, but very clean cut. He had a beard that was kind of close to his face. He again had the same type of haircut as the juror number 4. Very, very similar haircut. And he also had glasses. He was well groomed. They looked to be, like they were on it. Like I did notice juror number 6 seemed kind of bored at times. Like, come on, dudes, I got this figured out already. I mean, I felt like that. Like there were times he wasn't even paying attention. He'd just be looking out at everybody. He'd turn on them and look out, almost like I even said, look, this guy's seems to act like he's got it figured out. So keep that in mind about juror number 6.
What age range was juror number 6?
Juror number 6 was about in like 40s, early 40s. Early 40s.
He was white?
Yeah, white male, big guy, clean cut, beard, glasses. He was the one looking around the most, like looking at all of us, looking at Richard Allen, looking at he was almost seemingly bored. He did take notes. I did notice a lot of the jurors were taking notes, and I did notice that number 1, 2, 3, number 4 was taking notes a lot too. So they were paying attention, but number 6 seemed like, I got this. So we'll see what his verdict is. Okay. So then I'm going to go to, so we're going to go to number 7, juror number 7. Oh, you want to point to?
There you go. So are we at front row all the way on the left?
Yes. Not front row. Those 4 in the very front are the alternates.
Yeah. So the middle, I guess then.
Yeah. The middle, and which the alternates I kind of looked at, they seemed like people that would be more, shall I say, wimpy and not wimpy and not so discerning, like this look on their face. So I didn't really pay attention to them because I couldn't see them very well because they were down, like down on the floor, and they were actually the four seats that you see in the front. If you move those over and put them in the center, that's really how it was. The four seats there, they weren't.
Yeah, Julie, do we know for sure that those are definitely the alternates?
I mean, I presume that because they only came in when the jurors came in, and they only left when the jurors left.
Well, I mean, do we know for sure they're alternates versus like all the jurors just being allowed to sit wherever is best so they can see everything, and maybe a real quote, real juror is maybe sitting in the front? I guess we probably wouldn't know that.
Possibly. I guess we could explore that. I bet we could get an answer. My take was those are the four alternates, and they have to be in there in case one of the other ones behind them keels over or something. I don't know. So
Yeah.
that they had to be there because they have to know the information. That's how I took it. So I will continue on. If you can,
Yeah.
do you have like a little pointer? You can put a little hand on there.
Can we see, or I can't see it
Oh
now?
look,
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Who did said, yeah, they're the alternate seated jurors have to sit in the jury box. Yes, because those on the front were not seated in the jury box.
Did they have
FYI.
notes?
I couldn't see, so I would guess they did, because if they're alternate jurors and they get put in, and everybody has to be afforded to take notes if you're a potential juror. I would presume that. So
hold on real quick. I want to ask something, which is I think I'm correct on this, with especially now that I have Catastrophe's lovely diagram here, which this is a work of art. Let me just say that right now.
Those two are flipped, by the way. The defense is on the right, and the state's on the left.
That's what I was wondering.
But everything else looks right.
That's okay. I'll get my Apple Pencil out here in a minute and just.
And
but
wait,
where you?
Is that screen? What's this screen? The screen was over to the left. I'll show you how all that went down. Tell me what everything is here that you're showing me.
Skull's the big box.
This is Gull.
Okay.
And then to the left of her would be her reporter, I'm assuming.
Yes,
Yeah, the little box.
correct.
To the right of her would be the witness.
Yes.
I'm assuming it says right in front of that. It says Mullen.
Mullen gets to sit at this table right here.
Yeah, and he was kind of standing over there too, but yeah, I think he was there.
And then obviously the jurors. And then so the thingy majiggy where they're looking at stuff is plumb all the way on the opposite end of the room from the jurors.
Yeah, so go over to the left where the prosecution would be. Yes.
This is the prosecutor's table.
Go to the furthest over to the left. Yes, right. Okay, wait, go down, get right in the middle, about right in the middle. Where it says exhibits right there. They had the screen set up there. And they had a lot of trouble with it. And they were trying to make it so everybody in the courtroom could see that. It was interesting because some people had to kind of like go like this. The ones on the left side of the courtroom had to kind of like lean over a little bit. Yeah, but in the prosecution where you guys have Rick Allen, that's actually all of the prosecution or state. And it's weird because I know that typically it's opposite, but the defense is where you have the state.
They probably wanted him right in front of the jury, I would say.
Yeah,
no,
and right in front of the witnesses.
No, this is typically the defense, and this is typically the prosecution.
Yeah, but it is flipped in this case.
Okay. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to go on with the juror number?
Yeah, go ahead. So we're at 7. So we're right here. This person right here in this spot up here.
Yes. Okay. Juror number 7, white female, dark hair. So she's brunette, and she looked to be the youngest of all. I would guess her, if I had to guess, she's probably no more than 28 years old.
Okay. So late 20s.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And seemed to be very, paying attention, really alert. Same with the juror sitting next to her, which would be juror number 8. Is that right? Yeah. Juror number 8, she looked to be slightly older. They almost looked like they could be sisters. She was, I would say, about 32. Now, don't come after me if I'm guessing the wrong age later, okay?
Nobody's gonna do that. We're just
No.
trying to get a general idea of what we're looking at here.
Dark hair. Both of them were medium build, maybe medium to slightly heavy, but not bad. You know, fairly attractive young women, very well kept. Kempt. You know, they looked like, you know, they were like they had a pretty decent IQ, if you could tell by looking at somebody. Like they were really paying attention and they were taking notes. I noticed, and that sort of thing. Okay, so
Hold on, do I have any wrenches in chat? I just need to know if I have any wrenches here.
Somebody being mean to me.
Oh, no, nobody's being mean to you. They're spamming the chat.
I'm pulling it up on my iPad.
So I'm wrenching from here also. So I'm trying to just
spam a cat. What's that all about?
Yeah, somebody's in there just over and over. Richard Allen is innocent. So I mean,
okay.
They sometimes they'll just do random ass shit, thinking that I'm gonna leave it, even if it, you know.
Okay.
Marshall. Yep. Okay. Marshall's here. Perfect. Okay. Hey, Gam.
Now, so we are on juror number 9.
We're doing it's very generic though, so it's not. We definitely don't want to go into too much detail. So that was one of the things that Julie wanted to make sure of, is like she's not going into too much detail, just a general of like ages and what the jury makeup is. Anything
this can apply to millions of people.
Yeah, this is it's just whatever you could see if you were sitting in there as a public member. That nothing that would do anything to like we're not talking about like their birthmarks or anything along those lines.
No birthmarks, no tattoos, no anything else. Right. So juror number 9, she was an older lady. She had gray hair, probably to the nape of her neck. She was white lady in her 70s.
So it's interesting because it seems like that so far we talked about like that there's definitely some it's definitely a little bit of an older jury. You know, at 75 they can if you get jury duty after 75 you're exempt.
Okay, I'm going to say anybody in their 70s I would count 1, 2, 3. There was probably 4 people in their 70s. I can about guarantee you. If they were right at the cusp, if not, like at least, yeah. 4. I counted 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're at number 9. So 9 is older, in her 70s, gray hair.
Gray hair, about down to here. She had a little bit of salt and pepper to it. Yeah. That she was fine. Kind of not real, not real put together, but
right.
Somebody that just, doesn't have time for anything else and to try to be fashionable or whatever, but fine. And then 7, 8, 9, number 10, she stood out the most. She was younger. She was probably in her early 30s, very attractive, pretty gal, kind of auburn hair, really sleek and put together, had it half up and half down, had a like real fashionable kind of, neutral shirt. She was a white gal, really pretty, taking notes and right there in the front, easy to see. Yeah, I thought she seemed like she probably has some brains to her. Now, this next juror, 7, 8, 9, 10, number 11. 11, keep that in mind. She looked like she was about in her 70s, early 70s. White woman, gray blonde hair. What I noticed, this is just my perception, she tended to have her eyes were big and kind of a blank look on her face. I can't really describe it, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. Just a blank look, like, you can say it. Do you have anything?
Like she was just like she was not really engaging.
like lights are on.
Okay. So she was just kind of there. Just
Yeah,
like
kind of there. And I'm not saying
maybe
that
not
I don't know that. I could be completely
possible.
wrong. So I apologize if this is anybody's family member. I now listen, this is just my perception of what I'm looking at. And I'm just kind of looking around, looking at the other way. Yes, and that's a truth seeker. Say if there were older people there, yes. Okay. And then finally, the last one was a man, bald on top, hair on the side, salt and
Oh,
pepper, white
so-
male, white gray goatee, glasses. I don't. I
How
can't.
old?
Let me look here. I'm trying to see my writing. Did I see like upper 50s, maybe 60?
Okay.
Kind of reminded me of the other guy. I think I put 60 on there as a guess. If I find something different, because I did make a note later on a guy after I saw him a little closer. Um, so those are the jurors that I noted, and then when I got back in after lunch break, I did start paying more attention to the jurors because I could see them much better.
Which
Because
is why we're talking about it, so that she's going to tell us when like she'll say like juror number 1 said, or juror number 3 was taking notes, juror number 7 was paying attention to the crowd and not the witness. So that's why we were kind of going over who's who, so we as the public can know who she's talking about when she starts to reference them. And you were not in court today, is that correct, Julie? Just somebody had asked that, and I want to make sure I get the answer.
that's correct. I wasn't in court.
Okay.
I
Do
was not.
do you plan on going Monday? Well, maybe we shouldn't talk about that if you are. I don't know.
I'll just tell. Yeah, I'm gonna go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Okay.
And then I can't go the next week. I finally gotta work. They're jamming all my days in, and of course, the following week I took off to go. Yeah. So yeah, but what I want to do is, I don't know if how much.
Tony wants to know if you enjoyed your surprise large Diet Coke yesterday.
Yeah, I did for a little bit.
Okay, so I'm going to take this down, but just so everybody knows, the one thing that we did clarify is that the defense is actually on this side closer to the jury, and the state is on this side closer to the television that's on this wall. So just FYI, if anybody's taking a look at this, that'll get corrected. I'm sure that Sleuthy Catastrophe, all the people who are on top of all this kind of stuff will make sure that that's corrected. And so if we see it a little bit later, we'll know. But just FYI, there you go. That's the only. Other than that, this is essentially what your courtroom setup looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Just switch those two around.
And I didn't finish. There was only one, like 2 last sentences that Nick McClellan had to say. Now, granted, there may be a few that I didn't get, so we can, putting notes together with Andrea. Is it Burkhart? She got something, then great. But the last thing that Nick McClellan was saying that Richard Allen hid in plain sight for 5 years. Richard Allen used his gun to gain power of the 2 girls and forced them down the hill and was interrupted. What's that mean? The last face they saw, that the girls saw, was Richard Allen.
Okay.
Oh, listen, look, Travis said.
I thought so too, Travis.
Oh no, they could get a clear look at him. The one saving grace for him is he seems to be the most coherent and engaging that I've seen him thus far. Says watch out, Judge Gold, to order your eyes confiscated and brain erased. That's funny, Michael.
The parking lot chase made my day.
Well, we saw it. We were like watching it. I'm like, oh, that's Laura Lee. I'm like, let's go. But thanks to my friend Jenny, she's like, yeah, let's go. And she yelled for me, and so I'm like, we're going. She was
Okay.
really nice.
So, okay, so is that the end of Nick's opening then? Is
Yes.
anything you want to touch on else from Nick, or are we going on to Baldwin?
We can go on to Baldwin if you'd like.
I just want to make sure. No, I just wanted to see where we were at so that I could tell them. Like, are we done with Nick and we're going on to Baldwin?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So Andy Baldwin got up to give the opening statement. He said, Richard Allen is truly innocent. We know this from the evidence and lack of evidence. You'll find it hard to believe. I think he was indicating that he's been charged with this crime. And you're going to find out through the evidence and lack of evidence. We want the truth to come out. He stated, this investigation has been messed up from the beginning, middle, and end. In the beginning, evidence was lost, gone, poof, he said. He's quoted, Steve Mullen was in charge of the evidence. Evidence of key witnesses is gone. They didn't bother to write down who they interviewed. On April 29th, 2017 to June 2nd, 2017, they lost interview after interview, and they'll never know who they interviewed. Quote, in the middle, and I put it, of the investigation, that's me, you will find out that the ISP, Indiana State Police, kicked out the FBI, including the digital forensic people. I couldn't hear a name if he mentioned the name, who had been given Libby's phone to obtain digital forensics on her phone. But they, the FBI, were kicked off the case. A few days ago, law enforcement Ellie was scrambling due to discovery turned over to the defense. Did he say law enforcement? I thought he said law enforcement. It was either law enforcement or the prosecution, but I thought he said law enforcement. A hair was found in Abby's hand wrapped around her fingers. I know there was somebody thought hairs, but I only heard a hair was found in Abby's hand wrapped around her fingers. The hair contained the root. A hair contains DNA. That hair might be from a relative of Libby's. These are quotes from him. I don't know why he didn't say Abby. That was a question I had. Because if Abby has the hair around her fingers, why didn't he say it could be from a relative of Libby and Abby's? I didn't hear Abby's. I only heard Libby's. I could be missing that.
Okay, so does he say, from what you heard, does Andrew Baldwin say the hair is a relative of Libby's, or that it could be a relative of Libby's, but we don't know?
Let me go on to, I'll finish that.
Okay, and do you know if it was hairs or hair?
I had hair. Okay. He said a.
Okay.
A hair. A hair was found in Abby's hand wrapped around her finger. I had finger, then it looked like I put an S, so I wasn't sure, but it was finger. I thought he said fingers, but fingers. I couldn't see if I had an S, so I don't know if it's plural. The hair contained the root, he said. A hair contains DNA. He said that hair might be from a relative of Libby's. Then he stated, they had this hair since the beginning in 2017, and quote, all they needed to do is test the hair from Libby's mom or sister or grandma. I don't know if he said aunt. I thought somebody next to me said aunt, and I wrote aunt down, but I'm not sure he said aunt, to determine DNA. And then he said, we hope they test it to get answers in the case, quote, but haven't yet. He said, forensic data doesn't lie. Forensic data doesn't cheat. Libby's phone was under Abby Williams. Kind of put that all in there. Now, oh, well, no, that's me putting that under there. Duh, I should have, I'm sorry, I split my screen. Libby's phone, and then he went on to say, Libby's phone, sorry, let's go to the next paragraph. I'm sorry, put that. But Libby's phone was under Abby Williams. Then he said, quote, Brian Bunner and Chris Cecil analyzed phone dumps and extractions. They examined hard data. Now, this one I was kind of not sure on. He said, sadly, they were ill-equipped to get this information. Cecil says that this information is accurate and reliable, and we are happy with, it was inaudible. It's almost sounded like he said that they were happy with the results, like Cecil. Would that sound correct, that law enforcement was happy with the results they got?
Yes.
Okay. Then he said, quote, the prosecution will say Abby and Libby were, by 4 p.m. at the latest, deceased. 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7, 8, 9, 4 a.m., 6 a.m. The bodies didn't move. I'm trying to say it like he did because that's how it was pretty like, woo. The prosecution will say that on February 13th at 4 p.m., till the time the bodies were found, the bodies didn't move. The prosecution will say the phone under Abby's body on February 13th from 4 p.m., 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 a.m., 6 a.m., until the bodies were recovered, never moved. Their theory, prosecution's theory, is that the phone never moved after 4 p.m. The prosecution says that Richard Allen parked at the CPS building. As you drive down 300 North, the CPS building to Mears is well over 50 yards. Why he said that? It's like way more than that. It's like 800 yards. I don't know why he said 50 yards. Maybe he was making a point to say that why would you park at the CPS building when you have to walk so far? But he only said, I'm pretty sure he said 50 yards. If Andrea has the actual time or the distance, please let me know, because I didn't get that. It said 50. I put 50 yards, and I even put a question mark like, why did he only use 50 yards? Because I know it's a quarter of a mile or about 800 yards from the Mears drop off point to the CPS building. So, do you have anything to add to that? I'll go on to say what the rest of this is. He was long. What'd you say?
No, yeah, keep going. Or anything else any of the major stuff, because obviously, Baldwin went for an hour. We don't want to do all that, but
okay.
Any of the major stuff that you want to touch on, please feel free.
Well, I mean, to me, honestly, the best part's the defense, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Okay. So if there's something, okay. So the theory is that Richard Allen drove this way, and he showed the jury the direction with his body positioning facing towards what he stated would be the CPS building. And he's saying that he parked at the CPS at 1:30, then from 1:33, 3:45, 4, sometime around 4 or after, Richard Allen leaves. This is what he's saying that the prosecution theory is. After Richard Allen leaves, he didn't, what did he do? He didn't take Libby's phone, which would have been hard data, or come back to the crime scene. He says that Richard Allen was never on the trail at the same time of these girls, Libby and Abby. Riley Voorhees. Now this is something kind of new, but I did find some confirmation, because I always thought it was a little different. But Riley Voorhees described a man she saw. This is like a statement, it sounds like, from Andy, that she saw as 5'11". He said that doesn't match the description of 5'5" Richard Allen. He said Richard Allen was gone by 1:30. He was on the bridge between 12:30 and 1. His car was gone by 2:15. If his car is gone, Richard Allen is gone. He said, you will find that Betsy Blair will be an incredible witness for you all as well. Betsy Blair said that when she drove by the CPS building, it was 2:15. So she drove by the Hoosier Hardware Store camera, traveled past that camera to the CPS lot at 2:15 where she saw a vehicle. Betsy Blair stated, my dad, when I was a kid, used to have a Mercury Comet. It had real crisp angles and lines. This is her comparison to the vehicle that Betsy Blair saw at the CPS building. A 2014 Ford Focus that Richard Allen owns looks nothing like a Comet.
That's right.
Betsy Blair did not see Richard Allen's car. You will hear Steve Mullen say this. I don't know how to account for that. What does the evidence?
Wait, stop. What was that last one? Betsy Blair did not what?
He said this is the defense saying, Betsy Blair did not see Richard Allen's car. They're saying, how could it be Richard Allen's car if what she described was a Comet? Looks nothing like a Ford Focus. Therefore,
what did it say about Mullen? Well, like Mullen will tell you this or whatever.
Oh, you will hear Steve Mullen say, I don't know how to account for that.
Oh, okay.
This discrepancy. So then he went on to say, what does the evidence show you? Evidence shows what happened with the girls. You'll hear from Becky Patty, Derek German, and what they were doing on Monday, February 13th. At some point, Kelsey German will drive Libby German and Abby Williams to the trail. Kelsey dropped off the girls. Now I haven't really had time to process this part. I got to let it sink in. I'm busy trying to make my notes. It says Kelsey dropped off the girls, and he said came in right after Betsy Blair, seen on camera, at 1:47, and at 1:49 a car, which was Kelsey's, was seen on camera. Then you'll find out the girls walked down to the trails, and I think he meant Monon High Bridge, but he said to the trails. When you get on the bridge, you walk forward. He was motioning, showing the jury. At 2:05, as Betsy Blair was walking, she passed the girls. Libby was on the bridge at 2:07, took a photo of Abby on the bridge. We know they were at the end of the bridge by 2:13. When you see the video, it's not very, I couldn't hear the word. It was inaudible. It started with a P, so I didn't hear that. He's just saying when you see the video, it's not very, I couldn't read my writing, sorry. You hear, now I swear he said girls down the hill, but I wrote guys on here, so I swear, I want to know what Andrea's notes say, what he says too. I think he said girls. I thought he said girls down the hill, because I'm like, why are
a lot are reporting that both sides said girls down the hill.
Andrea,
I wrote both of those. He said girls. Okay, they both said girls down the hill because I put a question mark with both of them. That bothered me.
Okay, so I want to hold on a second. I want to just back up just a minute because we were talking about. Michael asked a question about the old bridge guy sketch, and we haven't got to that, but from I believe it's today's testimony that it was stated that the old bridge guy sketch is actually created off of the video and off of Sarah Carbaugh. Did anybody else hear that today, or is that? I don't want to jump ahead to today's stuff, but that's what I heard today.
And I won't. I'll only finish with the opening statements. I won't take up your other time. The other stuff is kind of, I mean, there was some stuff, but I mean, because I know you want to get to today's stuff. That's people are waiting on that. So then Andy went on to say, we know they were at the end of the bridge by 2:13 p.m. When you see the video, it's not very. I can't wait. It was inaudible. You hear, girls down the hill. Off the end of the bridge is a steep, he said, incline about 30 feet. There's a lesser graded steep that takes you to an area across the road. There are two ways to get to that house. I think he was talking about Kay Weber's house. He said there's evidence to suggest the girls may have gotten in the vehicle. He said the vehicle. The vehicle. I don't know what vehicle. And he said there's not going to be strong evidence. Libby's phone was connecting to a tower and receiving voice messages. Where are you? We're looking for you, whatever. At 5:44 p.m., that phone no longer connects to the tower until 4:33 a.m. the next morning. It connected to a tower again. Tom says what? Girls was said. Yep. For 12 hours, this is the phone, according to the prosecution theory, under Abby's body. He actually said Libby's body, but I know he meant Abby's body. He did kind of switch him a little bit. I knew everybody knew what he was talking about, but he said Libby's body, but I corrected it for him and put Abby's because I knew he was talking about that. He said the prosecution will tell you that Richard Allen did this. After 4 p.m., a human hand handled that phone. He said Richard Allen was at home and never came back.
He uses the words human hand?
Yes.
Okay, somebody asked that earlier. I figured we'd wait till we got here to clarify it.
Yes, he said human hand. He said after 4 p.m., a human hand handled that phone.
4 a.m. or after 4 p.m. So at 4 p.m., Richard Allen's gone. So I guess you're right. It still doesn't matter. He's saying after 4 p.m., where the state is saying Richard Allen is no longer there, and somebody's handled that phone at some point.
Yeah, what he's saying is because the girls were allegedly dead by that time. So, or am I supposed to use that word? It is that they shouldn't have been moving then, right? It's nothing's supposed to move. There's nothing supposed to change. He said
from Andrea's notes, mine also says after 4 p.m. when Richard Allen left, data will show human hands handled Libby's phone. It registered human hands handling it.
He says there were, I've never heard this. He's quoted, there were exigent pings. I think he said law enforcement called AT&T and asked if the phone is in the area. The last time the phone connects to the tower is 5:44 p.m. Every 15 minutes, the phone is being pinged. Roughly in 15-minute increments, the phone is not connected after this. Around 7 p.m., Steve Mullen contacts Mitch Blocher, is that his name? Who does the phone data analysis. At 5:44 p.m., either the phone was no longer in working order or it was out of the area. The phone was working, but was out of the area, but was supposed to be under Abby's body.
When they said in my notes I'm looking at, it said that when they found it, it was in working order. So I wonder if that means it was still on and not dead. They basically then ruled out it being out of the area because that it had to have been out of the area because it wasn't not in working order.
Oh, well, what about if you plug it in, you turn it back on, it's like, oh, it's still working. What if they found out after they took it and checked it out and saw it was working, or was it in working order at the crime scene is what I want to know.
That me too. That's what, when you say it was in working order, does that mean that we, it wasn't broken because we were able to take it back and take stuff off of it? Or does it mean that it was working, like it was on?
I would say it's on, according to when he's saying this, he said, the phone was working, but was out of the area. But was supposed to be under Abby. He said Libby's body again, but Abby's body. He actually accidentally said Libby. So working, it's just, somebody said in good condition, working. But it sounds like to me, okay, it's at 5:45. It just stopped pinging, but it was still working. I don't know how they determine that. I think there needs to be some clarification on that. He said, you'll learn. No one knows when the phone left and came back to the area. Somebody brought the girls back into the area at 4:33 a.m. That's what he said. Somebody brought the girls back into the area at 4:33 a.m. Okay, so you're getting it. They're putting it out there. These girls were moved. There were 15 messages, and then he said something else inaudible, I think, that came to the phone. And then he quote, someone put the phone under, he said the bodies, but I put under Abby. The girls were not there on the 13th where they were found on the 14th. That's an actual quote. I mean, a lot of these are actual quotes from him. There was a search party very quickly assembled. It wasn't in Libby's nature to be late. They got a search party together quickly. Then he went on to say that Fire Chief Sterrett searched on the 13th, both areas. And he stated, my people and I were spread out, and people with flashlights were all over the place. And Derek German later did confirm that he saw a lot of flashlights as well. The girls' clothing was in the creek. People were searching and preparing for the worst. Many people were going along the creek. Nobody saw clothing in the creek. The clothing wasn't found on the 13th. Jerry Holman will tell you from where the girls were found to the bridge, and I think he said it wasn't a very long distance. He said their theory will be that they were on the bridge. I couldn't hear everything he was saying. Their theory will be that they were on the bridge, and then I didn't hear that. Then the other part was, after that, he said Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks and two more will tell you they heard nothing on the south end of the bridge and saw and heard nothing. I wonder if that was Cheyenne and her friend.
And Shelby Duncan.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because they were the ones who were actually on the south side of the bridge.
Yeah.
You know, a little after 3. What about like 3:15-ish? And they didn't hear anything. And I think that's going to be a big deal because so far from all the testimony, like I said, we haven't gotten really that far yet tonight, but all the testimony so far, it seems that the defense is really pushing the fact that it's the area is very audible. Like you can hear people from all directions. You may not see everything, but you can hear them.
I have a video that I'll send you sometime, and you're welcome to play it. When I was out there with some people filming, somebody that was there, and I was under the bridge on Kay Weber's property, and I was under the bridge, and you could hear people talking because there were other people out there, but you could, somebody just started, shooting guns that day. Nobody's calling the police or getting excited. It's just the normal thing that happens. They're just shooting guns. But you can hear, it's like a little echo chamber. So yeah, you can hear.
So I'll say, I feel like most people, I don't know why people think that if something is woody, that like you don't hear anything, like somehow trees just block out all sounds.
No.
But I can say I'm a little less remote where I live now, but where I was living before for many years, like I could hear people driving up the road a mile away, like heading up the road. I could hear their cars coming. And so if they tried to say that from where the girls were to the bridge that you couldn't hear anything, so like I think the state must know that that would be a ridiculous thing to say, because I don't see a world in which they wouldn't have heard.
Oh, you can hear everything. It's kind of like an echo chamber.
For sure.
Honestly, I a little bit of me thinks that I don't know if you ever saw the interview with Ron Logan. Kind of like I don't want to say Freudian slip, but he was sort of like covering his bases to say, and I think he didn't really want to come out and say it. I think he kind of ignored it, but there was a reason why he told the investigator, because it didn't really make sense. He says, yeah, little kids go out there. He calls them little kids. There's not, I mean, come on. There's not going to be some little kid out there crossing the bridge. But he said, yeah, a lot of little kids go out there and play a lot, and I can hear them screaming. Now, I want you to tell you something. Ron Logan, where Ron Logan lives, even if he's out feeding his animals, it has to be a pretty super loud, like blood curdling scream, or like you're riding a roller coaster scream in order for him to hear up there. So I kind of wondered if in the back of his mind, he's thinking, geez, I might have heard something, but since he's being investigated, he was investigated. He really didn't want to say anything, because why I'll say that, because on a regular basis, you're not going to hear a bunch of screaming going on from where he is. Not from where he is on any kind of regular basis. I just kind of wanted to make that little side note in there.
I'll tell you a story. One time, so I had not lived near goats. I guess it's goats or sheep.
Oh.
Okay. So I had no idea like what they sounded like. Well, if you don't know, they sound like humans screaming. Yeah. And so I was.
That's why they're called kids, honey.
Dude, I was standing on the edge of my property saying, "Are you okay?" Like at the top. I was about to call the police. I'm so serious.
That's funny.
It sounded like they were saying, "Help! Help! loud, but I was like, oh my God, someone's being murdered. Like
They are screaming help.
Oh my God. So like now, but my point is what Julie was just saying. Like, if that's not something that you're hearing all the time, like if somebody were to have been screaming, it would have stood out.
Yeah, especially from where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just thought it was interesting that he mentioned that on the news as almost like a regular occurrence that he'd hear that. Because I think personally, I just think in the back of his mind, he's covering that as I've heard girls screaming down there, but I'm just gonna include that. Yeah, I knew there were people down there at times, but it's not a usual thing that you're gonna be screaming down. I just kind of go back and find that. There's a little bit of I might have heard something, but I'm never going to admit to it. So I'll just cover my tracks on that statement and be done with it. That's kind of where I picked up from him. Okay. And then let's go. He says, this is what the state says. Video after video after video. Audio after audio after audio. There's confessions. But it doesn't matter that the hard evidence doesn't show Richard Allen to be guilty. Richard Allen is away from his wife for 30 years. He's in a prison cell and he's fragile to begin with. You will see some video that it's upsetting and should be upsetting. His dad said, "Can I do anything to help you? Do you need some money?" And he just said, "Help me afford a lawyer." That's not verbatim quote because I couldn't hear some of the stuff he said. And then he said, Richard Allen did say, "Maybe I should just confess to it all, just to spare you all from this suffering." You will hear from a psychologist. It sounded like he said major witnesses or players or something in this were there. That was inaudible a little bit to me. He's saying that you'll hear from a psychologist, and saying that all these people were there. Then he goes on to address the bullet. He says there was a magic bullet in the ground. Now, I thought they saw pictures of the bullet in the ground, but he said we didn't see photos of the bullet in the ground, no video or photo of the bullet taken out of the ground. From every angle, the only time the defense saw photos is at the lab, nothing before that. I thought that they did. So if I wrote that wrong, I apologize, but that's the way I wrote it. Exactly.
I thought they did say something along the lines, and I think it was one of the Franks that they said something like they saw a picture of the bullet like after it was taken out of the ground, and then the next thing they saw was at the lab.
Okay. And then the description was at, a certain angle and that kind of thing.
Right.
He said, and then he brought this fact up that I kind of had mentioned before. Law enforcement uses 40 caliber bullets, a Sig Sauer. You'd think that law enforcement would say, "Hey, I want every police officer handgun tested, against the bullet." He said Brad Weber had a 40 caliber Sig Sauer, and it was not excluded. Baldwin went on to say that the bullet hadn't been shot. Law enforcement put a pristine bullet and cycled it through the gun. He said the markings were insufficient, and they are comparing an ejected bullet to a tested bullet. He said then they compared a bullet fired to the ejected bullet. Apples to oranges. Baldwin went on to say that you'll hear about it sounded like he said subclass, but I don't know what he's talking about. He said, "I think that's what
characteristics." So like the different.
Perfect. I did get that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. He said Sig Sauers have similar tool markings to similar guns. He then stated that Melissa Oberg, he said he talked about Melissa Oberg and stated that she was no longer with the ISP. And he mentioned something about, I don't know what I was putting here, 1,100 to 1,300 times a person interpreting this bullet there's been a record of a person interpreting this bullet incorrectly or something like that.
So she's done 1,100 to 1,300, she's analyzed a test like this that many times, and she's never been wrong. But the people that like work for her.
There's no way that she has tested an unspent round against a gun of a bullet that or of a round that has been fired through a gun 1,100 times.
Well,
That
and
is
above
utter
that, like,
bullshit.
really, you've never been wrong. Like, how do you know you've never been wrong?
That's really,
You
really
could be
rare.
wrong sometimes. You know what I
Truth-
mean?
But it's also bullshit. She's
Truth
not done.
Seeker was there with me. She said no photos of the bullet taken is what she had said too. But that's actually what Andy said anyhow.
Yeah, I saw that he had put, there was like a photo of it where it laid like in the ground and then at the lab. There was
Yeah,
nothing of them pulling it out of the ground.
Okay. And I think that's, I mean, he didn't exactly say that is probably what he, I don't want to say what he meant because I'm not interpreting so, but he went on to address the timeline. Betsy
Hold on,
Blair.
before you move to the timeline, did anybody in opening statements at all talk about when the bullet was found?
No, I have not seen that.
Okay.
I do.
Wait, no, we have
good
the two sides of that coin where social media people have come out and said it was not found until after the scene was released, and then they redid they went back to the scene. Other people are saying because on the thumb drive index it does state that it was the 14th, that it was actually found on the 14th. But I thought we had heard that in one of the hearings, Sleuthy, where we went through the transcripts where they did say it was on the 14th. But I want to make.
I think that's what they said.
Rick.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
It was Holman saying it to Rick in that motion to
like
throw out his things. He said we found it when he was giving like extra. And remember, I said there's something weird about him saying like all these extra things, like about when they collected it and like how they collected it and where it was. Like it just seemed very odd that he was saying like he was almost being defensive about it when he was saying that they collected. And he's like, well, we didn't just put it there. And it's like, why would you even say that?
A Freudian slip? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Felt like to me when I was reading it.
From what I understand, it was the 14th, and that the FBI.
I just want to make sure the jury gets the truth of that matter.
Like, how do you even know if how do you even know that the bullet that was even at the lab is the one that was in the ground? It could still be in the ground. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If and
all they have to do is bait and switch. I mean, because they they tested Weber's. Yeah, somebody said they tested Weber's gun and they couldn't exclude it. And then they fired one through Richard Allen's and said it's a match. So how's that work?
Well, you can't say that it's a match when, like, if anything, the best thing that you could have said was that Weber's gun couldn't be excluded and Richard Allen's gun couldn't be excluded. You can't then fire it and make all kinds of different markings on it because the first time there wasn't enough, just doing it the way that we think that it came out of the gun.
Yeah.
So we're going to fire it and then compare those lines and markings to the lines and markings. So we're talking about an empty bullet, like a shell. We're talking about a shell and we're comparing it to a bullet and we're looking at markings and saying it's the same. How will anybody accept that?
No, that's why he said apples to oranges. He did it like that. He did it just like that to the jury. Apples to oranges. Kind of like can't do that.
I mean, really, it's
so the FBI. I think they thought it was one of their own. It was one of their own.
Maybe it was
yeah. I mean, look, I talked to the dude, the IMPD officer. You know that'll be interesting if they even bring up these casings. Because I swear on a stack of Bibles what this man told me. He's an IMPD officer. It was shortly after the murders. He said he and his partner were there from Indianapolis investigating. I've actually put some emails in and they verified that, yeah, there were 2 IMP homicide detectives there. I remember what he looked like. So if I could I'd know who he was if I could, like, somebody give me 2 names and say, hey, which one was this guy? You know, I could pick that guy out and I would swear on the stand about what he told me exactly. Hopefully if they did find him, he would tell the truth because there were casings out there. He said they found bullet casings. That means the bullets that were fired at the crime scene. Why did they only take an ejected bullet? But not even looking at the casings? Did they compare the casings to?
Yeah, how many of those casings that are out there were compared to any of the guns that they checked?
Yeah, I think they only looked at Richard Allen. That's exactly
how many were collected. Just period. I bet you none.
I don't know.
I don't know why.
They told me, they did tell me that they turned those in as evidence. That the men did. I said, what'd you do with them? He said, we turned them in as evidence. But I don't know if they're on the roster. I don't know.
Well, it's what happens after you do, like, you if you brought in a blue jacket and you said that was evidence, but then a witness said that the person they saw was wearing a tan jacket, like what happens with that blue jacket? Like, do
Oh
you
yeah,
automatically just say it has nothing to do with this, and then just,
yeah,
you know
he's
what I
getting
mean?
ready to talk about this part. Can we go on to just like the timeline? What he goes on to that one?
Yeah. Go. I just
Okay.
wanted to talk about the bullet before we went on.
Yeah. So I believe that the bullet was found on the 14th. I think FBI thought that it was just one of their own, didn't think anything of it, but just in case they did test, uh, Brad's, maybe they tested Brad's gun because of, well, nah, they had to test it because they must have had, that's why I think they had it because his gun was a 40 caliber 6 hour too. So that's why I'm thinking, they found it then, but didn't think it was anything. And so they were testing, whoever had a 6 hour and was on the trail or nearby or out there, maybe they're looking at them.
This has always been my question that Necessary Evil just brought up, is how can they even prove that this unspent round had anything to do with the crime?
Well, it didn't, did it?
I mean, but they're saying that it's from his, it was ejected from his gun, and he's the one who, had a gun and took the girls down the hill. So,
Well, what it had to do with it was purely, what do they call it? Where you make someone do what you want them to do.
The only way that would happen, the only way that an ejected bullet would have been found where the girls were moved, even if they were moved, 5 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot, whatever, is that he would have had to eject it at that scene. And you're not going to eject it if the girls are already dead. You're not scaring them after they're already gone. It doesn't make sense. And unless you say, well, he was going to hurt him then, they ran and they did something and he ejected it there, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And then if somebody says, well, maybe he ejected it somewhere else and then he picked it up and it fell out of his pocket. Well, how's that working out for you? Those girls could get away by that time. You're bending over to try to find an ejected bullet down in the leaves. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense why it was there. Just like the entire crime scene was staged, I wonder about the bullet. I wonder about, how is there a phone and under Abby and a shoe when she was placed there or posed there? How does that happen? And like, oh, you're just going to leave it behind. I'll go on to talk about that. Can I go ahead and finish this part? Because I don't want to take up all of your audience.
Yeah, keep going. Now,
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to kind of just wrap that part up so we could go to the next.
Okay. So he says Betsy Blair arrives at the trails at 1:49 right before Kelsey drops the girls off. Betsy Blair goes to the Monon High Bridge. She stated that she got to the bridge and saw a guy about 50 feet away. The guy that she observed was in his early 20s with fluffy brown hair. This is the one who the prosecution says is the killer. Think about this as bookends. He said, think about this as bookends. Betsy Blair is the beginning and Sarah Carball is at the end. He held his hands up like that. Sarah Carball sees and reports in June of 2017 the guy she saw as having a tan jacket on and was muddy. In 2019, a few years later, she says the guy I saw had a blue jacket on and it was muddy. And I didn't hear him say bloody. Did he? Did she report in 2019 bloody too, or did they just?
What I have in my notes was that they said he looked muddy and like he had just slaughtered a pig.
That's it. He did say that,
which would be bloody. But
yes, he did. He did. Yeah, she said that he looked like he just slaughtered a pig because I even leaned over to lawyer Lee and I said, well, you got Mears has a little slaughtering plant right there. That's that white building. And I said, then you got Indiana Packers right there. So,
well, and also I mean, that's what's in the notes was that Baldwin pointed out that when she did say that and change it to a blue jacket and look like he had slaughtered a pig, that was after the video clip of Bridge Guy went out, the picture went out of Bridge Guy. So like that lady at that point knew that they thought that she had seen this guy So if
Yes.
she's thinking, well, now it has to be consistent with that. So you know what? Yeah, maybe he did look like he had slaughtered a pig. You know
Yeah,
what I
there's
mean?
already that preconceived notion, like it's already, you already got it in your head, your head of what they're supposed to look like. Yeah, and the fluffy hair too is another one. So he says, if Betsy Blair didn't see Richard Allen, then the theory is blown apart. If Sarah Carball didn't see, I think he said didn't see Richard Allen as well, the timeline won't work. For Richard Allen, there is no DNA. There are no social media conversations. There is no forensic data. The hair on Abby's hand, whose hair is in her hand? Dr. Kaur, that did the pathology of the girls, said there was a serrated and a non-serrated blade used in the crime. The prosecution will tell you that they were killed with the box cutter. 2 knives indicate individuals, 2 or more people. It's highly unlikely it was done by one person, which I want to stop right there. And also he added, and Tobe Lesenby thought that more than one person did this as well. And he said it's not Richard Allen. It does make sense, because if you're going to murder somebody, why would you like use a serrated edge and then change it out?
Well, you use a gun and then a serrated edge and a non-serrated edge. So technically you have 3 weapons.
Okay, but why would you use 2 different knives if you're doing the same process?
Two weapons typically means 2 perpetrators.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because it does make sense. Like, you're not going to be like, take one knife and say, well, I'm just going to switch. You're just going to. It's like anything else. You don't change out if it's the same type of weapon, you don't typically change it out unless something terribly is
So now that's
wrong.
another weapon that they don't have. The state doesn't have.
Mhm.
They've added another one to the list, and there's no like piece of a knife, the tip of a knife in the girls that they would have that would say, okay, well, that's why they would switch to another knife, because that one broke.
Mhm.
So now we're just adding more weapons, and still no one has them. They took all those knives. They took letter openers from.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. And very early on, I was talking to my friend. This was in 2017. The FBI, when they were doing their investigation, they went out to the True Value Hardware out there off of 421 in the Hoosier Heartland Highway, right before you get on there. And the FBI wanted to see all knives that had what they call it a gut hook, but it's like serrated there at the beginning. All knives that they sold that had a gut hook, in all hats that they sold. So I knew the FBI was kind of looking into that. They must have been already aware, and that's
What was the letter opener thing you just said, Sleuth? I don't know anything about letter openers.
If you look at the if you start looking up the different knives and stuff that's listed on the warrant return for his house, one of them's like,
never mind. They took them from Richard Allen's house.
yes.
Okay, I thought you were saying like they looked at like somebody from the public had said they were looking for letter openers. I was like, I've never freaking heard that.
Yeah, no.
Could you imagine? I mean, but I literally wouldn't even be surprised at this point. But yeah, they took a letter opener. So like my point behind that was like you took all these knives, you even took letter openers, and you mean to tell me that like nothing had anything on them?
Yeah.
Now we have 2 knives.
Good question for anybody who is a knife person, because I am not. Do like some of the big hunting knives have one side that is serrated and one side that isn't?
They
I
do,
don't.
and some of
I
them
can't
have.
answer that. I don't know.
My husband has a knife. He has a knife that he uses. So like the main end of it, is sharp, and then
Yes.
towards the bottom here is
Yes.
it's serrated. They call it a gut hook for a reason. But a lot of people use that even in like deer hunting and that kind of thing. And it's a lot of farm people use it. It's very handy. It's very versatile. So I think that's kind of the idea. And why just the neck? No scratches, punches, defensive wounds, accidental nicks to arms or face, just the necks. Libby had 3 cuts. Yeah, Yellow Jacket saying, yeah. Judge Galt, this is where he actually ended his opening statement, and Gall warned him that he was really going way too long, and he's like, yes, Your Honor, but this is really important. So she did let him end up finishing it out. I think that's what I had on my notes. There's a theory that's called a Bowie style knife. Okay.
Sorry,
no,
I'm reading comments while you're talking too. So I'm just trying.
Okay.
And then
but I think we can probably concur that the defense is going to base their theory that the girls were not there. I mean, they've stated they believe they were taken, and the evidence is going to prove that. Is that kind of, I mean, that they're taken away somewhere? Is that,
that seems what the opening statement suggesting the defense is going with, is that they were not there when the searchers were out there. They're at, and just from testimony we've heard just from yesterday and today, they keep asking the questions about who was seen searching. Like when a searcher's on the stand, who else did you see searching? How far away were they? Was anybody searching this area? And then the big thing about, like I was saying, like how audible the crime scene area is, that there are people who are physically on the bridge at the time with Daniel Pearson and Shelby and other Shelby and possibly Cheryl and Cheyenne. So there are people who are within earshot of the crime scene at the time that this would have been transpiring, and nobody heard anything.
Do you think that at 3:19 p.m. I have a screenshot of Daniel Pearson saying that he got a phone call from his mom at 3:19 p.m. and he was sitting on the first platform. So do you think that it was over? Or do you think that, because Nick McClelland's making a statement that the killer was interrupted, and I'm guessing they're going to say he's probably he's going to say that these people that were out there, for those people might have just like that the killer was trying to be quiet because of that or something. Is that what you guys get from that?
That's what, like, Nick is saying, you mean?
Yeah, he said the killer was interrupted. He said it was interrupted.
Right. I think they're going with Brad Weber coming home at 3:30 is what they implied, but I mean,
well, what he's saying is he was still on whatever the east and west, like whatever that. So whatever side, the south side of the bridge, the south end of the bridge is where they got off. They were still on that side when he got interrupted. So he's saying he got interrupted on that side, and then proceeded to cross the creek with the girls, kill them, undress them or whatever, then redress them, and then somewhat cover up their bodies with those sticks and stuff, and then get out of there. Like, it seems like a lot to do if you are interrupted and think someone's going to see you.
That's what I'm saying, because I want to know what he meant by the interrupted, because
he's implying that he was going to essay them and got interrupted and scared, so he killed them and left.
Right.
Okay. I see what you're saying. But yeah, like you just said, that's a lot to get over there. So you'll later see that there was a testimony by the officer. I see I have hypothesis as a dormant by 232. The officer that testified, Catron or whatever his name is, they asked him if you could see when he said he was on the Weber driveway. Said when you're on the Weber driveway, when you're overlooking, where they cross, can you see down by the water? He said no, but I know that's not exactly true. I'm going to look through my pictures because I took a picture, but you couldn't really see the actual crime scene, even if I'm standing on Kay Weber's Drive, closer to the ravine where I'm just purposely looking down at the water over there. Yeah. And I looked over. I have a picture. I had a.
I think I have that picture, Julie. Keep going. Keep going. I'm gonna look and see if I have it. I think.
But because I purposely was trying to see what can I see when I'm at Kay's house. What can I see from her back porch? What can I see at the edge here? What can I see in my car? Because it's different when you're in your car driving up that driveway. And so I could see the water from the car, but obviously when I got at the edge, I got out of my car, standing on the driveway, looking down. You can see the water, and you can see right immediately across the creek, like where the clothes would have been, kind of like at the very edge where it's kind of caught on a rock or whatever it was they were sitting on. You could see down there. It's not that far. I mean, you can see if there's something foreign object floating in the creek or any of that kind of thing. But I think, basically was indicating that he couldn't see anything on the crime scene. So if whoever, the bridge guy, I'll just say bridge guy, because if we're going to presume he's innocent until proven guilty, got interrupted, then he's over there at the crime scene. No, you really can't. It's like, how sometimes
This
you're
is
in a
not your, but it's similar. It kind of shows the area you're referencing.
yeah.
I'm looking for yours still, but I wanted to put that up so you could
Yeah,
kind
it
of talk.
looks okay. It looks similar, but I think I got more over like where the crime scene would have been, where they crossed. But it's almost like when you're standing there at the crime scene and you're looking out, even if there's not a lot of leaves on the trees, as you're looking out, it's like you could probably see a little more in, which that looks like my picture. That's down right near the water. You can almost see across there better than somebody could see in there. And it kind of has a little bit of a dip. So it's not super easy to see a person over that way. But that was that was I think 3 weeks after the crime was committed. Right there. That's right at the water. I'm on Kay Weber's side. That's the path. There is you always take the path of least resistance when you're looking for someone. And that if they were from a Snapchat photo that was interesting. That was interesting why I forget who it was that couldn't indicate how far across the bridge Abby was. Who was that they were talking about?
There was so Kelsey, when they were doing Kelsey today or yesterday.
That's it.
They were showing her a picture, and she said that it looked like they had only made it about 25% across the bridge when they took the Abby picture.
That's not true.
Because you could see she said you could see the water below it. And like, in order for that to be set, because like most of the bridge was not over the water.
That's a good third of the way where she was. Yeah, most of the bridge isn't, but it's a good third of the way. I know exactly where she was. It's about a third of the way.
Julie, did you hear the part? One of the things that I don't think I heard you say. Did I hear you say anything about the man's lips not moving in the video? Did you say anything about that?
No, but I saw that from the beginning. It looked like he was going. It almost looked like he was spitting chew out. Like doing.
Okay. So just for clarification purposes, the bridge guy video does not have audio. When you go to the website, it does not have audio on it. Us in the public, us on social media and the news, overlaid the audio clip that was given to us with the video clip that was given to us. So he's not talking in that video. He's the picture of him walking, or like where it's looped, where he's walking, is further back on the bridge, and it's at the end of the bridge when he's actually saying down the hill. If you track the 43 seconds and the down the hill part is at the end of the video, you can almost tell exactly where he would have been 43 seconds earlier, which is where he's at in the video. So we overlaid them in the public. They were not released that way from law enforcement.
Sergeant Burston did clarify that. I thought he clarified it pretty well. He's tried to say that from the very beginning. But I want to make a note, you guys. I want you to think about that. Okay, I want you to know that big projector thing. It was a very good screen, because it ended up being a very good screen. I can tell you, it was kind of cool. It was a little eerie at one point when they actually were able to get it running, but at first they couldn't get it running, and it almost. I know it wasn't purposeful, I guess, but it almost felt that way, because what I wondered was this. I hope and pray that at some point during this trial that they're going to play that, because their intent was to play the video.
They will, because Baldwin, and this is what I was referring to. He's specific. They're going to play that 43-second video, but he says at 2:13 p.m. the abduction happens at the end of the bridge and is caught on video. The video is not panoramic. You won't see much. You can't
That's
see
what
the
he said.
water.
Panoramic. That's what I couldn't read.
So like you could only see like straight ahead. You couldn't see like the water. You couldn't see the end of the bridge. Like you couldn't really see anything but what it was focusing on. And if you remember, I think it was, I don't remember who it was. It might have been Kim Riley that made like this statement, or no, maybe it was well, what was the PIO's name? Burston. Who said, like, you know, you can't see anything. Like, it's like you folks at home with the TV, like you can't see what's happening around the outside or whatever. But anyway, he says you hear a voice telling the girls to go down the hill, but the man on the video, his mouth doesn't move. Therefore, the defense contends that there is more than one person.
Yeah. So that was of note. And then of course the microphone, and something that bugged me. I liked it later. They sort of corrected it, which was talking your outside, was outside voice or outdoor voice or whatever, outside voice. You know, like voices that you have, because Becky Patty, when she started off, you know, you could kind of hear, but excuse me, a lot of what she said, it almost trailed off to, we were all kind of looking at it as we can't hear any of the answers. It was like, I wondered if what's the transcriptionist lady up there, I wondered if she could, the court report, I didn't know if she could hear, you know. It was just so
the audio that's going on in the courtroom is literally only for the court audio, the actual for the court itself. So she can go back and listen to anything she wants to. The audio isn't for the gallery to actually be able to hear anything.
Right.
It's only for the court reporter's audio.
Which I understood that, but what it made me think of is this. I'm going to say it just loud enough for the court reporter to type it up. But nobody else is going to really hear this unless you want to get the train. I really felt like there were certain times that the answers were purposefully almost at a kind of a whisper. I mean, above a whisper, but audible. But I mean, you couldn't tell what was being said, but the other answers weren't exactly that way. They were more, you know, they're soft and everything, but you could still hear them. But some of these were so trailed off, and it got worse as the questioning went on, that it felt purposeful. Then you had the microphone. You know, at one point, a lady stood up in the very back of the room. This was after lunch, and she said, "The microphone is not facing the witness." And she goes, "Sit down back there."
Yeah, that I was typing that up in the notes, and I thought, oh my God, is it someone we know? Like, who was? She said that this woman was like standing there for like some time with her hand up, and Gull, like, she finally caught Gull's attention, and she just immediately was like, "Sit down, ma'am."
Oh, yeah.
But I
don't even know if she said, man, I thought she was going to go punch her. I was like, whoa, we got a little taste of her again.
Well, I saw people saying stuff about the screen. So from how I understand it is that the white noise and the screen is so that the lawyers and the judge can stand behind the screen so you can't read their lips. It seems very above and beyond for something you're not streaming. Like, I could see all of that if you were streaming the trial, so you're trying to make sure that people can't hear or read your lips.
No.
But like, it just seems bizarre when you guys are just sitting, and Andrea said that the white noise machine is loud as shit. Like,
it was so loud. I was like, I said, I feel like I'm in my bedroom with my fans on. I'm ready to go to sleep, because it was really loud. And
Joe Schmoes, the lady was sitting next to him, and he was worried he was going to get eaten.
Joe is so embarrassed. Oh, I feel sorry. I feel the secondhand embarrassment for you right now, Joe.
He's like, I don't know her.
I was like, oh, for the love of God, I had nobody think. Okay. Oh, the lady that I was sitting next to was sick, and she ended up leaving like as soon as they could get a break. She was trying. I think she had some surgery or something, and she just wasn't feeling well, and she's just squirming all around. And I felt like she was trying to keep herself awake, because I'm just gonna admit, at one point I felt like I was gonna nod off. And I mean, I heard that from other people that they were like it. I'm like, oh God, I'm getting so sleepy. Like, I just
I wish
kind of got
someone
a
would have
little.
yelled like when like with the microphones, like if they were, if that was just like, I would be like, okay, then why do we not have what did the $75,000 podium that was supposed to be for like media, like how is that not amplifying everybody's
We found
voices?
out today that Mullen is in charge of the technology.
I mean, we can't even
Oh
get
yeah,
like,
I know.
How would you put the guy who deleted 70 days worth of information in charge of the tech?
That is a really good point. Oh my gosh, that's a real good point, because he was in charge of it, and he ended up, yeah, he ended up messing with it. Yeah, if there was supposed to be any kind of speaker system in there.
there ain't, or it's not plugged in. Maybe Mullen unplugged it, forgot to plug it back in. Now he's waiting to hear back from the Chinese software
Like
people.
it's a new system and it's overriding itself, so we're gonna hear audio
It's probably
from
working
7 months
now. We'll
ago.
know it's there.
Well, I felt like I think I could hear Judge Cole, and it sounded like, like her microphone was at a distance, but you could sort of like hear that it was a little amplified, so that told me that was working. But to hear anything else, and then Diener was so soft-spoken, and Nick was probably the loudest, but Andy was pretty loud too. I easily could hear them, but it wasn't. I had
Yeah, but you should be able to hear the witness. Like that's what's important, is hearing the witnesses. Now, I guess it's probably really good though that the jury is right beside the witnesses, so they can probably hear.
probably, but let me tell you. Okay, so I was like third row, and I know that's a little distance from like juror number 6 and 12, but and I was right behind the defense table. I I mean, there were times that I'm like, I'm putting my ear like, oh my, I mean, I don't think I'm hard of hearing. And I thought, what about these old folks?
I
These
heard
old
they have. I heard that they have ear. What do they call them? Ear things that make you be hearing aids. I heard they have those just to freely give out. Gold should have offered them.
shoot, I
Hennessy,
need to just, I
Hennessy
want
can let somebody
some.
borrow his.
Let's be real. You probably could. Like you probably could. That would probably work. Except if somebody next to you talked, it'd probably be way too loud, blow your eardrums out. But what? Oh my god.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to see. Where do you ask for them, at the very beginning or something?
I would.
Like,
Julie. I
I'll
would.
get them.
I would.
Let me tell you
Julie.
something.
Julie.
There's,
Write a note to Gull and just say, I
I
understand
got,
that the microphones don't work for people
The
being
hearing
more audible
amplifiers.
in here. So perhaps maybe I have hearing issues I wasn't aware of. I also heard from a previous hearing that you had offered hearing aids. Are there any available for the public?
there you go. Okay. I'll look into that. I'll follow
All
up
right.
on that.
So did we cover all the opening statement stuff that you wanted to cover?
Yes, we did. And I know you got to go on to the other stuff.
That's right.
I am going to
What
just
I
type
want to
up
touch
all.
on, let's touch on the testimony from yesterday before we hop into today. I mean, I planned on being here for a
Yes,
while, so
please.
I'm good. I don't know if
Oh,
you guys
Lordy,
are still
girl.
good. I'm good. Like I said, I took a nice long night of sleep to catch up on my 3 days of no sleep. So
Yeah.
I'm feeling like I'm on top of the world right now. And I've got a Dr. Pepper locked and loaded. So
Can we start with Becky? Can we go in order?
yeah,
Yes.
let's go. That's why I said let's go in order. So we'll just start going through testimony from yesterday, and then we can go into testimony from today. For whatever reason, and I don't know if anybody in chat happens to know, they only went until noon today, which was not something that was in her original order, that they were only going to go to noon on Saturdays. It was just supposed to be full days, Monday through Saturday. So I don't know. I don't know what happened and why they only went to noon. So we only had. So we have. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, with 5 witnesses yesterday and 3 witnesses today. So we should be able to make it through. It is only half days on Saturdays. I didn't hear that. Where did that come from? When did they say that? I missed that. Huh.
That's interesting.
I missed that and everything, man. Two
I
people
think
said it.
I thought Andrea was saying something about it till 3:00. So what time did it get finished? Then it was at noon today?
Yeah.
They stopped at like 11:45.
Okay. And they did stop early yesterday, like around 5:15. They did.
Andrea, I guess per Andrea said it was ordered yesterday that they were going to go to noon on Saturdays. So
yeah, she said they didn't know till like the end of the day if they were even going to have it at all on Saturdays until because they assumed that when she extended the trial that she was going to get rid of Saturdays, but she didn't. To be honest, I think they should be having. I'm sorry for everybody that's going, and I know it's easy to say from here, but like
Saturdays.
I feel like you should be having full days on Saturdays. You have these people sequestered, like
why not?
This is all the time that you have with them.
Yeah,
I
don't know why they
agree.
wouldn't. That was the plan from the get-go. So people are saying that she essentially changed her mind like Thursday, Friday. And so that's why I had not heard it. And I guess I just didn't pick it up from anybody who was talking about it. So yeah, so let's start with first on the stand is Becky. And then we can go from there. Do you want me to I can pull up, I tried to have the map up just for people in general. That is not this case. That was a different case. I don't know. Sometimes my photos do that. That's Gannon Stout case. I don't know why it does that when I open a photo. Sometimes it just grabs some other fucking random photo. I don't know how to fix that on my computer because I know nothing. I mean, I know nothing about tech shit. So, I can dolly up a transcript, no problem. But to figure out why my photos do that, I have no idea.
All right.
That's not true. I don't change transcripts. It was just a joke, everybody. But I had the map up just in case and whenever we are talking about like an area, I can try to go through and like tell people or show people while you guys are talking about it.
Yeah, we're gonna need that. I'm gonna need that.
So,
I started to type the questioning out to Becky. So if I can't quite read my notes, I'll try to get through that.
And Sleuthy has Becky too. So
okay, yeah, good.
We could also go through both. And so if there is something that you can't read, then she has Becky from Andrea's live.
Okay, good, because there was a couple things that
I'm gonna look at mine while you read yours, Julie. And if you get like past something when I have, then I'll jump in so that we don't get
because I'll tell you some things I noticed that weren't said, but I know the answer. So I kind of said, hey, I didn't hear this, but okay. So basically,
can I ask before we start? I know we're not there yet, but this really baffled me today. Did anybody hear previously anything about them just having gotten a new puppy?
Yes.
And that Libby was playing in the floor with the puppy.
Yes.
Before they. So you'd heard that way before this?
Yes, because that was one of the original stories. Remember when she talks about that Libby and Abby were bored, so she had them come into her office and was doing filing, and that they were playing with the new puppy that they had got. And a lot of people talked about it when the original commentary about there being animal hair at the scene.
Yeah.
We talked about it then.
Yeah. So why would the animal hair at the scene not be this puppy hair?
Well, it very well could be. They probably never tested it.
It could be. I mean, look, you got cat hair over at Abby's, puppy hair at Libby's. Yeah. You got hair everywhere. Go to your friend's house, hold a kitty. You got your friend from 2 years ago. If you haven't washed your jacket, there's a kitty hair on there. Whatever, it could be. Because I kind of think there was probably animal hair, and now we know there to be a human hair.
Well, but I just when I saw that I thought, why are we not like why are we coming up with somebody else's cat for this to be somebody's buried dead cat rather than like the alive animals that they were playing with?
Compare the hair to any fucking buddy, so who knows who the hair belongs to? We're going to be asking that question.
Look at Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker was there with me, so please feel free to add because there was a couple things that I was like. But I'll kind of get the gist of. There was one little this very beginning section I didn't hear her mention. So if she did, I just didn't write it. But so we'll just go with this, okay? Basically, so the state Stacey Diener calls Becky Patty to the stand. She gets sworn in. Asked her to state her name, spell it, Asked her, are you from Delphi? Yes. Well, outside, she says, outside of town, about 7 miles from here. I've lived there for the last 32 years. Did you graduate from Delphi? Yes. I lived in Carroll County forever, she said. Did you go to school after high school? Some, locally. I took some classes locally. What do you do for a living? I do home appraisals out of my office. Question, back in 2017, who was living at your home? Answer, Mike, Derek, Cody. I actually didn't hear Derek. I didn't hear Derek at the time, but then she says Kelsey, Libby, and then she gets interrupted, and Diener says, one of the victims in this case? She said, yes. Question, you said Derek. Answer, my son is Libby's dad. Question, is Derek also Kelsey's father? Yes. How many years apart are Libby and Kelsey? She said 3. And then she said, and then your other son, I think that's what she said. And then she said, Cody.
Yeah.
Okay. How far apart in years is he's 12 years older than, did he say Libby or Kelsey?
I do.
Wait a minute. What about didn't Derek's other daughter didn't live there?
No.
Okay.
No, Glenn?
I just have 2 granddaughters, Kelsey and Libby, that came to live with them 10 years before, around 2007, when Libby was 3. Derek, Becky's son, and then Becky's other son, Cody.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to give a little lesson on who Cody is, because I see it pops up every stream I have watched. People get very confused on who Cody is. So Cody was adopted by Mike and Becky Patty. So he became Cody Patty. He is Julie, who is on the channel right now. He is her biological nephew, her sister's son. So he's not Abby and Libby's biological uncle. He's actually their biological cousin.
And by the way, my sister never morally gave up rights to her son. She did the legal thing because he went to stay there and they needed insurance, he's going to be living there. They got a sign for him. That's how it was put to her. She's like, well, I'm always going to be, you'll always be my mom. Of course. Fine. Okay. She said no many times. Finally, they called her.
Just for logistical purposes.
Yeah. So anyhow, but then when, she still has a relationship with him. I mean, she was just at his wedding. And so in my mind, and I think other people's minds, is like, okay, you might have adopted him, but you've always, you always been Aunt Bucky and Uncle Michael or Uncle Mike to me.
So he is a Marchand by his father's side. Julie will correct me if that.
No, Hartman.
He's a Hartman by his father's side. Okay.
Hartman.
Okay.
It was Cody Hartman. It was Cody Hartman. Yeah. Okay. So in,
it's still related to them, but not. So it gets confusing because sometimes when they're questioning about Becky Patty's son, they will say son, and sometimes they will say nephew.
It drives me crazy because my sister-in-law adopted her brother's 2 kids, but she's still aunt, aunt and uncle, and they've always called aunt and uncle because it didn't change, and they still have a relationship with their mom and that kind of thing. So it's real confusing that all of a sudden, you're your cousin, we're cousins, and all of a sudden now I'm your brother and you're my uncle, and it's like that's not even right. It's
says they need to keep it consistent, and so it makes it really hard because he is adopted. He's an adopted child, but they talk about him in both, because when I've watched these streams taking notes, some are referring to him as a nephew and some are referring to him as a son, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that he's technically legally both.
Yeah, because you know what, it's one thing if you're adopted and not already family as a because that's what the weird thing is. Most people, if they adopt their own family member, they don't ever change who you are because it is who you are. You are my nephew. This is your cousin. Libby's your cousin, like your second cousin removed or whatever it is. This, Derek and Tara are your cousins. So that's what's really confusing. And he's still your nephew. You can call him that in your private home, but that's the reality of it is this. So if you want to go by what the Patties call him, then you could go by that. But in reality, that's not really how it is. But if for the purposes of what they'll tell you what it is, it's like kind of an old, they made their own little world. So we'll just keep it with that, I guess, if you want to.
I
So
also
that's what's,
want to clarify for everybody because they seem a little confused that the people that we're naming, these are the people that were living in that house with Libby in 2017, not just everybody she's related to.
Right.
yeah.
Cody was in the house. Derek was in the house. Kelsey was in the house. Libby was in the house. Mike and Becky Patty were in the house.
Yes. And a puppy, apparently.
And a brand new puppy.
Okay. And then, so she said, did they live with you continuously? She said, yes. Oh, you were more like in a position of parents. And she says, correct. And then she said something about her home office appraisal. Okay. In your home office appraisals, who worked there? She said, Tara and Jennifer Johns. Now, Jake Johns is the one that saw the clothes in the water, by the way.
Yes.
So
we'll get there. We're not there yet. Just keep going with.
Did you operate the office as you would if it was in another location? Yes, 8 to 5. They'd show up every day unless we were busy. How long did you have the appraisal business prior to 2017? She goes, oh, well, 22 years now. So whatever, that is. So you were raising Kelsey and Libby. Yes. What grade was Libby in at the time? 8th grade. If you have anything, if I miss anything, let me know. Describe Libby for us. Libby was very active, very smart. She was so smart that she would have graduated a year earlier. She was into swimming, softball, soccer, and if she wasn't in a sport, she was asking to do something or go to Aunt Tara's. Tell us about Tara's boys. Were they the same age? Yes. Did Tara's boys also go to Delphi? Yes. In addition to sports, was she active or did she plan to do things with teenagers, friends? Yes. That she'd stay all night at people's houses. Okay, Abby Williams, is that a name that's familiar to you? Very familiar with? Yes. She would come over, stay all night, and she even went to spring break with us. So she did spend the night? Yes. So were you in communication with her mother? Some communication. She said yes. In that part of the school year of 8th grade, were Abby and Libby in sports together? Yes, they were. She was going to be in softball. I think she said volleyball. And it says, is Delphi a very big school? No. How many kids in class? And she said, well, class is small. I don't know if she mentioned the number. Do you have the number? I didn't hear the number. So I missed the number there.
Mm-mm.
Did you know the classmates? I think I don't know what she said to that. Probably some. I know she knew some of them. How old was Libby on February? I swear she said February 17th, but I think she meant February 14th. Because I put 17 and I kind of put a question mark. Like, what do you say that? She said 14. At age 14, you can't drive yet. So was there a lot of transporting? She said yes. Kelsey got her license, so she took that off of our hands for us. Did you provide Kelsey with a car? Yes. What was the car like? She said it was cream colored. I don't know if she actually at that point described it.
So I just want to point out one thing because I didn't really know what the questions were rather than just the answers.
Okay.
I do have that it says it was a cream colored Bonneville, but Andrea had made like observations about Diener in the beginning, and I guess I didn't really because obviously I can't hear, but as Julie's saying like what the questions were, I'm like, okay, now I get it. Like she definitely is. So she makes these remarks about Diener, about how she says from a style standpoint, she's really leading, and it's not going to matter yet because they're not objecting. They're not calling her out on it because it doesn't matter at this point. But if they get to a point where it matters, it could potentially be a problem. Sometimes when an attorney gets in the habit of being very leading with their questioning, it's hard to shift it, or it's hard to shift if they get called out and figure out how to get to where they want to through open-ended questions. So basically, that's why people end up leading, is because they're thinking, this is where I need to go. So they just kind of start there and ultimately put it in the witness's mouth. So I just was pointing out, as Julie's saying what these questions were, it does sound like that's exactly what she was doing. Like
Yeah.
did she have a driver's license? Did you know what I mean? Instead of, I don't
Yeah.
know. It does seem
No.
that's what she does.
No, I get that. And I want you to keep in mind what the answer was, because this is, we all saw the picture of the girls. I mean, not that it may mean anything, but it's just kind of a, why would you say that? The cream colored, it looked like, I always thought it looked like a little Oldsmobile. She said in Bonneville. That makes sense, right? Okay, just keep that in mind when you hear Kelsey's testimony.
Okay.
Okay. So the prosecutor said, on Monday, February 13th, would you agree that it was a Monday? See, this is where she starts leading. Would you agree that it was a Monday? Yes. Was it a typical work day for you? Yes. Was it a typical school day? No. How did this change a typical work day? She goes, well, they were there. They were out of school. Normally, she'd have friends over, like on the weekends or whatever. But she had them over. So this past weekend, did she have friends stay all night? Yes. Abby. Did she consider Abby to be a close friend of Libby? Yes. She said, did you consider? Yes. She spent the night more than once. Did she? Oh, this is what the deaner's saying. So she spent the night more than once? Yes. Tell us about the morning that Derek got up and made them breakfast. She goes, so I think that morning. Oh, okay. Tell us about the morning. Okay. And then she says, Derek got up and made them breakfast. She goes, I told them if they filed papers that I'd take them shopping. Then she said, Becky said, Becky started breaking down and kind of crying, and in her voice, she lost the strength in her voice. She said, Libby jumped up and said, will you take us to the trails? If we get a ride home. When she got ready to leave, she came to the office down to say goodbye. And she stood there, and I told her to get a jacket and it's going to get cold. And she said, no, grandma, I'll be fine. And then she kind of broke down. And then she went on to say, Libby had been playing with the puppy on the office floor. And they said, what, I guess she said, what was she wearing? She was wearing a tie-dye shirt and gray sweats. When I was asking about, do you have a sense of the trail? When I was asking about the trails, do you have a sense of the trail? Yes. When she makes a reference to the Monon High Bridge Trail, you know where that is? Yes. Is it a safe area? She said yes. She said they would go. She goes, would they go? Are there? I don't know if she said would they go on bike rides, but she mentioned, are there bike rides on the Monon Highbrow Trail? Oh, did you go on bike rides, or did they go on bike rides? No, I couldn't see all the. I didn't know what I said. No. Did you get that part?
Well, first I'll go back and say that this note says Becky didn't pay attention to what Abby was wearing, so she couldn't identify what Abby was wearing when they were there at the house.
Okay, okay, that's good to know.
And then she said, you're at the bike rides?
Yeah.
It was a safe place.
Yeah, go on past
safe
that.
area, didn't have concern about the girls. They used to ride bikes out there together.
Okay. That was what the one, I thought I had no, but whatever. I don't know why. So she said yes to that one. So if Kelsey and Libby if Kelsey and Libby were on the Monon High Bridge Trail, did they ask permission to go? She said I think she said they didn't always ask. They would just go. Is that what you have?
I have the girls, but so one thing was about Kelsey being a photographer. I just realized we passed it. It said that she knew that Libby meant the High Bridge Trail because there's trees out there, and Kelsey's a photographer and likes to take photos out there. And then the thing about the bikes, and then it says currently the path has been developed. It's got asphalt on it. At the time, it was just gravel. The girls would always ask permission to go somewhere. Libby would always ask permission. She wouldn't just take off. She was very respectful of making sure that people knew where she was going to be and when.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes into the phone.
I have that, but her answer, hey, maybe Truth seeker, because that got me that they didn't always ask. Sometimes they just go. I heard her say that about the Monon High Bridge Trail. I wanted somebody to clarify that. Was Libby respectful of that? Very. If she asked to go somewhere, kids at school, you were okay with that. Yeah, we provided her a phone. And earlier, you heard that phone, the fingerprint thing. That was interesting. I never heard that about giving Abby fingerprint access to Libby's phone.
I found that interesting. Teresa just kind of was like, well, in case Abby wanted to use the phone, she didn't have to ask Libby to keep unlocking the phone.
That's what the whole thing when we argued for years about whether Abby actually had a phone or not. The counterpoint was that she didn't need a phone because she was always able to use Libby's iPad and Libby always let her use her phone. We also know, not from anything to do with hearings, but from social media, that Abby used to talk to at least Max through Libby's phone. So it wasn't surprising to me that she had the verification on there to be able to use it. Now, what I think is the most interesting part of the phone with her being able to use the fingerprint is that it proves that Libby did have that feature set up. So somebody manhandling the phone at 4:33, I think we're going to hear more about that. It had to be a finger. You had to use that. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
That would be a good way to know if somebody was trying, because they wouldn't be able to get into the phone.
That is so smart, Teresa.
So I think that's just a future. I don't think it has anything, because we already knew that Abby used Libby's phone. That was like a huge counterpoint in the argument.
Yeah, we knew that. Yeah. Okay, so she said, if you're at an event, who else would have the responsibility to pick up Libby? She said, Mike. Libby's father.
Real quick, you two. I have to run to the other room. I will be right back. So just if you guys are talking to me, I won't be able to hear you.
I need to, Susie, talk real quick. I got to grab a bottle of water, just real quick.
You guys, what is happening?
Sleuthy's in control.
Again, have I not proven myself to not be the best one for this?
You are literally the best one for this.
Go so you can come back.
Okay.
I'm just looking back. I'm looking back to see kind of the differences. So one of the things that I guess we already passed was that Libby asked if they could go do something. Becky offered to pay the girls to help her do some filing, and then she would take them shopping. Kelsey said she had to work, but Libby wanted to go to the trails. Becky told her you would have to get a ride home. Libby came out to speak to Becky and told her that her dad, Derek, had said he would pick her up. So because of that, she got permission to go to the trails. And I think what I found was interesting about that was, and I think this was already mentioned long before the trial started, that when Libby said that, she hadn't yet talked to her dad to say he will pick her up from the trails. Right. So when she told Becky that she had a ride home, she said it was from Derek, but she had not asked Derek.
She had not. She didn't ask Derek until he was halfway to Frankfurt, he said.
So I wonder if they even considered that maybe she thought she was going to have a different ride home.
Yeah, because, look, if you're going to try to get a ride home, you're not really expecting to have your dad. You'll just be like, I'll get somebody else that drives to bring me home, take us home. And then when it failed, she probably ended up calling her dad.
Right.
That's how I looked.
I would be like, I'm going to see who's at the trail. It seems like she was like, I'm just going to see who was at the trails. Mm-hmm. And maybe they will give us a ride home. And then if there's nobody there or they can't, then we'll ask. And then she did end up calling, because she didn't call right away as soon as they got there.
Mm-hmm. Right. So then they were asking it, if she was in an event, who would pick Libby up? And Becky said, Mike. Libby's father, would he help with transportation? Yes. What about Cody? No, not that much. So with the exception of Cody, everyone pitched in. Yes. What was Libby's habit with her phone? Was it charged all the time? And I don't think, did she answer about it being charged all the time?
I do have that. She never let it run out of charge and she never left it behind.
So, okay, because I was inaudible. I couldn't hear. Mm-hmm. But I found it was interesting that the prosecution brought that up.
That she never let it run out of charge.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that means that the kid went to the trails like with a full charge. Like, I'm
Yeah,
sitting here struggling on 8% on my cell phone and 34% on my iPad, you know? Like,
yeah, right. Well, then it that almost kind of reinforces the defense theories. Because that's why I was thinking that. Because some of these things I thought, like you're helping the defense here, people.
I think he doesn't even like some of the things that keep coming out. Like, I really wonder how he thinks this is helpful. Like, for instance, when they were talking about like being able to hear stuff and people being really loud, and you could like just little things already where I'm like,
you're
I guess,
helping the defense. Yeah.
But at the same time, Julie, like I said, like things like that with the noises and being able to hear, like I feel like he would discredit himself very quickly by trying to deny that you could hear people from various parts of the trails while you're on the bridge.
Yeah.
So at least maybe he realizes that.
I think I really felt after this, I mean, if I was going to say who won this, if I'm going to give a rating, and I'm a totally unbiased rating, I'm going to say that the defense won, for day one. Just because, one, not just because I could hear the defense better, but I felt like some of the information that the prosecution brought up, some of it really didn't matter, but the stuff that they did bring up, some of it helped the defense and not vice versa.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why I say day one was this. Okay,
I've been seeing a lot of people listening to the reporting and stuff on this that before were like not so sure. And they're like, each day they're like, they went from one way about waiting to hear, and now they're like, what are we even doing here?
That's what I thought that Andy Baldwin, he said, it's going to be hard to believe. You're going to find it hard to believe that, we've got Richard Allen here and he's being convicted when you hear the evidence and the lack of evidence.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, Julie. I hope that there's something, but like, there's no reason to leave it out of your opening. That usually so I've been told, and I think that it's true, that opening statements is usually like when jurors kind of, I don't want to say make up their minds, but they kind of pick a side in a sense.
Oh, okay. Well,
opening statements. So you're not going to leave out like stuff that's shocking.
Ooh, wow. If that's it, then.
I know we have lawyers in here. Maybe they can say, but I have heard that jurors typically, I don't want to say make up their minds in the opening statements, but it does set the tone for how they start viewing the evidence throughout the rest of the proceedings.
Yeah. Somebody's, Travis Williams is asking a question. At the hearing, wasn't the chatter of the August hearing that a bunch of the text messages came in at 4:30 when the phone was turned on? Or
yes,
yeah.
He he addressed, so Baldwin addressed that in his opening statement.
Yes, he did, and he said it was handled with the human hand after 4.
He did. He said a human hand.
Yes,
and I feel like, so that means nobody stepped on. There you go. The study shows that 70% make up their mind after opening. See, I knew I didn't just make that up.
Wow, that's incredible. Wow. Well, I would say that there was what the state brought wasn't compelling at all, and what the defense kind of had left with the questions, it was like, what are we doing here already? So yeah, that's okay.
Well, see, if you, and I've seen, like I said, other people say that similar things to that. I think that it's true, and I also think that one can leave you like really super curious about things.
Well, that's kind of reasonable doubt if you're just curious, and if it's unanswered and if it's left hanging there, then that's got to bring some kind of doubt to you, right? You
I
can't.
mean, if it's any indication, I think the jurors so far have asked really good questions. I don't know how I feel really about the jury asking questions, but I feel like it's a good thing, because I've seen jurors talk after trials where they like didn't understand something. Like the fact that they can in the moment ask for clarification and specific questions to
Mm-hmm.
be asked so that they are fully understanding what they're listening to and stuff. Like especially when the experts start testifying, I think that's going to be really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I
but
think so
I think
too.
they're paying attention. I think they have a lot of questions already, and I don't think that's
Did they?
great for Nick.
Do we know all the questions that are coming from the jurors?
Uh,
Was
I
that brought forward today?
I did
Yes,
hear,
we know the questions that have been asked to the jurors based on you guys that have been in the courtroom. Yeah,
yeah, asked by the jurors. Yeah.
asked by the
Okay.
jurors.
Well,
That's
And
it.
that came out today. Is that correct?
Well,
yeah.
so they've been able to ask questions the whole time, but most of the witnesses, I guess, they didn't have questions for. But today they did have it for um,
Okay.
a few of the witnesses. They did have some
Oh,
questions.
I can't wait to hear that. I wanted to make it like Michael Osberg said, do not underestimate the power of confessions.
Yep.
And I'm looking forward to that, but I also take it with a grain of salt. I think that we would be good to pick apart those confessions. I mean, I always think it's good to look at both sides and the possibilities. So that'll be interesting to come. Um, Back to questioning Becky. Basically, was
Oh,
what was it?
we were at her phone. Does she charge? How does
Does
she?
she keep it charged? Yeah,
Yeah.
and you
Mhm.
said she never lets it run out of charge, right? She always has it on her hip or whatever,
Yep.
right? Whatever she said. Okay, was a concern of yours to know a special what concern to know exactly what time her father would pick her up at the trail? I don't think so. I don't think she said any. I don't know what she said to that one.
I have Libby made the arrangements with her father, Derek, to pick her up. She made those with him. Becky was not part of that process.
Right. So
Correct.
I didn't see. I didn't get the answer on that. Okay. Derek, she doesn't. Derek was in Frankfurt, so you had a sense that Libby and Abby would be gone until he got back. Yes. So she said he had 5 or 6 photos of the house. It takes a half hour to get there, a half hour to take the photos, and then another like she said a half hour to 40 minutes, and another half hour to 40 minutes back.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. I guess we can wait till after we get through Derek's, but like I have a question. I have questions with this whole, because he said he had 18 houses that he had to take pictures of. So,
Yeah, when he got on the stand, so his testimony was very okay. He hasn't ever been out in public talking about it before. So if you go back to the beginning, it seems like the more like just the raw, no, nothing contrived or tweaked to fit a timeline or anything. I thought his testimony was good. So she says, do you recall the time of day that Kelsey took Libby and Abby to the trail? Yes, it was around 1:30, she said.
mhm.
So you say you've been on the Monon High Bridge Trail before. What about the Monon High Bridge itself? She said no. What do you know about the Monon High Bridge? She goes, just photos. So
You know what
you
was
did
interesting about that was
what's
that
that?
she was on the trails, but she said she had never seen the bridge herself.
Yeah.
Only knew
Yeah.
about it. She'd never been out to the bridge. So that when she did actually see it, that it was like really high and she was surprised, blah, blah, blah. But like had been on the trail. It just, and maybe I'm wrong and I've never been there and you have. If
Yeah.
you're on the trails, like even if I wouldn't walk across the bridge. There's no doubt about it. I just wouldn't. And I love roller coasters and shit like that, but I'm
Yeah.
not crazy. And so I would not cross the bridge, but I would certainly go look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's kind of cool to see. You think so. It's not that far down there. And if you walk at a normal pace from the time you park, like I timed it just at a normal pace, not super fast, not slow.
Mhm.
It was 7 minutes.
So,
And
but
it's
if you're walking the trails, all the trails,
mm-hmm.
like, do you avoid it? Like, do you have to go
Oh
out of
no, you would go down there. It's almost like
really?
you're almost drawn to it. Yeah, it's just a straight shot
That's what
too.
I mean. So, like, you would just in walking, you're casually just walking the trails. you would see it.
Yeah, because you wouldn't look if you're parking even at the trail split or even at the Freedom Bridge. There's only one. You're not going to walk to the Freedom Bridge and go out to the highway. You know, there's only really two trails you're going to take. The 505, which is a dead end, and then you get to a bunch of brush that you have to go through to get to the bottom. Or you're going to take that. It's just like that's the path that you would take.
I'm just not understanding how she's been there but never seen the bridge.
Well, maybe she means she's been there as in dropping the girls off. Maybe stood out.
Yeah.
But never really taken a walk on it. I don't know.
Okay, that could be so. I guess that would make more sense. I was under the impression she would like go to the trails with them. They rode their bikes there. Like I thought it was like a family where they would go together, and yet she had never seen the bridge. And I wasn't understanding how she could never have seen the bridge. Yeah. But if she just dropped them off, then I get that.
Oh, here's where you said that what sense, she said, what sense did you get from the photos? And she says, well, I know they were on a trestle. She goes, when you saw how high, were you surprised? I don't know if she said, she goes, Libby was one of those daredevils. Mm-hmm. We had an appointment, I guess when they were getting ready to take their vacation she wanted to go parasailing. Mm-hmm. Was she interacting with people the same age? Yes. Was her interaction with adults? I don't know what the answer to that was, except she said, Grandma, she said, I think I need to be a psychiatrist. Oh yeah. Cause she said that her interaction she was always helping kids with their problems and being able to talk to the, kids. People would come to her and talk to her. And she said, Grandma, I think I need to be a psychiatrist because they all come to me with their problems. And she said she also loved crime shows. And she goes, Grandma, I'm going to do that someday. I'm going to do that. I'm going to help the police solve that crime. She said, was she the type of person to be careful? Yes. Did she have a sense of
tuition?
I put D, but sense of D.
Well, so if we go right back real quick to her interaction with adults, I have here that it said Libby had very good interactions with adults. She was very smart. Becky said Libby had more reasoning powers than Becky had as an adult.
Yes, she did say that.
That she was calm. And the thing you said about the psychiatrist, logical, same thing about the TV shows, that she particularly loved one with a redheaded surgeon. And that Libby said she liked that show. And she said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to help people solve crimes, or I'm going to heal people. And that was important to Becky because her mom had died of COPD.
Yes, her mom had COPD. Yes.
Okay.
She said, my husband was a first responder. Mm-hmm. Okay, I didn't realize. And she said, I didn't know.
Wait, you didn't realize Mike was, because I didn't either. When I saw that, I thought, I guess I didn't really. A first responder for what? For where? For what?
I don't know.
Who was the first responder?
At one point, Mike was the first responder.
Yeah. Was he a volunteer firefighter?
I don't know. They didn't go into detail. She just said, my husband was a first responder. He always was telling, the girls, be aware, be careful of your surroundings, know where all the exits are.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. She said, was she a good communicator when she would go places and where she was to be picked up? Yes. And if you need her, if you asked her to be at a certain particular place, she would always be there. Yes. So your son, I have son on 2/13/27. What do I have son here? I don't know.
She went about 3:30 p.m. Derek called Becky and said,
Derek. Okay. That's okay. Derek. Okay. I have that about 3:30. So Derek called and said, Libby is not answering. Was there ability to reach Abby? No. What do you recall doing next? I said you couldn't reach her. Well, I called H at work, my husband at work. Tara went ahead and left. Cody pulled up and asked what was I doing. She said that she told him that we were going to look for Libby and Abby. She said I looked in different directions that the girls could have gone. I don't know if you have anything to add to that part. that they look for in different directions. Then they went on to say who was on your cell phone plan.
Oh, I don't know that I heard that, but I don't think that's in here. But it's the same story that we had heard about. There were basically two ways they could go. That the girls could go if they had decided to walk home. So they checked those routes first, and the girls weren't there. Then they went to the Mears trailhead and parked.
Okay. Okay. I think they asked this for a reason, because this is going to later come up from what I understand. Who was on your cell phone plan? My husband, Kelsey, Libby, Derek, and then of course herself. They didn't mention Cody. So when you get to the trailhead, what is that? It's the Mears, Mears parking area. Would you agree that the trailhead parking lot is across from Mears? Or whatever. How many? I don't know what she said. How many cars are there? You can fit a couple. You get there. Do you go on the trail before? When you got there, did you go on the trail before calling AT&T? She said, I call AT&T. And we know this because Derek told us that when Becky got there, she went across the street to Mears driveway and called AT&T there. She said, I realized it was starting to get dark and said, I need to call the police or do something because it's starting to get dark. And Libby's afraid of the dark, right? You have that part?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you walk them out on High Bridge? I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Did she say that?
Yeah, she didn't remember.
Okay, don't remember.
Well, she asked if she walked out to the High Bridge, and she said she didn't remember. So not.
And then, what do I have a grandchild Hayden on here? I didn't write any.
She remembers her grandson. I have it Aiden, but you probably know the name more than me.
Oh.
Tara's son, Libby's cousin, was there too, but nobody found them.
Okay, nobody
I think
found.
I heard that he was there.
What's his name?
She had Aiden. She said Aiden.
I have Hayden, which is Libby's sister. But she would have been there, right? Because she'd be coming from.
Does Tara have a son named Aiden? Because it says it's Tara's son.
Oh.
Pull up the family tree. Hold on. I can pull it up.
Tara's sons are Peyton.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, Peyton and Josh Jr.
It could
be.
It had to be Peyton then.
Yeah.
That's probably what. So she said that Peyton was there and looking?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, real quick, Julie. David asked a question. If memory serves, I believe you said you were on a porch and talked about a hunt shack. Do you know who owned it, and could it have been where the girls were held? Quick question for you. Side note, nothing to do with the trial. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, David.
Yeah. Hi there. I'm not sure I don't remember the shack that I was referring to, but there was a shack that used to be right there on the trail, and it was pretty large, and it was owned by the Mears. It's been taken down, but you see it in photos. It was a previous red and had faded, the woodwork on the outside, the paint on the outside. I don't know.
There is a couple of them because there's the other one that's over here that belongs to Edging.
Oh yeah, that's a oh, that's probably what he's talking about, is that cabin right there. Yeah. Now that is a hunting cabin that they use. I actually have somebody's got it, but I know I have a picture of it that's a close up, like actually right in front of it. A picture.
Can I just say that I was for something different. I was looking at like various, I wouldn't say sheds, but like houses made of wood, and came across Teresa. I just sent you pictures.
Are you going there, Teresa?
Wait a minute. When I pulled these up, I jumped straight out of my bed. I was like, there's no way people haven't died here. Like I was reading the reviews, like I guess people go stay there, but I was terrified. I had nightmares that night about this particular, whatever it's called. Like I've been in like hunting cabins and even tree stands that were not as like creepy. Like someone had to have died. Are you looking at them right now?
I am. I really wish, Nancy Fuller, are you still in chat? I don't know if you're still in chat, but Nancy has some photos. You guys want to talk about scary? She has some photos of a fucking weird ass shed out there with like a weird dude that's by the shed that was yelling at her. You want to see the one that Sleuthy just sent me?
Adrian,
I want to. Can we share it? I want to see it. I want to see which one this
Dude,
is.
my
Okay.
was I jumped out of bed. I was like, what?
Where is this one from, Sleuthy? Because this isn't that scary.
This is Tiffany.
This is like historic.
That's what it is. It's right like across from the trails. There's apparently more than one of them. Yeah, go to the inside.
You guys, that's over there at the canal place over there.
It's like right across from. It's like right where these places are, but people go and they sleep in these.
Oh yeah, no, you guys, that's not the canal place. That's where they've had the second presser, the 2019 presser. They're all around. Yeah, because I was looking at Airbnb and that was one of the ones that was listed.
This is
an Airbnb.
Yeah, you could like stay there.
Stop it. Go to the inside.
I know there's
go
nothing
to the
in
inside
there.
pictures.
It's open air. They probably have a bucket that you go to the bathroom in.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Adrian thinks it's creepy as fuck. These are actually not that creepy compared to the ones I've seen.
Actually, the area is kind of cool.
I'll have to look and see if I can find.
Oh no, that's nothing. That's actually kind of glamping.
I'm gonna look and see if I can find the one that Nancy had when she went out there, and that one. Talk about creepy. Like the one Nancy had was super creepy. I'm just gonna have to go back and find it.
It's one thing to like walk around a historic whatever, and you're like taking a stroll through George Washington's cabin. Like that's one thing.
I know.
But like, I'm not going on Airbnb and be like, oh, I want to stay in this thing with a child. It looks like an old Catholic school, wooden chair, and like a bunk bed made of sticks, and like it looks like a torture room. Like, I'm sorry, I
wouldn't stay there, but I think it's kind of cute. It's
absolutely not. And I am not bougie in any sense of the word. Absolutely not.
These are. Look, I'm just telling you in the scheme of what I've seen around this Deer Creek and in like the Delphi area. That is like nothing. That is super clean and like normal compared to like the crazy shack, crazy cabins and just stuff that is actually around the creek and the trails. I'm gonna have to find some of the pictures. I'll send them to you so that you can see what real creepy looks like.
I mean,
we'd rather stay in that one that you just showed us.
No. I would rather sleep outside. I would rather sleep all the way outside, just like in the grass with no sleeping bag. Like where it's free.
She's got like Lizzie Borden preview or something.
I was getting like walk in and see like the ghost of a child with a bonnet on its like absolutely not. No. No. How much is the Airbnb? Now I gotta know. How much is the Airbnb? Now I'm gonna have to go look.
It's like $50 or something.
Here's one that from that Noe and Four Pits had on their stream. Hold on, let me show you guys this one.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You think that one's creepy? Like, let me show you these.
That's not even creepy. That's out in the middle. That's Dave McCain, the historian. He runs that place.
Hold on, I'm going to show you this one. Then we'll go back. We'll go back to trial. These obviously none of this has anything to do with trial. I just want to reiterate that for the chat. We're just this is just a little side note. But here, check this one out.
Oh, can you zoom in on that, please? Where is it located?
Well, that's not scary to me. That looks like somebody in the hills of West Virginia that like stopped fixing up their camper. That's all that looks like.
Does that where is that located? Let me see that.
That looks like a meth camper. That's not scary. That other thing smells like I can smell death from here.
Wait a second. Where is that located?
I don't. You'd have to. If Four Pits, are you still in here? Four Pits can tell us because it's from Four Pits and Noe.
That's probably blind.
Oh my God.
This looks like a blind. The other thing, absolutely not. This looks like
I don't know how you think this is better than that.
I think that's creepy right there.
I think I would not stay here.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, if I saw it on Airbnb, I'd be pretty concerned and confused. But
like $1 a night.
Listen, I've had a couple ground blinds like get destroyed by storms, I've like picked them up out of like trees and stuff and just put them back. That's what that looks like. That's not scary at all.
I want to know where that is if we can get
All
to
right, we'll
that.
see if poor Pitts is still in here. Otherwise, we'll have to ask him later. All right, let's go back to. Are we done with Becky yet? Or are we still on Becky?
Not yet.
No,
Okay, I'll try to go
on
fast. Okay, prosecutor said, and by the way, some of these are leading. So she said, "Did you get your husband Mike and say that the girls were missing?" Yes, like that's leading, right? Had you called Abby's mom? Well, I tried calling her, but then I had to drive to her house because there was no answer.
I am glad that got clarified because I was a little frustrated because we were always told that she was trying to get a hold of Anna. And then from the initial reports that were coming out yesterday from like news sources, they were saying that she didn't try to get a hold of Anna until after the cops were called. And then from listening to you guys who are actually sitting in the courtroom taking full-on notes like this, it is clarified that she was trying to get a hold of Anna. Anna was not answering. And the way that we've been told that story ended up being accurate, fairly accurate.
But like my note says, it's weird because it says, because right before it, like we literally just talked about this, where she said that it was starting to get dark. Mike said we need to call the police. When I saw we need to call the police, like I assumed that meant, okay, we're calling the police right now. And then it goes on to say that she had tried calling Anna and Anna wasn't answering. So she went to the house and Paul was there and he's at work. And then as Becky was driving over to Anna's work, Anna called her and said what was happening. And Anna said, call the police. And so but I was under the impression that Mike, who wasn't with these two women or even part of the conversation, because he was back at the trails, called the police already.
Right.
Yeah. So basically,
I'm just glad that it got clarified that the story we have been told for all those years was accurate. So anybody who was listening yesterday and now is back today, just because that was one of the things I was like, wait a minute, we were told that she was getting a hold of Anna way earlier, but now we know that she was trying to get a hold of her.
And by the way, they were using a board, I believe, at this time, or I think they had it up. They had the actual board that they brought in. I don't know if they had it at that time, but she said, when you came to the trailhead to look for Libby and Abby, would you have passed the Hoosier Harvest Store? Yes. So your path to Abby's mother's home is back this direction. So
wait. I think I have something different for that, because I think everybody said they would not have gone past the Harvest Store camera.
Mm-hmm. But she said, did she say yes to that when you came to the trailhead to look for Libby and Abby? Would you have passed the Hoosier Harvest Store? And I have a yes on that one.
I have, so Peyton, or whatever the kid's real name is, tried to call Abby's mom, wasn't able to reach her. She told Mike to call the police and said she was going to Abby's mom's house to try to find her. To get there, she would not have passed the camera at the whatever, you know.
Okay. Well, she shouldn't have.
I mean, she could, depending on which way she went. She could have gone either way.
Yeah,
She lives over here.
I have yes on there. That's the weird thing, because I wouldn't write my own. Yeah, I want to. That one, okay. But so your path to Abby's mother home is back this direction. When you made efforts to contact Abby's mom, what happened when I got to the house? Her grandpa said that she was at work. Grandpa said that she was working, and I told her we needed to go to the police station. That's what she said. Okay. Did you already know where Anna worked? Yes, Pittsburgh at a bar. Did you go past the Hoosier Harvest Store? Then she said no.
Oh, then maybe that's what I have then.
Oh.
So that's my point is, okay, so now we have two different answers to the same question. And I'm going to go back to what we were just talking about with calling the police before getting hold of Anna, because it literally says here, she told Mike to call the police and said she was going to Abby's mom's house. So that was before she even left Mike at the trails. And then it says she did not go past the camera. Then she went to Abby's, tried calling Abby's mom. Doesn't remember if she left a message. Got to the house. The grandfather was there, like we just said. Then started heading to Anna's workplace. Anna called while Becky was on the way there. They agreed to go to the police station, and then they all met up at the police station. So it sounded like,
are they trying to purposely lose this case? Because
know,
look, they got her to contradict herself
twice.
with the same answer.
Yeah, because it definitely sounds like she's saying Mike called before she ever left the trails. And then when she talked to Anna, it was almost like, it was like, Anna, we called the police, meet me at the police station. And then they all met at the police station.
Yeah, so you're gonna, yeah. Oh man. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, so they agreed to meet at the police station. They met at the police station. So that's where we ended.
Yeah, there was some other gibberish that I wrote down there, but we'll just go past that. What do I can't read this. Oh, so they asked when they were dropped off and what they were wearing. The police asked when they were dropped off and what they were wearing. She said, you testified tie-dye shirt and sweatpants. Yes. You later became aware that she probably wasn't wearing sweats. Yes. How? I was confused when I was straightening up her room. I found some gray sweats. I thought maybe she had 2 pair. I was confused.
But Julie, when was, because I don't have this written, like when was she straightening up her room and saw the pants? Was it before found or?
No, I mean, it sounds, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like that after they were found. I mean, they didn't say. She just said, I was confused. Why are you so sure about black shoes? Did she answer that? Why did she ask?
It says she was very specific about black Nikes, that Libby was wearing black Nikes. Her black Nikes she wore all the time, which they look clean to me, but I mean, there could be a variety of reasons for that. But
I wear my Nikes all the time too when I wear them, and my Nikes are super clean.
But you're a mom.
I've always kept my shoes very clean. Always, my whole life. It's like a fetish, or not a fetish. That's a wrong thing. It's like a.
That's your.
What do you call it? It's a thing. Not fetish is not the right word.
Dirt ball if you got dirty shoes.
I can't handle dirty shoes. Unless
I don't like them either.
Converse can be dirty. Converse are like meant to be dirty.
Unless they're shoes you're out walking out on a trail with on a regular basis or running or whatever.
Right.
I went back to tell me y'all know what white bobos are.
Bobos?
Or us by us?
No, bobos. Does nobody know what bobos are?
No.
No.
Is it a boating shoe? Is it like a little boating shoe?
You're like the kind of people that go stay in them, whatever those
like
boxes
from the trial with his boot or his shoes.
Did you say bobo or hobo?
Bobo. B-O-B-O. Bobos. Oh, for crying out loud. No. Oh my God. Are you people serious? Who are you all? Not a single person knows what bobos are. Jesus Christ. Well, anyway, Google them, but like I'm back in my bobo days like my mom when I was a kid. And I get white ones. I get white ones, and like them specifically, like if they get dirt, I have multiple pairs, like because if it gets dirty and I can't clean because they're white.
They like the old school kids?
Teresa.
Hold on. I'm looking them up right now. I'm looking up what a white bobo is. They look like they're kids. They look like they're old school kids right here. A white bobo shoe.
Those shoes, like for
hold on, I'm not in the same.
Cheerleaders wear them sometime or what?
Yeah, those are no, those are not right.
This is what comes up for a white bobo shoe.
I don't know.
They do kind of look like the ones that say Keds Women's Champion Canvas lace-up sneakers, I guess.
Like Keds.
Kids.
But
Joanna
they're not
said
thick.
those are kids to me.
Oh wait, I'm about to go tear up my closet so I can show you. You people are
Bobos.
Well, there's footwear for that's Bobo's house. I don't think that's what it is. They're just like a white.
I know, Charlie. Yeah,
they're a white canvas shoe.
They're similar to boat shoe. Is there not a single person in here from like the East Coast that like I don't understand what's happening right now?
Who the hell knows what a Bobo is? Anyone?
That's news to me.
Yeah, classic mom shoe. Yeah, my mom used to wear Bobos that's what we called them. Nobody in here's from like Philadelphia. Nobody has ever heard of a Bobo.
Shoes to me.
I asked if they were like old school boat shoes.
Yeah, they're kind of similar to boat shoes, but they're called Bobos.
Bobos.
Not Bob's. Bob's is like from Skechers. Missy's Angel says, I was born in Pittsburgh, and I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's funny. You ladies, we're almost done with Becky's. We got to get through this real quick, okay?
I'm
right,
looking to see because I'm blocking people as we speak.
Oh my gosh.
Pam knows them. Pam knows what Bobos are. Oh, thank God. I hope she's not lying. God
Oh
damn
my
it.
gosh.
Is your alt Pam, Sloopy? Do you have like an alt account named Pam?
It's what they do.
Oh my
Like, I'm gonna come into
God.
my Pam account and say that I know.
That is hilarious. But I'll be honest with you, that is not me.
Oh, that shit's funny. Oh
You ought to
man.
have on your show, each show you got to come up with a name that, something that is just specific to the area that nobody would know or that should know from the past. I bet you could find a lot of crazy terms. Bobos.
It's got to be. I'm assuming that like the western part of Pennsylvania calls them Keds, and I guess the eastern part of Pennsylvania calls them
Oh,
Bobos.
so now it's just a certain part of Pennsylvania that
I
calls
guess
them
it's just a
Bobos.
Philly and the suburbs of Philly thing. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. I didn't really travel as a child. My kid's been more places than I have. I've been to New Jersey. I've been to the beach. I go to the shore. That's it.
How did we even get on the Bobos?
Because we're talking
we were
about
talking about the shoes.
shoes.
Oh, we're talking about clean shoes. Clean
So
shoes, yeah.
let's get back to business here real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank
then,
you, Julie, for reining us in over here.
So then Mike, Becky was saying that Mike went to the trails. She says, and we drove around other places. She said, do you remember, was it at the police station? Do you remember what was at the police station? Who was at the police station Monday or something? What was that part? I can't even read my writing. Was that the police till Monday? Or midday.
Oh no, I had midnight. They were at the police
Midnight.
until well after midnight.
Okay, did you get AT&T records? What was her answer?
She went and got what AT&T records online she could from the family's phones and shared them with law enforcement.
Okay. Then the search party, you go back out the next morning, Tuesday the 14th, the official search.
Well, wait. There was a note that Mike came back, then went back out to the trail. So, like when they got back after the police station, well after midnight, Mike went back out to the trail, and then it says they drove around and continued to look. I don't know who they are, and then it says she lost track of her own car. Not sure what happened to it in this whole process.
Oh, she lost. Okay, wow, she did. What area did you look? Did you look close to your house? No, I didn't because we knew where they were. That's what she said. Mm-hmm. And I think his meaning knew where they were as far as that direction. Where were you? I have her daughter. She said, my daughter Tara was in our group. I think this was when they were searching, and said the girls. Oh, okay, now this is the next day when they were looking.
Okay, I gotta back up here a second.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to read this part. Yeah, we were doing the grid search.
Becky, Patty, and her crew and the fam were at the police station until midnight.
At well after midnight, it says.
From the time they went there at like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, this says. Yep, that's what my thing says.
Well, they must have gone back and forth or something. I mean, what? I don't know, because they said that they're different family members were out there searching at various times. So maybe they were just checking in with the police station, and the search was still going on the way I see it. Yes. And they were going back to the police station.
Yeah. But there's also testimony where Becky's searching around her house.
That's
that they walked home.
That's in the redirect. Well, they're in the redirect. They specify where she was looking.
They asked, did you look close to your house? And she says, oh, I didn't, because we knew where they were. That's what I have.
Okay, keep going. Just keep going. Just keep reading through it. So we can catch up.
Okay, so then they were asking. So it's getting real close. We're almost done here. Mm-hmm. And then they were talking about, the search, and she said that the daughter Tara was in our group because they did a grid search. And then they said that the girls were found. I was at the Mears Trailhead. I was told that they found them, and she said, you need to take me to them. You need to take me And I said, no, my sister Melissa was crying. And she called and said, the family, I can't read that. I don't know. And then she said she was sitting in the truck. You know, she kept wondering why they didn't take her to the girls until she saw the coroner's van drive by. Do you have anything else on her testimony to the prosecution?
So it says at some point they went home and went back out earlier the next day. They met up at the firehouse, divided into groups.
Yeah.
Each group had a leader. The groups were assigned to an area. Becky's area was just right down the road from her house. If the girls tried to get home, they were searching in the fields out in that area just in case something had happened or if they had gotten overlooked. They were away from the trails. She was walking back to her car after they searched that area when a friend came up and said they found them. She
Yeah.
ran to her car. She drove in her car over to the Mears trailhead. She
Yes.
ran up to a fireman and said, "Take me to Libby." And he said no. So she turned around and she saw her sister Melissa was crying, and she
Yes.
ran up to Melissa and said, "Hey, they found them." And all Melissa could say was, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And she wouldn't tell her anything. Mike came out and they went back to the truck. He sat her down while he went to talk to somebody.
Yes.
Becky at this point is confused. She doesn't understand why nobody's talking to her, why they wouldn't take her to her. She saw the coroner's van go by, and that's how she knew. That's what she realized.
Yeah.
They
Some of that I
called the
just like stuff that I kind of already had heard. So I got to that
yes,
point where, yeah.
yes,
And then the defense was cross-examining her. She said, he didn't really have much to say. He said, did Libby speak her mind as an adult to adults and kids?
yeah.
Yes.
I think
And
that's important.
yeah, to adults and kids. And he said, well, so she stood up for herself and others? Yes, especially others. Did she have a good voice?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Speak loud. Did he say
yeah,
that?
yeah. She said she had. Did she have a low voice? What did she? I have a louder voice. I couldn't hear audible. He was trying to get her to say basically that she was kind of loud.
Yeah.
But Derek ended up saying she had a lower. I don't know if it was Derek or her that said she had a lower voice.
I
Somebody
have
said,
that her voice was loud.
yeah, her voice was loud. Heck, you could hear on the videos.
I'd imagine it was like I just imagine that she's like a me with like we don't have an indoor voice.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
really.
yeah. And it
Teresa,
says,
you don't.
I don't. I don't. I don't really know how to whisper. I'm not good at it.
so I couldn't remember what. That's good. He said on the 13th you saw flashlights.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was looking for the girls, right? She said
Mm-hmm.
yes. He said you thought that there's a whole lot of people out there. I can't hear. I don't know, looking for the girls or whatever. I don't know what that part was.
I
Yes.
think it was, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was about that whole thing where she said that there was flashlights everywhere. It was lit up like a Christmas
Yeah,
tree.
that's what he was trying to get at.
Yep.
And then you thought to get with AT&T. Yes. And you said police told you Libby. Oh, you said police told you Libby wasn't, I have wearing, wasn't, I can't, I'm sorry. I don't know what that word is. Wasn't something.
I don't have it. Maybe working? Like the phone wasn't working?
No, you said police told you Libby wasn't something. I don't know. And
Hmm.
then, did the prosecution came back at her?
Well, wait, one more thing that Baldwin
Yep.
said was, or she has it here, that he also confirmed that at some point Becky had been told about the hair found in Abby's hand, but she didn't remember the timing. She didn't remember if it was before Mr. Allen had been arrested or not. She confirmed that just
Yes.
2 days ago she provided DNA, but she had provided it before, but she provided it again 2 days ago.
Oh, she did? Okay.
I think that's going to be important because I don't think the defense actually knew about the hair. This is my speculation, so take it for what you want.
Yeah.
I don't think the defense knew about the hair until very recently.
Mhm.
So the fact that Becky knew about the hair possibly prior to Richard Allen's arrest I think is going to come up later. I think it's just a preamble to what we're going to see.
I mean, what are the odds that 2 days ago her and Kelsey they get their DNA checked, and that's when he brought it up to the jury during jury?
Yes.
Like, I think they just found out, and then Nick was like, "We got to test that hair." Like, what? That's just as outrageous. I'm sorry. That is the most outrageous and egregious thing I've heard so
It
far.
is. You know, of all things of DNA, that's the DNA.
You had DNA. So like we've heard these things about Kelsey, like her DNA getting tested like 5 different times. And it's like, okay, but you never sent it to get it tested and compared to this hair found in the dead child's hand. So what were you doing with it? Were you just seeing if people would give you DNA and you weren't really actually testing it? Because that makes me worry about the actual scene.
Yeah.
Or
What
they
happened
have
to
other
Elvis's
DNA.
DNA?
There's
What was
another
Elvis's
source of
DNA checked against?
I think there might be another source of DNA. That's where I'm at.
This is bullshit. But go ahead. Now you can go back to the state's redirect.
Okay.
That's all
So
we got
then
left.
the prosecution said, so you saw flashlights looking all over? Yes. Were you on the path? And I have between CPS and the highway that would be away from the high bridge. Yes. Yeah. Why was she says, were you on the path? The CPS and highway. So that's like around the field area. That if you go over by the CPS and the high bridge, they were looking there. That's what she said. Yes. So what they're trying to establish is that she wasn't looking over at that area. She was there. Jen was there with Nick asked if BP seen the lights from the road. She said yes.
But how far is that from her? How far is that area that we're talking about right now between CPS and the highway? How far is that from her house, though?
Oh, it's like 5 miles or
Far.
something
Okay,
like
I
that.
thought so because it says here she clarified that the flashlights that Becky Patty reported seeing during the search was when she was by her own house. She was away from the trails and that she saw some while she was driving and in the area of the CPS building and the highway, but she wasn't in the area where she would have seen flashlights near where Abby and Libby were found.
Hmm.
So we're talking about now an entirely different fucking area. But I could swear that when I heard the lit up like a Christmas tree, it was talking about the trailers,
Well,
very specifically.
it doesn't make sense because they said, did you go back search around her house? And she said, uh, no, well, not yet.
Well,
No,
why
she
would
said,
you? She was at the trails.
yeah, she said, well, because we knew where the girls were, over that way. So then how is it she's saying that she searched around her house? I
I
can
don't.
see maybe later they're thinking maybe she came home and they searched around the house, but I didn't get that. And then the next thing I have is, that one got me because it said between CPS highway, and that would be away from the high bridge. And she said yes, which is like that's between the drop off point and the CPS. That stretch is a quarter of a mile, and it's all away from the Monon High Bridge. Do you know if Libby was exposed to handguns? No. No, my husband had handguns, long guns, and shotguns.
Mhm.
Do you understand when I say handguns? Yes. Had Libby been around handguns? Well, I don't know what her answer was there, but she already said he had handguns. Did anyone own a handgun? Yes. Is this something Libby would have been around? Is this something Libby would have been around? Like, why are they asking about her being around handguns?
I don't know. So she also confirmed that her husband has long guns and that he hunts. People in the family do have handguns, but Libby was not around them. She didn't have
Yes.
exposure to them,
Right.
which is kind of strange because didn't I hear Mike say that like Libby would go with him hunting?
Yes.
And so she definitely did have exposure to guns. Even if it's just something as simple as like walking with him while he's carrying one because he's hunting. And also, I'll be honest, and maybe I'm wrong, but like around here, like I make sure that my kid can't get his hand on a gun, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't keep him away from them. I mean, he's very educated. He's only 6.
Oh
And
yeah.
very educated. Like he's very aware of what guns are and what they can do. Like I don't even let him like point fake guns at people.
Yeah.
So I just if you were to say to me that like he hunts and he does all these things and there's all these family members have handguns and stuff, I would just find it a little strange that she wouldn't be educated about
Yeah.
guns.
Okay, Tari, That was a good point. Angels to keep. I can't see it.
Captain
C2.
America said because they're accusing Bridge Guy of controlling them with guns. So I guess that's true.
Yeah, and she said to judge how Libby would react to being around a gun.
Yeah. How would she?
I mean, it's one thing to be around guns. I'm around guns, but the minute some stranger points their gun at me, it's a different ball game, right? Because
Absolutely.
you know what can happen with that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. I think that was the next. So do you want to me to wait till tomorrow? I can type these right up, or if you want to go on to Kelsey, because so that's the end of. That's essentially. Do you have any more to add to the?
Nope.
No, that's essentially the end of that one.
Mm-hmm. And then so I have 6 pages for Kelsey, but then Derek is only 4 pages, 5 pages, but they're very short. There's not very much here.
All right, let's go through them. Let's try to go through them quick.
I need the map for Derek. Big
We
time.
still haven't even got to today yet.
I'll try to summarize
No,
the
I
fact.
want to. Yeah, I want to do Kelsey, and I want to do Derek, and I want to do Cornet or whatever the hell his name is. And then we'll go to today. So we'll just go through them as quick as we can.
Okay, basically, they just ask her to state her name and her married name. They just ask if was she from Delphi, who she lived with. She names it. What grade were you in 2017? Goes down that. Ask her what she does. I think she said she works for her grandma. She works for the appraisal business. I think that's what she said now, right? How would you characterize your relationship? Were you close? I think she said I think so. I would think so, or something like that. Did you catch anybody catch that? What did the lady say? How would you characterize your relationship with Libby? Did you get the answer to that, Sleuthie?
I didn't know. My first interesting part is the one when they ask her about her going to the bridge with Libby before.
Okay.
The rest
she said we were close. I think she said we were close. That's what happened there. Did you have lots of friends? Yes. They played sports and da da da. Spent a lot of time at the house. Abby didn't have her phone. No. I know my sister let her use it. Yes. She was brave and cautious, very brave. Can you give us instance of that? I think she was talking about the higher edge. Let's see. Did she describe going across as terrifying, scary? I don't know what else there.
So she told that story about crawling on her hands and knees across that. But
yeah, I have that in here, but I don't know if I had it at the point. I did write that down. It says, "Have you been to the trail with both Libby and Abby?" She said, "No." Let's start with 2017. You wake up, you go off to school. Yep. Okay, this one was here. Did you ever think about plans with her? It was in an audible. I couldn't hear it. Was there anything you were aware of prior? I don't know what that says.
Do you have the part where they asked her where she
Maybe
said
Sleuthie, why don't you read what you have, and then if she has something to add to it, because yours are typed up, and then if she has something to add to it, she'll add to it. We'll do
yeah. So it says that she went to the Moon on High Bridge with Libby for the very first time. Mm-hmm. And that was the first time that either of them had gone out there, and it was within the past year, of her past. She was terrified. She told the whole story about crawling on her hands and knees.
Yep.
She had not been out to the trail before with Abby ever. On February 13th, she woke up late because she had the day off of school. Mm-hmm. They were asking if she could drop them off at the trails, if they could get a ride back. It was not unusual for them to go there. It was a place they felt safe. She also confirmed Libby was wearing a tie-dye shirt. She had given Abby one of her. Now, this is where I got a little bit confused. And I don't know. Andrea might have been tired. It says she had given Abby one of her sweatshirts that was in the back of the car. She described it as a swim sweatshirt. And then Andrea said she thinks she means for the school swim team. It was brand new. It hadn't been worn. Abby was wearing a gray zip-up jacket. She also remembered Libby grabbing something out of her car.
Yes.
So Abby did grab the black sweatshirt and Libby grabbed something out of her car?
Well, I didn't even hear the gray sweatshirt part. Maybe it was because I I didn't hear that part, but I heard her say that I remember her grabbing some out of the back of my car. She said the swimming sweatshirt. She specifically said that. Now, I don't think, to me, you can tell that normally you wouldn't even say a swimming sweatshirt. You just say a sweatshirt, right? But now that everybody's seen the crime scene, a lot of people have seen him, and they know it. Now you're planting that it's like kind of like what you say is leading. Okay.
This here too, and this is something that, and I got concerned over this, but it's that, so Kelsey, and I think it led into this, that Kelsey was also on the swim team, and because of that, she described that she would keep changes of clothes in her car pretty regularly. She had a box in the back that had different pieces of clothing in it.
This feels very weird, like they're
I know.
purposely setting up, like maybe that
Well, where
sweatshirt
did Libby get jeans? Well, maybe she got them out of the box in the back.
Hold on a second. I want to clarify, because I did, when I was watching Andrea's yesterday, there's a couple of times where she does intermix the girls' names, not on purpose, just from a fucking full day of taking notes and shit. Mm-hmm. So I kind of, when I was listening, I kind of understood it that she was saying Abby got the sweatshirt out of the back, but I think she was talking about Libby, because then she does go on to say Abby was wearing the gray sweatshirt after she just said Abby got the swim sweatshirt. So I think that Libby's the one who gets the swim sweatshirt. Abby was wearing the gray sweatshirt. Sorry.
But then she goes on to say that Libby also grabbed something out of her car. And if you remember, Kelsey in the past did say she gave both girls sweatshirts.
Yes, well, the gray sweatshirt and the swim sweatshirt. Well, Abby's not holding a swim sweatshirt in the photo on the bridge.
But Abby was also wearing a jacket that she was wearing like the day before. Like, she didn't get that out of her back seat because she was wearing it previously.
Well, Truth Seeker said, and it was her trunk, because I thought she did say the trunk of her trunk,
like the box, or
yeah.
Okay, so it almost felt to me as I was reading it like maybe that was an explanation for how Libby somehow got changed into jeans from, like, maybe she pulled them out of the back.
Yeah, and they didn't even say, anything about that.
Well, not yet.
No, not yet. Okay, so what were you driving? She said a white Mazda.
Did she say that? I do not have that. I only have that
white
Bonneville.
Truth Seeker.
Weird.
I looked at her like, white Mazda. I said, I never heard it was Bonneville. I said, I thought she was driving that like white Oldsmobile one with this gray seats that you see. Like, I called it, but it ends up being a Bonneville. Why would she say? Why would she say that?
I do not know. So Becky said she gave her a cream Bonneville.
Yeah.
And she said she was driving a white Mazda. Now, if you remember on that footage, they put in like their affidavits that they saw a white car that looked like Kelsey's driving by at such a time. And actually, it's interesting because when they get in here, they do say that like she would have been caught on camera leaving after she dropped the girls off. Truth Seeker said white Mazda. Weird.
I know.
I'm here to tell you, you know what car you drive. Like you know. Like I one a Chrysler New Yorker. My dad gave me a Chrysler. He never gave me anything in my whole life except like life. That was basically it. And then this Chrysler New Yorker, and it was such an old car. Like, I could barely afford to drive it, and I was a kid. And like, I've never known anybody else to have that car. But like, I know what that car was. I was 16 years old.
I know, that's so strange that, because I looked at the lady I was with. I'm like, she said a white Mazda. What in the? That was strange. It was just very strange that
I trust it was a cream bonnet. I mean, do you know what it was?
I'm pretty well. You can see by the pictures that's a Bonneville. I used to have one a long time ago.
Okay, I believe that's what it is. Now, why I would say that, I don't know, but I believe that that's what it actually is.
No, I think that definitely that's what it is.
Then she says,
well, yeah, what were you doing? Okay, so what were you driving, and what were you doing on the way to the trail? She said just talking. What else did she say? Do you know?
On the way, they were playing music, they were laughing, they were taking selfies. Libby posted one of the selfies, and then I have like in italics that this was admitted as an exhibit. Libby took it. She's in the
Yeah.
front seat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have that because I had. They were just talking. Did you become aware that your sister had
Mhm.
a? I can't. Had
Oh, maybe.
posted one or more pictures on the way to the trail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There was a
Oh,
photo
so I wonder
presented.
if she said they were talking, and then when they asked that, if she then said, "Oh, we were playing music and laughing, and they were taking selfies."
Yeah, and then there was okay playing music. Okay, I'll have to go back to this playing music. Um, and then there was a selfie posted, and they presented Exhibit 1,
Mm-hmm.
and they were. I was trying to see it. Is that the one where we? Which one is it? That's
It's
not the one we seen with the hats on, right? They weren't wearing hats.
No, no,
it's
no, no, no.
Libby. It says Libby took it up close. She's in the front seat. It's very close up to her, like partial of her face, and then you can see the back seat behind her, and Abby sitting in the back seat.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
yeah, not the same one.
Yeah, so we did catch that she took she was in the front and Abby was in the back. She probably got up close to behind her. It kind of looked like that.
Okay. Know what
Then
Abby was wearing?
mhm. They were bringing an overview of Google Earth.
I heard you
Uh,
at
I,
here.
do we have like is the just the big board, the picture of Google Earth, the big board? It's
So Andrea said it was like a huge, like 4x6, like it was a
huge.
huge aerial view of like the area,
Yeah,
and it was a huge blown up photograph, and that Gull was
they
chastised by the state because they pulled it out, this big ass, huge ass photo,
they couldn't.
and put it on a big ass easel facing
Mm-hmm.
the jury, but it hadn't been entered as an exhibit yet. So
Mm-hmm.
apparently she went on a rant about that,
Yeah.
and Andrea was a little bit surprised because she's like, this is like evidence 101. Like, you can't show the jury stuff until it's admitted as evidence, because if they see it and it's not evidence yet and it's not supposed to be, like, that would be the equivalent of like uh the defense putting up a picture of Brad Holder's thingy on his hand that he drew and then being like, oops, sorry. I
You weren't
thought we
supposed to
were
see
going to
that.
get
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Um,
So they brought in the overview of Google Earth. Can you describe to the jury, God, the path to from home to the high bridge? So she had to draw the path. She showed on the, I think she took her finger and went the path from her house. She says, "Are you familiar with the Hoosier Harvest Store?" She said, "Yes." "Does this area look familiar to you?" "Yes." "Does this area depict Mears entry?" So that's what she was looking at, the drop off location. Then when she was pointing that out, "Does this area look familiar to you?" The Mears entry, yes. "Does it depict?" I think she's depict the area that you dropped off. Kelsey goes to the map. "Please use your outside voice," she said. "Describe using your finger." Uh, but she said, "There's a farm there. Do you know who that farm is?" "No." She said, "No." And then why did she say no?
I don't know, but I'm really glad that they're using these like diagrams and stuff. I think that makes a huge difference.
Yeah. So
I
let's see.
just, it says
She
at
said,
some point they passed the camera.
yes. Is your, gotta go. Is your home farther away from than work or something? I can't read that part. What were they asking about her house?
I said Sleuthy because Sleuthies are typed up. So Sleuthy,
Yeah.
read it. If you
Read
find
that.
something,
Read that about the house or whatever.
So
Are you further away from
I do
work?
not have anything from the house, just that they showed her this big ass thing, and she showed them where the trailhead is, where the trails go, where the bridge is, and stuff like that. And then it jumps to that she was going to her boyfriend's house that day, and then it jumps to she pulled into the entrance, which she described as very small. It angles kind of like a driveway. There's only room for maybe 2 cars to park there, she
Yeah,
said.
she did say that. I think the one question she had was, "Is your house further away than?"
Your work from the trails.
Yes, 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 yes. That's what it
Okay,
was.
so it would take longer to get from your house to the trails than it would from the trails to your work.
Yep, yep.
But she was going to her boyfriend's, so maybe that's why she said she was going to her boyfriend's that day. Which is it. This gets interesting here in a minute,
Yeah,
because
she
I
said,
boyfriend is right next to
curious.
work. That's FYI.
So she says she pulled in, dropped them off, and then just continued on her way to her boyfriend's house. They went out for lunch downtown and then went back to his house. Then they were leaving when she had to go to work. Then it randomly says she described that the phone was always in Libby's hand. Libby's a typical kid, a typical teenager, always had the phone in her hand. She was using it on the way to the trailhead. After Kelsey's boyfriend left for work, Grandma Becky had called Kelsey at about 4 p.m. And that's when Kelsey learned that Libby and Abby were missing. So she went to town.
Yeah.
And then Andrea, it was interesting seeing Andrea like trying to figure, because she's like, that can't be right, because I don't know why I wrote that. But anyway, what she wrote was that she went to the bridge at 6:40 p.m. And then I wrote, but Andrea believes this must have been written down wrong because it makes no sense. It says she went out to the bridge. Everyone in the family was trying to call Libby's phone. She ended up going out to the bridge. She and Cody walked out to the bridge and went across. Nobody else in the family went across the bridge. After they got to the end of the bridge, they turned to the left and went down to the driveway that goes underneath the bridge. They took the driveway in the opposite direction from Brad Weber's house, which is basically going downstream. So just to confirm before I keep going, does that mean they went left the way that we're supposed to believe the girls went, down to the access road, and then turned like left to go further away from the bodies? Is that the opposite direction of Brad Weber's?
Yes. So they come down the drive, they come down they go down the bridge, down to the drive off to the left. They come down here and they're heading this way.
Okay.
Away from the Weber house, which Weber's is right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they go down here and then they go this way.
So they said the reason they went that way is because they thought Abby's house was down that direction.
Yeah.
No,
it is.
It's the opposite way.
It's the other way. Before you go further on that one,
okay, hold on. Does she say left like as she's pointing at the screen like this? So she's like, we go down to the left, opposite of the Weber house. So she may be saying left like while she's looking at this map, if that makes sense.
Says they took the driveway in the opposite direction from Brad Weber, which is basically going downstream. And I thought downstream was towards town, away from where the girls were.
No, that she said left, and that's what she was meaning is left, because she was looking at the map as she was talking.
So she means this way, towards Abby's house, which is over here.
Toward Abby's, yes.
So my question is, if her and Cody went, so I'm walking across the bridge, I'm at the end of the bridge, I'm going left. That's the way that we're supposed to think that the girls went.
Correct.
So if that's the way that her and Cody went,
Kelsey, though,
what?
You can't take it like that. You can't, because she's not gonna think of it like she's coming off the bridge. I guarantee she's gonna think of it like she's looking at the map and showing it like this to the jury, and she's gonna be like, okay, we came down here and we went to the left.
I'm telling you, she did, because she said
downstream is to the left.
Listen, she said we went to the gate. There's only one direction to the gate. It's to the left. Kay's gate.
Do you remember when she told Doug Carter that when they had gone that way, they saw like the disruption in the ground or whatever? And she didn't know at that time when she was like walking down that side that the girls had also been down that side at that time. Remember that? You said, what, do you see the disruption in the ground? Because when I saw that she had testified to this, I thought, well, then how do we know that the disruption didn't come from her and Cody versus the girls? But now it sounds like talking about the opposite side.
It's the opposite side. I mean, that's not, there's a path there. One thing that, go ahead.
So she's walking across the bridge. When she gets to the end of the bridge, she goes to the right side, right?
Correct.
That's what you guys are, okay. So it says left, but you're probably right. She must have been trying to show them that way.
Show the jurors. Yeah, when she's describing to the jurors.
Without being there and seeing what she actually did, though, it's not, I mean, we're not going to know for sure, but I'm going to assume she's saying left, because so the left is, and this is down, this is considered downstream, is this way, because it goes from the river flows from east to west.
If she would have just said she went and turned west, essentially, that would have maybe solved it. They should have just, put that on there.
Whatever
Where's the gate?
direction
The gate
Abby's
is over
house
here.
is, you guys know, that's the direction they started walking in.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they didn't come across anyone, so they went back across the bridge.
Okay,
And
so they didn't make it very far then. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, and then she said at that point it was, and I'm wondering if you're going to pick up on something that's missing here that I've been baffled about all day. But so it says at this point it started to get dark, but it wasn't dark yet. It just started to get dark. They thought at this point maybe the girls were out in the woods. It
Mhm.
really didn't occur to them that maybe something bad had happened. Kelsey said that Libby sometimes texted, but they usually would communicate via Snapchat. And then I guess she told the jury how Snapchat worked. The prosecution showed a drone video basically following the Monon High Bridge trail from where you would get onto the main trail at the Mears entrance, all the way out to the Monon High Bridge and across the High Bridge to the end.
Yeah.
Uh,
Can we pause for just a moment because there's some stuff that you kind of skipped over. Back in the one thing that just about her phone. Do you know if her phone was charged? She said no. I'm she doesn't know if it
Oh,
was
no.
charged.
doesn't know if it, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't have that, but
Okay. That her phone was charged. They also said, why would you go southwest, southwest and not the other direction? And that was because of Libby's, or Abby, that's where Abby lived. That Abby lived in that direction.
okay. So they
Yeah.
asked why wouldn't you go basically the way the girls actually were versus the other way.
Yes.
A
About
couple
the dark.
a couple things that got pointed out was that the video had been taken recently. Uh, this was not something they took at the time because the bridge had since changed. Kelsey described some of the differences, and that would be the main differences are that the path is now asphalted. It wasn't before. As you approach the bridge, originally you walked down onto the original like railroad ties where there were gaps in them and no side rail. They've modified all this since 2017. There also used to be a barricade in front of the bridge. If you were coming down the trail, you would run into the barricade, but you could typically just go around it. The bridge is very long. It looks longer than it looks when you walk up to it, or it is longer than it looks when you walk up to it.
One thing she said, which is not true, because I have been there so many times. I've been on that bridge 10 times from end to end. They said, if you were standing at the end of the bridge, could you see someone else at the other end? She said no.
Yeah, she said she testified if you're at the far end of the bridge, you can't see somebody walking way back at the beginning.
I will disagree with that based on watching all the videos of YouTubers who have been out at the bridge and seen each other from the other side of the bridge.
Yeah,
I just wanted, before I take this down, I just wanted you guys to see this is the disturbed coming off of down the hill.
Yeah.
That's your disturbed line
and
of sight.
She also says the bridge extends far beyond the creek. Is that true?
Yes. So let me go back to the map. I'll show you.
Yeah. She's talking far beyond the creek. That's basically
the creek ends right here. I mean, it's right here, and the bridge is all the way over here.
So that's basically how she determined. So to the right there, that's the end where they're said to have been abducted, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at the beginning where the actual water is, that was why she was speculating that it was only 25% because you could still see water in the picture. That's what she said. We're actually going to get to that. I don't think we're at it yet. I don't believe. But and one of the things that Andrea clarified, because she was literally just there, was that you absolutely can see, I know we know this, that you can absolutely see fish in the water below the bridge. It's extremely clear, very clear water.
I think it's kind of like
pretty sure I have
the
pictures
thing that you do when you stand on the bridge.
You
when
absolutely
I went there,
do.
That was the first thing I asked. I said, Ted goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just seeing if I can see fish from here because the water's so clear." And
here, I looked down if I could see all the bluegills around the fishing pier. Like
that's why I thought people kind of laughed about that. I'm like, yeah, everybody. I'm not the only one. A lot of people that go there, they're like, I wonder if I can see any fish because it's very clear water at times. So it wasn't something unusual.
So she says that so she gave the jury info about Snapchat. She said you could text back and forth and you can send pictures, but things disappear after a certain length of time. If you send a picture, it disappears after 10 seconds or something like that, but you can post things to your stories and then it will last 24 hours. She saw Libby had posted some Snapchat images to her stories. The first was a picture of just the bridge. The
Yeah.
second was a picture of Abby on the bridge. It looks like the same day, according to her, because it had the timestamps on it. She recognized the clothing that Abby was wearing. It's sometimes, if somebody saves the image or screenshots it, Snapchat will notify you that that has taken place. She said she didn't otherwise hear from Abby that day. And then it says, after her search at the bridge with Cody, she went to the police station. After the police station, she went home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm,
I,
are we not missing something?
yeah, I feel
I
like
thought
we
she
are
returned to
missing.
work.
What?
I thought she went back to work.
Yeah, so did I, but that's not what she testified. She said after the search with Cody at the bridge, she went to the police station. After the police station, she went home. She did not return to the trails that night, but continued to try to text and call Libby.
And one of her, I'm almost positive she said she returned to work.
I've heard
You
her
said yes.
say that she left the bridge, went to work for like an hour.
Yeah.
Because she was already late, and then she got called back by her grandma or whoever, the police maybe, and said to come to the police station because she was the last person that saw her. But here, there's no mention of going to work at all.
Did you hear them talking about a woman named Michael? They were
Yes.
searching the water with a woman named Michael.
It
Yeah,
says this was the following. It says the next day she helped with the search. Her search group went back to the bridge and basically searched the same area she'd been in before.
Uh-huh.
The only difference is that they went down the right-hand side of the end of the bridge instead of the left.
Yeah.
They were searching in that area and were just getting ready to head back when someone told them that they had found the girls, somebody who was closer to the creek. She didn't know who it was, but it was somebody who was young. There was a woman named Michael who was there that Kelsey had met at school before. She
Mm-hmm.
didn't know it at that time if they were dead or alive, just that they had found her. She went back across the bridge and reiterated that she had no reason to be concerned about their safety when she had dropped them off at the trail that day.
Wait, was Michael there on the 13th or the 14th?
The 14th.
The 14th. That was a searcher. I have there was something that I wrote that they asked, and you went back to, I have his house.
Well,
Who were they?
don't you remember the story that where she said when they said that they found them, she knew that like something was wrong. She took like somebody's grandpa, like back to his house
Her
because
grandpa. It's
yeah,
her grandpa, Brad German.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
Derek's
Oh, that's
dad.
right. That's
but
it.
she doesn't.
That's
I don't have that in my notes. I don't know if you do.
okay.
This
That's
says
why. Yeah, I was trying to, kind of keep up with it. It was a little bit. I was hard to hear, but I did get that part. And you went back to his house. She said yes. Was that a
Yeah.
okay.
place you? Was that a place you were afraid of? She said no.
Okay, because this just says that basically when she went back across the bridge after they said that they were found, that
Mm.
she like reiterated that she still had no reason to be concerned because when she dropped them off, everything was fine.
Yeah.
And then Andy Baldwin does the cross examination, and this is where Andrea mentioned that like this got interrupted because somebody was raising her hand in the back row. It says that she described where the Hoosier Harvest Store was on the map. She indicated she would have passed that camera after she dropped Abby and Libby off. It was right there on her way going into town. She also reiterated that Libby was outspoken. Libby would absolutely stand up to others. Libby was not afraid to use her voice. Libby had a good, strong voice.
Yeah.
It was about 4 p.m. that she found out the girls were missing, and the search was after that. She connected with her uncle Cody, and the reason they went directly to the bridge was because of that Snapchat photo that Libby posted to her Snapchat story. She knew that the girls had been there, and that was the last information they had about their location. She described the bridge as having gaps in it, big gaps, that there were
Yes.
spots people could fall through. The ties were rotting. This is why the first time she went across, she did so on her hands and knees. She said, "No way you would run across. You would not run across that bridge. It would be dangerous." Some time is now spent in court looking at the picture of Abby on the bridge. Kelsey had seen this photo many times. Libby,
Michael Ken, by the way. Ken is the last name. Michael Ken. Yeah,
that's a
sorry.
lady. That's a lady.
Yeah.
Kelsey she saw the photo many times. Libby was in front, turns around to take the picture of Abby, and is therefore facing the direction of the beginning of the bridge. Kelsey can tell they are not very far across the bridge because you can still see the water from the creek. She estimated it was about 25% of the way across the bridge. The state objected to that as speculation, and that was sustained, so it was stricken, and the jury doesn't get to hear about that.
Okay. Yeah.
The defense then introduced the photo of Abby on the bridge as an exhibit, and I guess they made copies and they gave them to the jurors.
Yes.
And it says later on, Miss Diener popped up to ask if they could make copies of their exhibit for the jury. Judge Gull said, yes, of course you can. So the state made copies of that first exhibit, which was Libby in the car and Abby was in the back seat.
Yes.
And gave them to the jury.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, you can see in the photo that there's nobody on the bridge behind Abby. Kelsey would see people from school out there all the time. This was a common place for kids to go. Kelsey saw 2 people that she knew from school out there when she returned with Cody to search. This was not uncommon for people to be on the bridge at that point in the afternoon. She confirmed that the sweatshirt Abby had taken out of her car was new. It had not been worn, but she said that they probably would have washed it. She also confirmed that she gave her DNA 2 days ago, and that was not the first time that she had provided it.
Yeah.
So again, she said again that Abby, wait a minute, what did I say? She confirmed that the sweatshirt Abby had taken out of her car was new. So we're talking about the swim shirt. So she said Abby again.
Okay, so maybe it was Abby that took it out.
And then Libby was getting whatever she was getting, like out of the trunk or whatever.
Okay, but I said you talked about what Libby put on. Was it a sweatshirt? Yeah. She said yes, and he said you never wore it. She goes no, but I would wash it. So she's kind of indicating like she was given like she was starting to give an explanation as to
Absolutely
about the hair, because he had brought the hair up. Okay, you probably heard that there was this new DNA and everything, and so when he brought up the sweatshirt, then she then took it upon herself to give extra information to the jurors, which was, well, it was new, but I washed it, so it could have gotten somebody's hair on it or whatever.
An explanation. Whereas if she had no idea. So here's the problem is when they brought it up, the state knew that they then had to find out, because that was going to be a big, like any normal person would assume that once they heard that, they'd be like, oh shit, like that's going to be a major problem. So we need to figure out whose hair that, like it should have been figured out ages ago, but it wasn't. So here we are now. They bring this up to the jury. Someone should be scrambling and panicking to find out whose hair it belongs to.
Yeah.
And so when they went to Libby when they went to Kelsey and Becky and said, this hair, we need your DNA samples again so we can see if it's, one of you or a family member or whatever.
Not makes sense to me why they ever have to recollect it if they've already collected it and processed it. The only reason they need to recollect it is because when they collected it originally, they never did anything with it, so they want a new sample.
That's exactly what Teresa. I have no doubt that that's what's going to happen. Is we're going to find out that not just theirs, but an argument could be made that maybe just with females' DNA, maybe they took it, but they didn't do anything with it because for whatever reason they were convinced that the killer was a male, and so it was just irrelevant to them to get female samples, which is absurd. But I think I will be horrified if I find out that lots of samples were taken from, like, remember Pat Westphal was like, I don't know why they needed my DNA again. I gave it to them, and they had it from them. And it just seems like they kept repeatedly taking samples from people. And it was almost like they were just seeing if people were willing versus that they were actually going to compare it to stuff they found at the scene.
That's
so
what
I
I
will
think
be
they were
horrified
doing.
if I find out they didn't do that they just collected samples and didn't check. Like if I find out that Elvis's sample was not like compared to shit that was found at the scene, I'm going to lose my mind.
Huh. I mean,
I hope I don't find that out.
They didn't say it was female, but we probably can figure that it's female because they asked that he said that if we would have just tested all these other, and he named all the women, that it would be that we might have figured something out. I don't even know the answer to this. Maybe the family just thought, well, since you've got you get your DNA tested, if you give your blood or whatever, then that's, or give a swab, that it's tested that way, like it would cover a hair or anything else. I don't know. So I don't know what kind of DNA that Kelsey gave again, but was it a hair sample?
I have no idea. Also, did we make it all the way through opening statements? I can't. I don't feel like couldn't have, because there's things that
What part? Yeah, I mean,
I think we moved on to. I think we moved on. I don't want to move us backwards, but we're talking about this hair specifically, and
yes.
so I went back. And did say that it is human, it is
Mhm.
female, but it's not Libby, and it's not Abby's, and it's not Richard Allen's.
Yeah.
And and that the person, it says that she testified. So when they're talking about this hair, it says that the analyst, hold on. Oh, it says the analyst. So it says, as of 2 days ago, law enforcement is scrambling because there is a hair in Abby's hand. It was wrapped around her fingers and had a root. DNA was extracted from it. The analyst testified that the hair might be from a relative of Libby. Might be.
Yes. I
Uh,
wrote
it,
that.
it's not
Yeah.
Libby's hair, not Abby's. It is female. They still need to complete testing. They will test mom, grandmom, sister, somebody like that, to be able to tell if it's family of Libby or somebody else. So, and then
Yeah.
it says 7
It was
years.
not said that it is Libby's family member, that they're
No, it
going to
says
test it to see if it is related to Libby. But I thought that was weird, because why wouldn't, if they don't know if it's related to Libby, then why did they not ask to test the family members of Abby, especially when it's found around Abby's hand?
Well, that's what I
There's a
thought
I don't
reason that,
know.
too.
there's a reason that they're thinking it has to do with Libby. So the only thing I can think of is that they did do a mitochondrial type of DNA, which would say that it is female and it belongs to a female in Libby's family.
Well, they said they don't know if it was a family. It says that they're
Well,
going to do that because obviously they were told within the 2 days prior that they were testing mom and grandmom or
why
sister.
would, if they didn't know that it belonged to Libby's family, why would they suggest Abby's?
I don't know,
Abby
but
lived with her mom and her grandmother.
it says in 7 years, they never turned in Becky or Kelsey's DNA to see if it matches. They had the DNA,
Yeah.
didn't turn it in.
Mhm.
So I don't necessarily think that they think, like, do we even know if Anna's, like, they weren't even with Anna. Like they, they weren't even anywhere near Anna from the full 24 hours before. Do you know what I mean? So maybe
Yeah.
they were just going off of the people that were surrounding Abby before she died, because it was more likely that those people would have DNA on her rather
Yeah,
than
maybe.
others.
Maybe, yeah.
You can transfer. I mean, like just going to just being around the other person, you might have a hair of your mom's, transfer it to, your friend or something because
It's
he had
just
a
weird that
jacket
it's
on.
a root and it's around her hand.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
I,
that particular, right, was around her hand. Well, I'm just saying, like, if they were not, is there some reason that they're not testing the mom? I don't know. Justice Seeker said we missed a few things. Yeah, we do know that Kelsey gave DNA a couple days ago. But what did we miss, Justice Seeker? If you could throw it up on here, because she was there taking some notes too. She said we missed a couple things.
yes, it is unknown as of right now, like as of what we know right now, unless something happened today, because like I'm not following the media.
Mm-hmm.
As of yesterday, they had not gotten the testing back. I think Andrea said something about 7 days, like that it would be 7 days into trial. So like when they're expecting it, maybe they're expecting it in 7 days. I'm not sure.
That's true. Just to reiterate, Jamie did say that the mitochondrial DNA wouldn't give the sex, but it would say that if it's related on the mother's side. So, I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna hear. I know we're gonna hear so much more about the hair. So I mean, I don't want to stick on it too long. We still have more to go through. So
So Justice Seeker said, yeah, I did say that they lost those interviews and didn't to test the hair for 7 years. It was so sloppy. That's one thing she said. Then she said at one point that Kelsey said that the girls were in the back seat, but then we later learned that, You know, one was in the front and the back.
Yeah.
You know.
Are we, so I only have Derek, like I don't have Anna's right now. I to be honest, I don't even really remember anything about it. Like it must have been super fast. Because I really don't have I don't remember hearing
I
much.
have Derek. I think I have Derek first. Yeah, I have Derek
I do.
first. Yeah, Derek first, and then Anna. Yeah, she didn't have. There wasn't hardly anything to hers.
So can I read Derek? Because I have a lot of questions about Derek. I hate to say
Go
it.
for it. Yeah, no,
Like
do
kind of,
it. I think that's awesome. Keep going. This
uh,
is good.
you guys know, like, and especially you know he started talking about like places, and I started just getting really confused. But so like the regular background stuff, he's local. He grew up in Delphi.
Right.
Outside of town. At the time, he wasn't working full time. He was working odd jobs, helping his mom with the
Mhm.
appraisal business, where he would take the pictures for her. He did a lot of helping with running Libby around. He said Libby always forgot something.
Mm-hmm.
Libby was in a lot of activities, so he's constantly running her around, bringing her swimsuit, bringing her food, running out to school. He did not have Snapchat, so he would text with Libby, and then she said he would try to call Libby, but he didn't because he didn't like texting, but Libby wouldn't answer, and they would end up texting. He's very familiar with Abby. It says he picked Abby up the night before Sunday to spend the night at their house.
Yes.
Then it says he picked Libby up from another friend's house, like Sunday, I would assume morning, as she had been at a sleepover Saturday night.
Yes, he said the night before I picked her up, and then from another friend's house. That's what he was saying. So he picked them up on Sunday, but the night before, which would have been on Saturday, he picked her up from staying all night at the friend's house. So that must have been, was it Friday night then? And then
No, I think he's saying that Saturday night she spent Libby was at her friend's house. We know that.
Okay, that's it, right?
And then he picked her up Saturday or Sunday, like I guess morning,
right?
And brought her home, and then picked up Abby at some point Sunday and brought her to their house to sleep over.
Right.
Then it says the next morning he made banana pancakes. He was this.
Libby was painting a desk.
It says he was painting. It says he was painting a desk in the garage, and then he left to go take pictures for his mother.
Correct.
This was around 1:20.
Oh, okay.
So we're at 1:20 p.m. He had 18 houses to photograph, so it was going to take a while.
Yes.
When he was halfway there to Frankfurt, where he was going to be taking pictures, he received a phone call from Libby asking if he was able to pick her up from the high bridge. So my first question is, at around 1:20 is when he left. How long does it take to get to Frankfurt?
From Delphi.
Mm-hmm.
From Delphi, let's see. If you go to the Hoosier Heartland Highway, it's not that, I don't know what. Just depend. It might take 30 minutes. Does that sound right? I think Becky said that was like about 30, 40 minutes.
That sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
So then that would mean, so 1:20, that would be 1:35. So what, like when she was in the car with
Yes. So the story's always been that he was driving to Frankfurt when she was in the car with Kelsey and got Derek to agree that he would pick them up.
Yes.
Okay. Then it says he explained to her that it was going to take a while
because he had 18 pictures. Yeah. 18 houses.
18 houses is a lot of houses.
That's a lot of houses. That wasn't earlier. I mean, that's not what we understood before. We didn't understand 18 houses. I think Becky had said earlier it was, wasn't there 5 or 6 photo pictures or something, houses?
So like my point is, if it is 18, which is what he testified to now, so that's the evidence that the jury has. If he left at 1:20 and it takes 40 minutes, let's say, that would put him there at 2:00. He would have to leave in order to be back to Delphi by 3. He'd have to leave by 3. So he had an hour to take pictures of 18 houses. So that means like driving to each house, taking all of the photos in and out of the car. Probably, I mean, if you're, I don't know what kind of photos he was taking. I'm imagining they're inside the house. It's more than just an outside photo. Like it just
Yeah.
seems weird. Like I would expect it to take a
Oops.
couple hours, but it only took an hour.
I thought that was strange too. And
Well, are we sure it was 18 houses and not 18 photos?
He had 18 houses to photograph, so it was going to take a while. That's what it says.
he said I had 18 pictures of houses to take, and it would take a while.
There you go. 18 pictures of houses.
And it
Why
would take
18? Like what? Like what? Like
6 of each house.
yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe that's well, maybe well. I thought there was like 5 or 6 houses he had to go to, so I don't know. Because you wonder what does that entail? Are you just doing the outside of it?
that's what I was asking. Like, are you just driving, like pulling up and then taking a picture of the front? Like, if you're doing appraisal, like, wouldn't it be more than just one picture? I don't know. It just
Yeah, that's
really
what you would
like
think.
It could be three houses, 6 pictures each. There's probably a criteria of exactly how many pictures have to be taken.
yeah.
You know,
It just seemed weird to me that
it is weird.
like it's weird in general that the girls were basically only there for an hour like that, like, and was planning on getting picked up. Like they were only going for an hour. Like uh, I always thought it was strange that they weren't going for several hours. But it says he went and took all the photos, then headed straight back to Delphi. On the way to the trails, he did not pass the camera at Hoosier Harvest Store.
Right.
He came from the opposite way.
Yeah.
He had not been out to the trails or the bridge before.
No.
He's not a hiker, didn't spend time out there. He tried calling
Calling
first
her. Mm-hmm.
when he was just a couple minutes away.
Minutes
He
away.
did not get an answer.
Right.
When he got to the entrance, he called again, still didn't get an answer.
Mm-hmm.
He saw that there were other cars parked there.
Yes.
He started walking around the trail to see if he would find them.
Mm-hmm.
He ran into somebody at a junction point where multiple trails meet. He
Right
didn't
here.
know the man, but later learned his name was David McCain.
Mm-hmm.
He asked the man if he had seen 2 teenage girls. The man said no. Since the man had been coming from the direction of the Monon High Bridge and hadn't seen the girls, Derek went the opposite direction towards the Freedom Bridge. This was at about 3:11 p.m.
A little later than that, 3:11. He's still in the car when he's calling him. That's the first call. So
The calls are 3:11 and 3:13.
3:13.
Okay, he said it says this was at about 3:11 p.m. He looked at his phone data to get this time. He walked down towards the water on the Deer Creek Trail. He didn't see anybody.
So let me just clarify here. So first of all, so he parks here at the mirrors. He comes out here. This is where he sees Dave McCain, originally known as Flannel Shirt Guy. He walks towards the Freedom Bridge this way.
Mhm.
And then when he comes back, he actually walks down the other trail. You can hardly see it in this, but he walks this way down towards on this trail.
And he doesn't see anybody.
He doesn't see anybody.
And then it says Deer Creek Trail, that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
He walked back towards the Freedom Bridge. He didn't see anybody.
Mm-hmm.
He continued to try to call Libby. He went back to his car and called his mom, Becky. She hadn't heard anything. He called Libby again and gets no answer. Calls his mom again, gets back on the trail, yelling the girls' names in all directions with no response.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says goes back to his car, waits about 15 minutes, heard nothing,
Mm-hmm.
goes back out, and now he walks down to the High Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
While he's sitting in the car, a couple kids arrived and headed towards the High Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically followed the kids out there to the bridge. He did not cross the bridge. He saw the kids sitting on what he described as a little deck on the side of the bridge. These little decks are about 4 feet by 6 feet.
Little platforms.
It was a boy and a girl that he saw.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, Kelsey and Cody then arrived, and they said they were going across the bridge, so he went back to the car.
Yep.
Kelsey had parked there, so he got in her car and was trying to figure out what to do next. Then Mike and Becky came, and so it says then Mike and Becky came. So if Cody came with Becky.
So weird. Okay.
Yeah. So it says then Mike and Becky came, and they had to park outside because at this point you couldn't fit any more cars in the parking lot. So they parked across the street.
Yes.
Becky making calls to AT&T. Derek goes back out to the trail. And then it says cops and people are starting to show up before he made it back out to the bridge. It was still light out when they went to the police station. And then it says Becky and King went downtown to look around.
What's that
Now,
echo?
yeah, I'm echoing.
Something.
Is it me?
Am I echoing still? Yes.
Why is that?
Try it now.
Am I echoing? Yes.
It might be you then, because I muted her and myself. And
Yeah. Oh.
are we all echoing, you guys, or is it just Sleuthy? I don't hear any echo, so.
Julie, me, but you're not.
All echoing, you guys?
Well, I'm the echo now. I'm making sure my
Yeah,
other
now,
speakers
now we're echoing.
I was just checking to make sure my other speaker was on.
I muted. Julie was still echoing. But you're not.
Okay, I'm going to leave. I'll be right back.
Well, why is she leaving if she's not echoing?
You're still echoing. Am I
You're
echoing?
not. No, you're not anymore. Neither am I. I don't hear myself anymore.
Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good now.
Oh, so it was Teresa. She was the only one not echoing, though. That's weird.
That was weird that it was making you echo when you were talking. Oh, somebody said I'm echoing. Am I echoing now?
No, you're fine now. T was the problem. I don't know.
I normally am. I normally am the problem.
That was weird, though, because you were the only one not echoing.
Doesn't matter. I'm typically still the problem.
So he said it was still light out when they went to the police station. Becky and Cody went downtown to look around after the police station so they could look at some of the parts of the trail system. Like, I guess there's sections of the trail system that go even through the downtown area. So they checked those also after they left the police station, and they didn't find anything. Derek walked back to the high bridge, and it was now dark because they had all just left the police station. So this was after midnight.
Yeah.
It says, when you approach the bridge, there's a wooded area to the left. He had a flashlight and was searching over in that area. He did not find anything. So you show me on the map. So why are we now saying the left and not assuming that he was talking about the other left like Kelsey was?
I don't. So I'm thinking I figured out what Kelsey was talking about. I think Kelsey did go down the bridge to the left. Okay, so if you pay attention, like here's the end of the bridge. If she goes down to the left, she's saying she goes down to the private drive, but then heads in the opposite direction.
Right. Yeah,
that's what.
Yeah.
So she does. She goes down the bridge, gets off the left, same as the girls, and then you have the little skiddy thing. She goes down to the private drive, but heads this way on the private drive.
Okay.
I think I got that figured out. I think that's
exactly how I pictured it. So then my question is, how do they know that the disruption in the ground wasn't caused by Cody and Kelsey?
Unless Cody and Kelsey are the one who took the picture of the disruption in the ground.
Well, she didn't say anything about having taken a picture of a disruption in the ground.
Right.
So then he did.
So I think same thing here. So he's over here now. So he does not cross the bridge. He takes this trail that Julie has a very good video of taking. And Gray Hughes has actually taken this trail. This is the one that leads right along here. You can't really see it in this one, but it leads right along here, and it's going to lead up to the ravine / reservoir / dip that everybody talks about that you can't actually. I mean, you can, but it's hard to. I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can show you like geographically how that kind of looks.
So while we're talking about this particular thing, one of the things that I thought we maybe hadn't touched on in the opening statements was the fire chief. Did we mention that?
Yes.
No.
Oh, did I not bring it up?
I don't think we got that far. So, yeah, I actually looked him up because I was like, what is she even saying? But it's Fire Chief Sterrett, Sterrett.
Yeah.
And it says that he was part of the search. His area to search was across the creek from where the bodies would have been.
Okay.
And they said that he will testify that he saw flashlights from people searching across the creek from him, which is the general area where the bodies were ultimately found.
Yes.
And another good point was that the girls were found in a flat area, which is a natural area for people to walk if they were searching in the dark. That is true.
True.
And another, no, I think we did say that about Holman will testify that the girls were found, that where the girls were found, you could hear voices on the bridge, and 4 people who would have been walking on the bridge at the time of the abduction / murder, yet they heard nothing. They heard no screams. They heard no talking. They heard no rustling like footsteps. But the reason that I thought this was interesting was, so it looks like Derek, if you're go back where you were, like where you were showing where the ravine was.
Okay, that's over here.
So it would appear that that's like as
Here.
far as Derek went. And you're saying that you can't really see where they were, where the girls were, which I guess I could
Yeah.
understand. Whereas Chief Sterrett was across from them,
Over here.
saw across the creek. And I think Julie showed a picture of that earlier, like the view across the creek.
Well, there's two because you have, so this is higher. This area right here is higher than this area. This is like the sandy beach area. So the picture I showed earlier, which I think I closed, is from down here on the sandy beach and straight across. There's also this little area that's higher up here. And then this is where people are questioning whether you could actually see the crime scene. But what, let me pull it back up. Because there's.
But if you were high or low, you should be able to see flashlights across there.
You would see the flashlights, but you can't necessarily see the crime scene because this area right here goes up, and then in here it's flat. So it's not like it's not flat straight across. It's like up high, and that's why I wanted to kind of show you the let me see.
So the question would be is if you were able to see flashlights over there, the question would be, what were the odds that those people that were over there wouldn't have stumbled upon the girls?
Very low odds. That because that area over there, even though there's trees, that area, that flat area is not heavily wooded. What I would say heavily wooded, like dense that you have to, like you would get scratched up. I'm like, there's walking area. It looks like it's been, essentially it looks like it's been groomed. Like if I was going to clear out a section of our woods, that's how it would look for us. So we could enjoy it like a little park area. And that flat area there is no more on that flat area. There's no more than maybe 3 acres. That's not that much before it goes up, up on a ravine, before it gets really steep. Because that little section there where you were saying, Teresa, where you come around from the north side and you walk there, if you come around to the north side and it's pretty clear path. I mean, you just follow the path of least resistance, and it's a worn path. You would walk that because there's certain paths that you're either going to cross the bridge, you're not going to go to 505 because you'll stop and you'll get in the woods, or you're going to go left to around the bridge, that north side, and you're going to follow that path, and it'll take you all the way until you're going to stop if you're not somebody that wants to go down that ravine. But you would have a clear shot of all the people that were searching or flashlights over there.
I thought so. I mean, it makes sense to me that like Derek would have
this tells you this is from the side of the crime scene facing the bridge. So if that kind of helps at all, going the opposite direction. I don't know if that helps anybody.
I just think a flashlight in the dark would stick out, obviously, like a sore thumb, and I don't see any world in which.
Like because Derek said it was really dark, and he said he thought maybe he could see 10 feet in front of him, but
if he was on the side where there would be like a steep uphill like cliff in front of him, I could see him not seeing it. But not the guy that was across the creek.
That where Derek was at is steep.
That's what I thought. Steep, like meaning he's below and the girls were above.
No, opposite.
Oh, well, then that doesn't make any fucking sense to me then. If he's above, he should be able to see.
You have to kind of think where the girls are found is like and somebody in chat said like R&M kind of described it. It's like a bowl. So you wouldn't. It's not that close. He would see people with flashlights in the area, yes, but it's not. I'm trying to. Julie, do you know what video of that is yours that it is on? So I can I could probably just show it to make it the easiest. It's like where you can see that ravine area on that side of the trail. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That was like.
Let me go see if I'm gonna see if I can find it because I think this will help you.
December of 2018, I think, was when I did that video. But when you're standing on the ravine, you can see down in there, and I think he said he could see some flashlights, but you wouldn't, from that area at the ravine and in the dark, you wouldn't be able to see the bodies from standing up there if you were just the only one trying to fly. It would be real hard. You need to be down there, but if you're down there, you're definitely going to find them because and
So-
it is an area. It's a flatland. There is a little section that dips down into the left.
Yeah, let me read this to you, because I'm just trying to understand how because I'm not talking about the bodies. I'm talking about flashlights. Like he says
He
he was
didn't
by
know.
himself, so he described that area as extremely steep down to the water. He did not go down to the water. He stayed up on the higher ground. He followed this wooded area down to where it ends in a ravine, where you just showed me, Teresa.
Yeah.
The ravine runs south from the cemetery. He basically covered a large section that is west of and beneath the cemetery over to the ravine. The ravine he described as being too steep to be able to cross. By this point, it was midnight. It was pitch black. He could see maybe 10 feet in front of him, not very good visibility, but you could see all the way to the other side. It was a high bank.
Yeah.
They were continuing to search until about 12 a.m. He could see flashlights on the other side of the water under the bridge. He saw no flashlights on the far side of the ravine, the east side of the ravine. He stayed on the west side. He saw no body on the east side of the ravine. So I'm trying to understand.
He did say that, but then in the cross, didn't he say, well, he did see some or something? I thought.
In the cross, he said, saw lots of lights between 10 p.m. and midnight. That's all. That's all that. Oh, yeah, no, that's all I have.
And then according like this. And then
Are you playing a video, Teresa? I can't see it. I'm only seeing a still.
I'm
you can
was
mute my
I'm
voice
trying
on
to
that.
Because there's the trail split.
yeah,
right
hold
there.
on, let me mute it. I didn't even know that would come through to you guys because I muted, but I guess it does anyway. I'm trying to find Julie's video of where she goes down that trail on the left towards the ravine.
I guess I just want to see like what he says, that he stays on the west side of the ravine, and that like I want to see where he got to the point where you can't go down it because it's too steep, and what he would see across. Would he have been able to see flashlights on the east side of the ravine from where he was standing? Or was
That's
that
what I'm trying to. She has it. I'm almost positive it's one of your videos, Julie, but I don't remember which one.
Oh, there's so many to go
I
through.
can go and watch her videos. Like I'm sure she says this is the
But if you have the question, I'm sure others have the question too. I just don't know which one it is. So.
Because what's confusing me is how, and of course that fire chief he has not yet testified, but if he's going to say that he was across the creek and he did see lights over there, flashlights, then I'm trying to understand how the land is set up to where he wouldn't be able to where Derek wouldn't be able to see the lights also.
I think this person makes a good point. Joletta, one, she said Eric Williams said first responders stopped him at the ravine. What was with these first responders stopping people from going over there? We already know that that's the case of Michael Michael Capitanio?
When was that? Why didn't they stop Derek too? Or did they and he just didn't say it?
I don't know.
According to Eric said that he was told that the search had been called off, which is why it's a very interesting point that now even in Nick's opening and when Mullen testified today, they're saying the search was not called off until 2 a.m.
Yeah,
We've always been told it was called off at midnight. Eric Williams testified that it was close. It was between 11 and 12 when he was told the search was being called off because it wasn't safe. And then we were also told they were not out there searching at 2 a.m. because that's when Lesenby calls the fire chief and says, hey, we got the location of the last ping and it's out by the bridge and we want to go back out there to search. And that was at 2. Why would they need to go back out there to search if they were still out there searching? So now all of a sudden everything is getting called off at 2, but we've always been told midnight and the searchers have always said it was called off at midnight. So he would have been, so Derek was out here, if he left the police station at midnight, and that seems to be the general consensus now with the trial, he would have been out here right around the same time as Eric Williams.
So show me where Eric Williams was said to have been stopped versus where like the furthest point that Derek got to? Were they both on the same side of the creek?
Yes,
Eh,
both
yes.
on the same side of
So
the
it'd
creek.
been the same spot. Can you hone in
Probably
on
very
that?
close to the same area, very close to the same spot. I mean, I'm only going off
But
of what
Derek
Eric
didn't
showed.
see Eric.
No, they
No.
wouldn't have been there at the exact same time. Because Eric says he left before midnight.
Okay. So then by the time Derek got out there, like the fire people were gone to tell him he couldn't go any further. Like he says nobody was in the woods at that time.
Well, they were supposedly still searching till 2, but Eric just kind of pointed at an area on the map when he was doing his interview with Ruckus. He doesn't really say, like, he's like, I think it was like right here. He's like, I know if I had continued on the path I was on, I would have headed straight to the crime. I would have walked right into the crime scene.
But he mentioned the ravine.
That
I
there is a
didn't.
ravine. There's a ravine
don't
there. Can you zoom in? Because there's a ravine. Okay, so that the north path that comes around the bridge.
Well, see, this Google Earth doesn't, or this Google
There's
doesn't like give me a good. That's why I was trying to find the picture of it.
I actually thought I had a video. I actually videotaped it.
I was trying to find it.
And something
Mm.
that's interesting to me too is something that I wonder about is when the jury asked their question today about Teresa, what was the other word? Oh, the reservoir.
Reservoir.
I wonder if they meant ravine, and so therefore now their question did not get answered because they called it by the wrong thing. They said they referred to it as a reservoir, and everybody was like, "We don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. What is there is no reservoir." And
Oh,
I think they might have meant ravine, and so now their question did not get answered.
okay. I wanted to
I want
address
to get
a
you in
couple
here to
things
see it.
that, like, there. Truth Seeker said Derek German said he was alone looking with the flashlight, but
Mhm.
then didn't Ronald Logan say that it was lit up like a football field and everything? And by the way,
I
when
think
I was
Patty
out
said that.
there, I was there on Friday, that week after they were killed, and I drove to the cemetery, and Alexis McAdams, is that her name? She was doing an interview. She was standing out there, and they had the big lights still there. I mean, and these were lights that were kind of like you would light up a softball field. You know, they were.
Yeah, like big.
Yeah, they're big tripod, great big. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they were still there.
Well, see, that's also interesting because I don't know, man. He says, but here's the thing: like, I don't see I think the defense was probably just not gonna, because these are family members, and
Mhm.
I think that
No, they don't want the jury to get pissed off at him.
yeah, and I think there's just a lot of things here, but like they're probably better than me where they're like they're just gonna let it go, but like I'm like, what are you even talking about? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like he says he says he could maybe see 10 feet in front of him. We already talked about that. And he says he saw nobody on the east side of the ravine. Um, but it says he could see flashlights on the other side of the water under the bridge. There was one spot here. Maybe it was in the. Oh, yeah. See, it's in the cross examination where he says he saw lots of lights between 10 p.m. and midnight. Like, so then it's
Mhm.
like, okay, so where? It was
Yeah.
bright enough to illuminate the opposite side of the creek.
Yeah.
Julie,
So
it's not this one, right?
No, that's the newer one, huh? It wouldn't be after they paved it. No, that was. And by the way, they did show for. I'll
she
tell you
said
what was
2015, Teresa.
what was kind of eerie was when Kelsey was up. When Kelsey was up there, they showed the video. It was a new footage. It looked like maybe a drone had taken it or something. I think it was a drone. Yeah, it was because it continued on. But it's on the path from the trail split, and they made the jury watch the entire thing. And it basically it was in real time, walking all the way to the bridge and across the bridge. And at one point, you know how they have the big screens, if you stand in front of them, like you feel like you're riding the roller coaster. The eerie thing was you've got Kelsey, yeah, like man, imagine that a big screen and Kelsey's standing right in front of it. And it's like it was a little eerie because it was like she was retracing the steps, the last steps that her sister took. I mean, it was strange because it was like she was literally walking across the bridge because they had it blown up like that. Yeah. I only did side to side so you could see kind of what people would see if they turned around or whatever. It was okay. That wouldn't
This
be
is
it.
the opposite. This is the side of the creek that they were not on, right? That we were
Yeah.
just looking at.
Right. Correct. There's bridge guy.
Yeah, really. So
That's my husband.
see, and this is the side that they were assuming that they went down, which is also the same side that Cody and Kelsey first also went down.
Correct.
Yeah, that's easy to go down. You hold on to that thing, and then you go across the driveway, and you can't continue on straight, and you just hang a right, and it takes you right to the creek, and it's a worn path. That's the way you would go.
But this doesn't show the ravine the way I want, what I wanted to
Oh,
show.
I know.
So I'll go back and dig because I need to, because I'm really not understanding. Like, you threw me off. If you were going to tell me that the side that the girls were on was at a higher elevation than him, then I could
No,
totally see.
lower.
Telling me it's lower, then I just don't understand how he wouldn't see flashlight.
Well, Julie's been there. I guess I should let her answer that question.
Well, how we couldn't do what? I'm sorry. I was going to try to see if I could find my videos.
Where Derek stopped, where he like couldn't go any further because it was so steep,
Yeah.
was on the west side of the ravine. Teresa
Yeah.
said east side of the
No.
ravine, where the girls were, was lower in elevation than what Derek was.
Okay. North, south. Derek was he on the east side?
The girls were on the east side.
Well, the girls were on the east side. Didn't he? But I was pretty sure he said he started at the north side and walked around to that east side. But he stopped. He stopped at that ravine.
Stops at the ravine. Which
Yeah,
I thought
on the west side of the ravine. It says he saw.
never makes it to the east side of the ravine.
Yeah.
You really can't be on the west side of the ravine.
He said he saw no flashlights on the far side of the ravine, which is the east side of the ravine. He stayed on the west side.
I think the directions are messed up because you cannot, if you are on.
Come on.
There's just no way. Is it west side of the bridge? Because there's nothing over there on that side. On the west side,
it was basically where Eric Williams was said to have stopped.
Okay. So then north south. That's
down
more
that trail,
the east.
Julie.
Huh?
Down the trail that starts at the north side of the bridge, right?
Yeah.
The little trail off to the left. You follow
Goes
that
around.
around.
Yeah.
You hit the ravine.
Yeah.
And then the crime scene would be below that ravine.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the east side. I mean, you
So it was. So
north
the crime scene was lower in elevation than where Derek was. So he should have been able to look down into that crime scene and see flashlights. That's what I'm not understanding.
Yes.
So how did he not see flashlights down in that like a holler, basically? How did he not see flashlights, but yet the chief that was across the creek did see flashlights?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that channel.
I
don't even know what that said. Did they have?
So I was just going to
go look up old video. I know you guys have. I know a lot of you have done it, and I have to say, like, I have zipped through it, but like,
yeah, you'll find it. You'll find them. Just even if you go through Julie, she walks this whole trail over here on this side.
See if I can find.
And that's literally the path he's talking about.
Is another one that I know has walked and shows the ravine. Gray has walked it a couple times.
It was from like within the year of when it happened, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're old. They're old videos. That's what I was just looking through. I don't know which one. I don't know which one it is. So, yeah. So he walks over here. The ravine is in here. You can kind of see that you can't go down further. And then the crime scene is over here in this like little bowl of an area right here. Like it's like a little. This goes up and this goes way down. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. So again, like he was in a higher elevation. He went he went far enough to the edge, unless he didn't go far enough.
Stand at the edge of it and go look over it. It's like
unless
it goes
he didn't
down.
Go that far.
It goes down. Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely. But
Okay.
so maybe he didn't walk that far. Like maybe he must not have walked all the way up to where he could no longer go because he would fall.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can cut. Because if he was back further and he didn't walk far enough, then maybe I could see it, depending on how far out they were. I just, as somebody that hunts, like I'm not understanding how he wouldn't have seen something like that, a light in the dark.
He should have seen lights. What he
Well,
Okay.
did
my
was he walked that north side towards the east side, and he looked over, and because what you have is a view
Yeah.
off to your right of the bridge, and you have people searching even from a distance, under, around. You could
And he did
probably
see them. He saw them.
yes, yes,
So then if he would have looked basically straight ahead, that's
yeah.
where the
When he
girls
got
would have been, down in a little.
no, they would have been like it's like down, like
Yeah.
not down. It's like down.
Yeah. That's even worse, Teresa. Like he absolutely
this is
should
so
and would
far.
have seen lights down there.
So here's the thing: is if after midnight they were told. Remember, Eric's told before midnight that the search has been called off to go back. So he turns around and goes back to Joe's car over here.
Ew, Criminal Network just said something that freaked me out.
And
It
then
did. It freaked me out.
Well,
Because
he
like
said,
I'm
"Where was
sorry, but
I
like
the night of the 13th or something?" Is that
no,
What
he just said like when she was doing that, said down the hill, and I just thought like it just bothers the shit out of me that we don't know. I don't know. I don't know when he said that, and I don't know that it was when they said he said it, and I just.
the only thing you can think of about when he says down the hill is that it's a one fluid recording where the video of Bridge Guy and the words are in the same 43-second recording. So you know where Libby is when she's making this recording, because you can see the person on the bridge. And now, unless you're going to go with like I have Apophis kind of like
But how do
theory.
we know? Because it's not like we can see anyone talking. How do we know where that audio came from?
Because it's only 43 seconds. So you can time it from where he would have taken the picture, or where the video would start, to where she would have been recording it, and then down the hill. 43 seconds from the beginning of the video, where you place him and where it goes down.
Yes, I have Apophis. That's what that whole my hour long. I set us on a huge sidetrack just to simply point out the fact that there's no fucking way you would not see flashlights down in that area where those girls were. Now, were there flashlights there like after that time? Like was the whole it's called off at midnight a thing so people would all go away? That's possible. But then like why was the chief out there? Because the whole point of the matter is that if you're seeing flashlights over in that area, how are you missing the girls? If they're there.
Well, like I said, I think that there's nobody out here searching, so there is no flashlights for Derek to see anymore. I think the searchers are turned away. I don't think there is anybody searching. That's my point. We lost Julie. I don't know where she went though. She just left
all
us.
kinds of banging around. I can't tell if it's the neighbors or if my kids going to the bathroom. He's the
Okay,
loud.
so Derek, are we done with Derek?
Let me see.
So he was.
Where we
No.
Oh no, because then they ask about after the search about Derek. He walked back Monon High Bridge, searched to the left, used the flashlight. They said, you know, if Cody was searching. Did you get that one? Did we already address that? Oh yeah,
Which day? Like my next notes is it says he saw nobody on the east side of the ravine. He went back to his car and went home, and then I'm into the next morning. So
okay. Why do I have search for 10, 11, and 12? 10, 11, 12. On the 13th, did you see any flashlights to the east of the ravine? He did say no.
yeah, he said no, he didn't see any. That's what I'm not understanding. But so then it's the following day, and then he also ended up in a group where he was also checking the same exact area he was checking the night before.
Okay, hold on real quick, you guys. Let me just answer this one, since Hammy asked why I was actually on the map, but I don't mean to cut you guys off, because I mean we're now 5 hours deep into this and we're still talking about yesterday. So are there any sheds on the north side of the water? You mean on this side not that I am aware of. Julie, is there any sheds on this side of the water? I know that Ron Logan has sheds, which would technically be the north side of the water. But are you? If I think you're meaning in this area, Hammy, and I don't believe so. But I don't want to answer that because I've never been to the scene. So Julie might be able to.
There was just that little shed that was there that you could see from 300 that was just off the path. I think I did a little video of that, but they took it down. It's weird how they took everything down.
Oh yeah.
They removed a lot of stuff, changed things, changed buildings, changed the outside of buildings. I mean, that was kind
of the other
thing.
Part of the question is, can you get to the crime scene from the east side of it? Yes, you can get to the crime scene from Ron Logan's property, which you can see him in his videos. He actually walks down, and he shows the crime scene. So he gets there from his. You can also get there from the cemetery, which when we get to today's testimony, you'll hear from Pat Brown about where he was standing when he found the girls and how he found them. So yes, you can get there from the east side. It's just more difficult to get there from this side.
And if you would have taken, like, if you come from the cemetery, there's a little gate there. It was around Logan's Gate, but you could walk through there, and then you start walking. It's a little bit of a ravine, but why else did they have those big lights? The only place that you are going to shine those big lights is down there. Maybe those came. I want to know when those big, huge lights came. They said it was lit up like a football field. That tells me, when did Ron Logan say it was lit up like a football field? Because it doesn't make sense if those big lights were out there that they wouldn't have been shining them down there to help.
Right.
They would have been found.
Right.
There's just no way.
That's what the defense is saying. Unless they went down the hill and they were only told one time to go down the hill. They went down the hill, and then where did that land them? On the access road. And then they disappeared from there. That's the only reason why immediately when they realized that they were missing, like her dad was like right by, there were people right behind them. Nobody saw nobody crossing the creek. Nobody heard anybody yelling. Nobody heard anybody arguing, walking down the second set of hills, down the creek, across the creek, over to the creek. Like nobody heard nothing. So the most reasonable explanation for that is they were gone. Like, why is that so hard to, just because they ended up like, quote, back where they weren't even necessarily back where they were. They're plumb down the creek or up the creek. Yeah. On the other side of the creek than where they were.
Yeah. It doesn't make, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I just don't. What is Tammy saying? He said the 13th.
He said that the lit up like a football field on the 13th when they were searching for the girls.
Well, then there's only one spot you're going to be shining those lights, and that is down into that ravine. From there, those from the cemetery, that's what you're doing, because you knew that the girls were by the water. They were right there. The Snapchat photo tells you that they were crossing the water. And
that's not what we kind of hear today, though. They say they actually were looking downstream because they thought that if the girls had fallen off the bridge or gotten hurt, that they would have been carried downstream. So they were
because that's not where they were in the water, though. When they were looking in the water, they were not downstream, were they?
Talking about the 13th when the lights would have been up. Like Mullins is saying, like the major part of the search, and we've only heard from Mullen, and he wasn't even out there, so we just have to wait until we get more info on this part. But he said
I don't know anything about a grid search, but you take the last known location and you work your way out, would be my logical thinking, and you're gonna reach that crime scene area if you have a pinpoint and you make that area grow bigger and bigger and bigger. Before you get to where they would have fallen off that high bridge over the water. Because who did, the grid search? That's the thing. Like,
they did not do a grid search. Mullen testified today there's no grid search.
Well, they said they did. Mike Patty said he did a grid search. Is he going to be
I'm telling you, Mullen testified today that he did not have them do a grid search.
Wait a second. I thought we had testimony earlier that there was a grid search.
Literally, all these other people said they did a grid search. Mullen
Mike
is the
Patty
only
said he
one.
did a grid search with the authorization of law enforcement and the FBI.
I mean, Derek says he also. I mean, he said they did a grid search. So it says when they went back. So the following day, next morning they went out to search. Got into a group. Group was responsible for the night before. Like I want to say Kelsey said the same thing.
Yeah, somebody said Becky Patty said Joanna DuBose said Becky said Patty said a grid search. Maybe this
I
is
think she did.
why. Maybe this is why. Okay, if you think about it, maybe this is why they weren't found. Is because Mike Patty did the grid search. He was given the, kind of that authorization, if you will. He did the grid search, and his team were his team were the people that were saying, "Nope, don't go over there. We've already searched over here. Don't go over here." So they basically walled off people from going over there, telling people it had been searched. So when I did talk to Brad German, he said he was out there. I took it that he was out there at night, but then of course Becky clarified it with him. But he was out there when it was still dark. He had his dog. So if this was in the morning, it's even worse that he was there in the morning and they weren't found yet, because he stood at the creek. His dog was barking. His dog started to run across the creek. And then Michael Capitanio said, no, that area's been already been searched. We're redirecting different ways. Now, one explanation could be maybe they'd already been found at that time, and he didn't want him to know. But I mean, I kind of doubt it. He was just a volunteer firefighter, so I kind of tend to think that this whole grid search that had gone on even that night was a very much untrained.
He was a volunteer firefighter.
Mike?
No, Brad German.
Oh, I'm still trying to figure out why Becky said her husband was a first responder.
Her ex-husband was a first responder.
Oh,
she said my husband. She said my husband at the time. Okay.
But wait.
Oh, maybe. I only know Brad German was a volunteer firefighter, so that makes a lot of sense if she's saying but you're saying that she said my husband.
She 100% said my husband.
She
did.
A
first responder.
But I don't know. I've never heard of Mike Patty being a volunteer or a first responder ever, but that doesn't mean that it's not. But Brad was a firefighter. Brad German was.
Well,
yeah,
which is her husband.
And then
Janine Anderson said Mike Patty bragged about cops giving him permission to conduct a grid search. Maybe maybe they did let him conduct it and they knew it was unauthorized. And so now they're embarrassed. And maybe that's one of the reasons Doug Carter.
Or Mullen doesn't fucking know because Mullen wasn't out there. So Mullen doesn't know.
Why wasn't Mullen out there?
Because he didn't have jurisdiction, so he was only helping.
Okay, well, how are you helping from there?
128.
Well, he was helping from the Delphi Police Department, from dispatch, and then he was helping from the fire station.
So, like, with thoughts and prayers? Or, like, what?
He said he was You didn't hear Mullen's testimony from today yet?
No, ma'am. Let me tell you this last couple things from Derek, so we can be done with it.
I'm going to speed through the last two, and then we're going to get to today, because now we're 5 hours still on yesterday.
Geez, this is all the notes that I have. Like once I give you this last couple lines of Derek's, I don't have any more notes. So,
okay.
But so we're at the next day. He checked the same area. This day, he parked at the CPS building and walked through the Mears lot. He searched
on the 14th.
What?
On the 14th?
Yep, he parked at the CPS building.
Interesting. Okay.
And walked through the Mears lot. He searched the forest alongside the trail all the way down until it met up with the bridge. His daughter was with them. They went all the way to the ravine. He ran into his aunt Melissa, Becky's sister. Melissa was not in his search group. He's not sure if Melissa was in any group at all, but she was out there searching at the end of the ravine. Melissa had come up behind them and said they needed to go back to the entrance. By the time he got back to the entrance, there were cars there. He could tell something was up. He could hear his mom screaming. Melissa came running off the trail screaming. He saw the coroner's van. He saw 12 cop cars go by. Yeah. His dad took Kelsey back and called her. His dad took Kelsey back and called her and told her what had happened. Then it says Andy Baldwin's cross-examination. He said he didn't know who was searching in the area, in what areas before then. reiterated the orientation of the trails and where exactly Derek ran into Dave McCain. His timeline is that at 3:11 p.m. is when he made the first call to Libby.
Yep.
And Andrea said, according to his initial testimony, this would have been when he was a couple minutes away. He estimated it was about 3:25 p.m. when he was coming from the high bridge and he saw the couple down there taking pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. When what?
Yeah. It says he estimated it was about 3:25 p.m. when he was coming from the high bridge and he saw the couple down there taking pictures.
Okay.
He didn't hear screams or anything like that. He's he saw lots of lights between 10 p.m. and midnight. They were on the surfaced road. They were on the surface road facing back
He wasn't
towards the
there.
creek.
So he wasn't at the police station till
Wait a
midnight.
second.
Right? Yep.
I had
Basically.
3:25. Wait a minute.
3:25 was when he was coming from the high bridge and he saw the couple down there taking pictures.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So then he saw lots of lights between 10 p.m. and midnight. So like you just said, that he couldn't have been at the police station till midnight.
Uh-huh.
It says, so in referencing the lights, it says they were on the surface road facing back towards the creek.
They're on the surface road.
So like
on
the main road, like the surface road facing back towards the creek. And it was bright enough to illuminate the opposite side of the creek.
Okay.
There were tons of people out looking for the girls. This area he described was not familiar to him. He had not spent time out there as a kid. This was not a place he knew like the back of his hand or anything like that.
Can I just clarify something?
Yes.
It says you found out that Dave McCain was coming from the High Bridge. And he said Dave McCain was coming from the High Bridge. He said, what time was it? About 3:25 coming from the High Bridge. And he said that Dave had said he saw a couple taking pictures down there. That was Dave McCain, is what I understand, that Dave McCain told him that. Because at the trail split is when he said he ran into Dave McCain earlier, and he said, how do you know that was Dave McCain? Because people told me that was him.
Right.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's him, but also in his direct examination, I didn't see anywhere where he said anything other than he had asked Dave, this who he later found out was Dave McCain, if he saw any girls, and the guy said no. So Derek was like, okay, I'm just going to go the other way then.
And
doesn't say anything
Becky
about taking pictures.
Well, he said when he called the 313 and at 313 and 311 and 313 that he sat in his car for a minute and then he got out. So then when he saw Dave McCain, which is when he saw him at the trail split, so it was 3:25, which makes sense because it's the same thing Becky said. It's in a text message that she said that he by 3:30 she was sure that he had gotten out of the car, but he had sat in the car for a bit after he called.
Right. He was waiting for that. Yeah. That's what he said. He was waiting for her to answer.
He sat in his car for like 15 minutes waiting.
Yeah. So the reason I'm clarifying that is because there's
or somebody else's car for 15 minutes.
There's questions about, how can Daniel Pearson, how can law enforcement later say that Daniel Pearson also saw Dave McCain at that same point if he was exiting then. So if he was leaving them that time. So is that it on that?
I just want to quote what Ron Logan said. There were hundreds of cars and vehicles and generator trucks that keep the lights going. They had the whole woods lit up like a football field.
So that tracks with what Derek said on Cross, which is that the lights were between 10 p.m. and midnight. They were on the surface road facing back towards the creek, bright enough to illuminate the opposite side of the creek. And there were tons of people out there.
Okay.
That tracks with what Ron said. They were, and like what Julie was saying, those big like construction lights.
Yeah, there were generator trucks out there that were keeping the lights going.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That there's just, oh man.
How didn't they see the girl? It just, the more that like, now that they're testifying to this stuff, the more I'm just.
So I have to ask you
totally.
guys, what do you consider here a service road? Because for me, like we have service roads, but they're not this kind of stuff. Like, so 300 North wouldn't be considered a service road.
No, there's a little service road down by the Freedom Bridge. Is that what somebody's talking about?
Do you
I don't know.
remember when we? Do you remember where we saw all those vehicles like parked? Where like, I'm trying to picture the video.
Cemetery?
Maybe. So like, here's something easy. So what if that was where they were? See that horizontal, the very bottom horizontal line, right there.
Oh, that's the cemetery road where you come in and go
Would
out.
that
Yeah.
be considered a service road though?
Okay, so if they, let's just say hypothetically, if they were to have put those lights right there.
They were. Take your hand over a little bit. When I got there, they were right back here in this corner, to the
Yeah.
right corner. Yes.
Yeah.
And somebody made a point. How long were those lights on? Because if they were taken away and brought back, then I want to know what time those lights went out.
Hold on. So
Well,
who just said they did have those portable lights when she was out there at the cemetery after when the news lady was there, but she doesn't think those lights were there the night of the 13th. But Derek's testifying that the lights were there the night of the 13th on the service road, which is why I'm trying to clarify what would be considered a service road in Indiana. You know what I mean?
well,
That
I mean,
that
like,
would be it. That would be
yeah,
it.
because it's like, if that's a cemetery road, it's not necessarily like a road. Like it's not.
Right. And if Ron Logan said the place was lit up like a football field, that
I'm
too.
gonna go see if I can find the date on this. Hold on.
Yeah, can we find some of that, because that's really important.
Maybe it is after.
I think I literally just have 2 pages of Anna. I mean, it's just short.
I've got some Anna too. If you want to go through your Anna stuff. So are we done with Derek?
Yep.
And we can still keep talk about this other stuff. Okay, the state calls Anna Williams. State your name. You're the mother of Abby Williams. Yes, you lived in Delphi. Yes, mom, stepdad, and said that where do you live? I live with my mom, stepdad, and 2 sisters. Did you grow up in Indiana? No. In Michigan? My dad got a job as an art teacher in Lafayette. Did Abby go to school? Yeah. How did she get to school? She typically took a bus about 95% of the time. Where do you work? I work at St. Elizabeth Healthcare. Is it a set schedule? She said yes and no. She also bartends and waitresses part-time in the evenings. How would you describe Abigail? She was kind, smart, funny. And then she broke down, and juror number 4, the older lady with the glasses and back, got teary-eyed. I think a lot of people did get pretty teary-eyed during that. How did she do in school? She said, she did fair. Did she have a large or small group of friends? I think she said small. I put small. I didn't hear. Was it more common for Abby to stay with her friends at their friend's house? Yes. And that was mainly because she worked. She said she worked and she felt bad that she didn't want like somebody else to be watching somebody else's kid that's coming over there, because if she was gone, then that would mean that her mom and her stepdad would have to watch the kids. She talked about her being in volleyball, going to church, things like that. As far as her activities, it said, "Do you have a cell phone?" Yes, I'm sure. Oh, okay. Do you have a cell phone? Yes, I'm sure that we communicated with Becky. That's what they were asking her, if she communicated with Becky. Would you characterize you and Abby as close? Oh, that's when she said, "I would think so." Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. I would think so. Yeah. Where did she spend time when she was with her grandpa? They talked about they would mainly go shopping, but that Saturday they had stayed at the Brandywine Hotel in Monticello. And then she said that Anna picked Abby up. She had to go get some tires worked on at Walmart or something like that. And they spent some time at the park. Did you guys get that part? Maybe you can if you have anything between that, let me know, Teresa.
What I have is that Abby lived in Delphi, the smart, funny, quiet, reserved, smaller circle of close friends. Anna worked a lot. Abby didn't have a phone, but was going to get one when she got to high school.
Yeah.
She got the call at 5:30 from Becky, and that Abby was quieter, but she would get a little high pitched when she got excited.
Well, yes. She said on the car ride home is when Abby asked to stay all night. And she said on, I don't know, one of the days she was working at Milner Nursing Home in Rossville.
Wait, on what car ride home did she ask to spend the night where?
So on the car ride home is when Abby asked to stay all night.
Yes.
On this day. Yeah. Anna was because Anna was working at Milner Nursing Home in Rossville.
But she was in the car with Abby?
Yes, because Abby had stayed with her grandpa, Anna's dad, and I believe it was in Logansport, but don't quote me on that, at a hotel where he took her to
Monticello. Brandywine Hotel. Brandywine Hotel in Monticello, yeah.
Monticello, thank you. In Monticello, where he took her to get all of her new softball stuff, which is what you see pictured on the Sunday. So so Anna was driving her home, and then Derek came to pick her up to go spend the night at Libby's.
Yeah, where? From Anna's house?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I don't know why I thought they said that she drove Abby.
I know I heard somebody say that, but I think that was maybe, I don't know. Let me see. Okay, let's see. At what time did you learn? So did you know that they went to the Modon High Bridge Trail? Oh wait, okay, it says from town to your house is how far? 3 miles. So now on Monday, I don't know if it was you were working. Yes. So did you know that they went to the Modon High Bridge Trail? That Abby went there? No. At what time did you learn this? About 5:30. Becky indicated that the girls were missing and that they had to do something. Call. She called Anna 3 times in a short period of time. She said she didn't have Becky's number. She didn't know it was Becky Patty. She said Anna didn't think they'd done this before. Is that right?
I heard. Now I'm
That's
just
all
saying what I heard. I heard that Anna said this had happened before. Like,
yes,
that was different.
A basketball game or something like that.
That was different. That they were down in a basement or something. Like it wasn't like an all out missing. They just said
wait, down in a basement. I thought it was at school. Like they just.
It was. It was like it was
the
the
basement
basement
of
school. Yeah, and it was like, oh, you gave us a scare. We didn't know where you were, and they were like watching some movie or something. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't like an all out search. So to me, that's like done it before. It's like, oh, you scared me. I didn't know where you were, but it's a totally different thing as far as I'm concerned. So the defense came along and he barely asked any questions. It's like, hey, how would you describe Abby? Her voice, is it voice soft or she goes, well, it depends on who she was with, like family. So she said Abby's voice was high pitched when she got excited. I mean, and there was hardly anything. That was it from that. I mean, there was hardly anything I didn't think I got anything out of Anna's. Did you have anything else on Anna? It was very short and sweet.
No, Lawyer Lee had a very short and sweet Anna. Just that it was emotional.
Yeah, it was. And then the last one was Deputy Mitchell. Catron.
Yeah.
Jay says Nick McClellan in the chat. I hope that Tiger, it's gone now. Tiger Shark something or other. I hope whoever that is, like, goes to the trial or actually follows I mean, they're repeating the same like random.
Yeah, we haven't. None of that's been proven yet. It's all. That's exactly what the prosecution is saying. Nobody's proven it yet. So that's kind of where we're standing at. Is we're just going to wait to hear what they can actually prove.
I mean, I
prove it.
I heard stories about, people, if you're confessing, okay, we're not going to let you sleep until you say this, this, and this, and this.
I mean, just 61 confessions is like outrageous. Like, I don't know any even guilty person found guilty that's made 61 confessions. And you have to also consider that he made these confessions in a 3-month period. Why didn't he ever change his plea?
Yeah, why didn't he?
You confess 61 times, you're not going to change your plea.
It just seems really odd
the
that
same
you would
thing I
even.
go down to every time, though. It comes down to trust. There's people who absolutely blindly trust the prosecution and law enforcement without any proof to substantiate it. All those claims that were stated in that 1 through 5 or whatever that Tiger just posted, or 1 through 6, whatever it is, it literally is exactly what they're trying to tell us in the PCA. They have not proven any of that. So it comes down to trust. Tiger Shark Diver can absolutely trust Nick and can absolutely trust law enforcement. I can tell you that 99% of the people in this chat do not trust law enforcement and definitely do not trust the prosecution. So they're going to have a lot of pushback because that's just literally repeating what they want us to believe. Now, if any of that is actually proven in court, we'll have a different conversation. But as of now, we don't have that.
Let me be clear, though. Like, I give the benefit of the like, for me, when those two entities you just mentioned, when I feel they're trustworthy, like, I know it. Like, if I read through Stephen Stearns' stuff, like, I'm cool. Like, I don't need to, like, you know
I
what I
agree.
mean? Like, even if he didn't kill her, like, he's still a piece of shit. And I look forward to the day that he goes to prison forever. Like, because there's no,
Ever.
it's very thorough and there's no explanation for any of that stuff. So it's like, I'm cool with not knowing. Sarah Boone needs to go to prison. She needs to step, like, where, because I mean, she's on video. Like, those kinds of things is one thing, but like, you're giving us these vague, like, talking points, and there's way more to it than that. And it's like, I'm not always, I mean, I guess I am, like, suspicious of the government because, and I've said this a bajillion times, like, we have rights. Our rights are to protect us from the government, like, not from each other, like, from the government. So from the beginning of time, they knew that we were going to need protection from the government. So, but things like this, like, I would be less suspicious of these confessions if they had happened, like, pre-arrest in an interrogation. I'd be less suspicious of them and more inclined to believe them
Yeah,
than after he's been in prison for 6 months.
well, and then even after he gets in a better condition.
Yeah, I'm done. Tiger thinks they're presenting us evidence.
Okay. Well, that sucks.
Okay, that's fine. But okay, my question is then why hasn't he continued to confess now that he's better and he's off all that crazy stuff and he's a better time? Like, if you're going to confess 61 times, why won't you just go ahead and finish it out? And like, yeah, I did say that. And yeah, I mean, why? That was when he was going through a bad time, when he was being tortured and held in solitary confinement. People pooping on his food and telling him what they're going to.
They don't have any evidence. They just want to come in here and argue. So that's what I constitute as trolling. So I don't do that. And I gave the warning.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit if people think he's guilty. I really just don't. I just don't know why you want to come in and troll and tell people that they're idiots or they're wrong.
There are other chats where you can go talk to people that agree with everything that you said.
Right. This is just, I mean, you can absolutely have a conversation about why you think that. But to say like people are dumb for thinking opposite of you or waiting for the actual proof and actual evidence that isn't being presented in a YouTube chat is it's actually logical. So
like, I have a personal problem with believing 61 confessions, even 100 confessions coming from someone who's like eating feces, covering themselves in it, and slamming their heads into cinder block walls. Like, when that's happening, and again, it's not like this happened. These confessions didn't happen in an interrogation. They happened after a pretrial detainee who was just arrested was put in prison in a solitary confinement unit and had been there for over 5 months. Started doing all kinds of crazy things, started making all kinds of confessions, ones that didn't even match. And they're saying that it's stuff only the killer would know, but we don't know what that is yet.
Yeah, and
how do we know it's stuff only the killer would know?
And you don't know what he was told to say in order to make the torture stop so that he could finally sleep or have something.
We have to wait. We don't have those answers yet. So no matter what side you sit on, to say that it's factual at this point is just naive, in my opinion. All right, let's go back to Mitch Catrone or whatever his name was. Did you go through this?
So Nick McClellan is asking the questions now. So he says, how long have you been a Carroll County deputy? 12 years. Where did you go? Where did you do your training at a law enforcement academy? I went through field training process. He said, okay, are you familiar with this? And he shows the state exhibit number 5. He points to a map, shows the CPS building, Freedom Bridge, the Mears entrance, and Monon High Bridge. And then he said, when did you realize, there was something happening, that the girls were missing? He said, I got dispatched, advised that a man needed help. I can't even see where that. He was supposed to pick up these girls, Abby. I need to go through my notes here. A man needed help. Oh, who was it that called? Do you guys have who it was that called? Was it Derek? So he was supposed to pick up these girls. So he proceeded to drive on 625 to the private drive, and he drove up that road. My question is, this is at 5:15, and this is on the 13th. He said he drove up the road so get this. I mean, the gate's open at this point, just FYI, on the 13th when he drove up.
Yep. Doesn't he say he had his window down? He had his window down when he
Yes,
drove?
he drove,
He did not hear anything or see anything.
yeah, and he says he gets up on the private drive, he gets to the north, to the it says north end of the Monon High Bridge. It's really the south end. Maybe I'm putting end. He looked within eyesight. Did you yell? He said no. How long were you there? He said, how long did you look for the girls or for somebody that the girls missing? And he was at 5, maybe 7 minutes. He said he drove up to Weber's house, walked up to his front door. He said, hey, I'm looking for 2 kids. Or he said, fine, you can go ahead and search. He said, what are we? Oh God, I can't read my writing there. What do I can't even see this. Sorry. Oh, he said it's not like he mentioned, Nick McClellan said, when you talk to him, he wasn't covered in blood or sweat or anything, kind of indicating that this is exonerating Brad Weber. So that's
at 5:15 at night.
Yeah. He said, are there any outbuildings on the property? He said, yes, there were some, and he actually showed where they were with on the map. He said, then I drove back out of the private drive. It's between 5:30 and 6.
He says that he walks around the 2 outbuildings, but he does not go inside because he did not see any reason to go inside.
Right.
He walks around them, but does not actually go into those buildings.
Yeah. He looked at Brad Weber. It says after 6 p.m. What do I have looked? I don't know. He left when it was dark. Did you see anything? No girls. And the defense was Auger or Auger, I guess.
Yes.
Right. You were taught on your field things to look for, the signs to look for a crime, right? How far west of the hill is the sheriff department? Is that right? God, I don't even know what I said there. I don't know. I was kind of
all I have is that she asked him, he had his window down. He was facing the creek. Did he see anything? Did he hear anything? He says no, he did not. The first juror questions are with this witness.
Okay, and then they were asking something about how long did it take you to get back to the sheriff department? 6:25. Was it daylight when you're arriving? 6:25. There were something leaves on the trees. I can't. Sorry. I'm gonna have to go through these notes.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going with this one. So essentially, the jury ends up asking, is it common for people to like stop and turn around? I thought that was weird. I don't know what I don't know if that's the epitome. Is that what you have in your notes? Because
let's see, how far is Weber property to access the roads? Were you on the access road? Could you see the Weber's house, the north side from Deep Down Point? He said, no, I parked in the driveway. I walked with the Brad, searched it. You did not go to the outbuilding, right? I got that part. Okay. At 6:18, I got out of the car. The defense had exhibit 3. What was that?
Oh, I don't know.
5:47. Yeah.
This is yesterday still. This is the last witness of yesterday's testimony.
And there wasn't. God, I can't even read my notes. He said I went to visit home. I went home. Units were not aware of the magnitude. Is that right?
They weren't aware of that there was actually a problem. They just thought the girls were out there and not
They
answering their
didn't see
phone.
any
Nobody,
bodies. The deposition of AW offered to prove. Oh, okay, that's yeah. And then they didn't see any bodies. It was very short and sweet. I don't know if there's anything else to add that
so
wasn't.
ultimately, what ended up happening though at the end of yesterday was that the prosecution did not have any other witnesses, and so Goal apparently got upset about that and was like, like you're supposed to have like your witnesses here ready to go. Like we're supposed to be making these days completely packed and impactful. And so McClellan was like, oh, we might have somebody here in the courtroom or in the courthouse that we could call. And so they ended up calling that Catrone guy who really offered nothing but except for just using up time because he didn't have any. He literally went to Brad Weber's house, talked to Brad Weber. Brad Weber didn't look muddy and bloody at 5:15. He walked his two outbuildings, did not go inside of them. When on cross, he literally is asked, did you look for the girls? Did you yell for the girls? Your window was down. Did you hear anything? He says nope. And it was it wasn't an emergent type of thing, so he wasn't really doing much else.
Yep.
So
I mean,
that's it.
It was
literally all,
that was
all
it.
he was.
And then they all did that deposition. They had a deposition of Anna
They did
Williams
an offer of, they did an offer of
offered to
proof.
prove. Yeah, they said offer to prove Exhibit D was this. She kind of act like she got mad about it. She's like, was this before or what? August 30th? And he said no. Andy said no. It was almost like, well, you should have known this at some other. You should have turned this in before. But he said it was like after that.
So okay, so since Goal has allowed the offer of proof to limit the amount of time that the attorneys are doing these offer of proofs in the trial, she's allowing essentially what they were doing in the 3-day hearing. I think it was actually only one of the days of the 3-day hearing, but don't quote me on that. She's allowing them to just bring those offers of proof and that evidence and just putting it onto the record of the trial so that they don't have to go through them over and over again. So what she's asking for when it comes to this offer of proof is like, when was this done? Why isn't it already included in what I already told you guys could have as evidence? And so we shouldn't be doing offer of proofs because I supposedly have all of your third party stuff already. Well, this Hannah what is her name? Hannah Williams?
No, it was Anna. I have Anna Williams. It said new evidence offer to prove Anna Williams.
You have it as Anna?
Yeah, I have Anna Williams. Yeah, new evidence to prove Anna
Well,
Williams.
it goes along with the third party stuff. So what do they have of Anna Williams as offer to prove? What did he say?
They didn't say what it was.
It was just a deposition.
The same thing offer to prove with the deputy that just testified.
Andrea had it written down as Hannah Williams,
Yeah.
and I just assumed that was like another person, a totally different person.
I thought it was because it was supposed to go with the third party culprit.
Yeah, but remember, Pat Westfall said that he knew Anna back when Abby was a baby, so it could have been Anna, but she said Hannah, but it also sounds the same, so I don't know.
Okay.
I thought they were saying Anna because I thought they referred to her having testified, but they had new evidence, and I was thinking, oh, Anna maybe is offering up something that she forgot about, and she wanted that. I have no idea.
Didn't they say something about like the deposition being like 45 days ago? Because Gall was mad that like they were just
that's
sorry,
what.
it took 45 days.
Yes, because it wasn't that long ago. Like they had just gotten this evidence. Like so, that's what I was wondering. I thought that they were referring to Anna. I see. In my ears heard Anna, but
it would have been logical for it to be. Well, I was gonna change it in my notes to Anna because I thought that it was just that she was wrong when she said Hannah. But then I thought like Williams is not that rare. It's like not a rare last name, so like
not
it
that
could have been a
uncommon.
Hannah Williams.
Lord have mercy. You guys still have to tell. How long's today then? How long or whatever? Yesterday
Well,
now.
depends on how many questions we get.
If you're
So,
getting into today was only 2.5 hours really of stuff. So
right. So
How-
that's what I'm gonna go through today's stuff now.
Okay, good.
what day is today? Day what?
I have it as day 2. Other people have quoted it as day 5 based on
No.
jury selection and
They,
whatnot.
they too.
Yeah.
Whose notes are these, by the way, that took
Mine
these?
from Defense Diaries and a little bit of Tom Webster.
Okay.
Little sprinkle and dash from here and
Yeah, I
there.
didn't get to finish Tom Webster, so it's a sprinkle and a sprinkle.
Okay.
So most of it's from Defense Diaries, where Allie was actually in court today. Just a side note, Allie went to go view the exhibits after after today's witnesses, and she was told to leave the box, and that only credentialed media would be allowed in the box. Andrea actually went in there yesterday, and nobody said anything, but apparently somebody narked on Allie today. So another news person told Goal, or said it really loud, that Goal was like, "Oh, Goal said only the credentialed media are allowed in here." So they ended up removing, telling Allie that she was not allowed to be in there. Allie tried to cite the law, stating that it has public access, and it didn't work out. And so she said, "I didn't want to fight too much because I didn't want to get Bob banned because I was in Bob's seat." So,
Gosh, that's crazy. What's these tattletales? Why don't they just mind their own
stupid.
business?
It was so dumb.
It is.
So yeah, so she also said during her live that there was 2 podcasters that had been given credentialed media passes, and that Judge Goal revoked them, stating that no, you are not actual media, because Goal does not believe that podcasters are media. And so she did not say who those 2 people were, but I thought that was quite interesting that there's 2 people who had credentialed media, and Goal took it back.
Okay. We probably can kind of maybe guess.
I thought I could guess, but I don't know if it's true, so I don't want to guess publicly.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah. But I mean, it's interesting that it's 2. But okay, so the first witness today was Steve Mullen. McClellan did the direct examination. So if you guys have questions on this, you're going to have to stop me. So just FYI. Mullen, as we know, is the investigator currently for the prosecutor's office. He's the one who was in charge of giving the discovery over to the defense team that seems to have been very unorganized and quite a nightmare. At the time of the crimes, he was actually the chief of police for Delphi, and prior to that, he worked for Carroll County Sheriff's Office. Mm-hmm. So he was getting off of work. He was heading home from his shift on the 13th. He actually heard radio traffic that the girls were missing, and that was around 5 o'clock. So he called into dispatch to kind of figure out what was going on. He learned that the girls had been missing since 2 p.m. They go to the exhibit of the map, and so he starts showing areas of the map. They still have tech problems. They cannot tell us, they cannot show it. So they printed up a copy for each juror. The girls entered at the Mears trailhead where they were dropped off. He went to the sheriff's office to help find the girls, and in doing so, he started calling the school officials to get names of like the girls' friends and whatnot, so he could contact them and see if they knew where the girls were. He was staying in communication with some of the people that were out there searching to see if there was any updates or what was happening. He did not leave the sheriff department until 2 a.m. on the 14th, right before the search was officially called off for the night. So this goes back to that 2 a.m. time frame again.
Reinforces that.
When the search ended, they were still investigating a possible injury to one of the girls. They did not think that the girls were obviously murdered. They just thought maybe somebody was hurt, and so they were still looking for them. He said when he went home at 2 a.m., he did think the girls would just be found alive and just possibly hurt, and that everything would be okay. There was not that sense of urgency that somebody had actually taken them. Let me see.
I'll be right back.
He came back to the station around 7 a.m. and this is when everybody was really starting to get worried because the girls had not shown up all night. There was volunteers that were just showing up, so they set up a command center at the fire department, And when the searchers were coming in, they were taking some of the names and some of the phone numbers. He did not direct anybody on where to search, but he knows they were searching the Mona High Bridge and the trail system. He also knows that they were searching downstream. He points out on the map where the cemetery is. He shows where the Mears farm is, where Bridge is located, and beginning and end of Bridge, where 300 North is, and the Hoosier Harvest Store is. So he's essentially taking kind of like a map like this, and he's putting labels all over it. Like, okay, this is where this is where the cemetery is. This is where, this is where things are. This is where things are located. That's important because what they end up doing after his testimony is taking the marked up one that he did. So he had a blank one essentially, and he marks it all up, and then they take that one and they put it in evidence also. So there's the blank one in evidence, and then the one that Mullen kind of marks up is put into evidence. So when the searchers were coming, they took their names. I already said that one. He points out on the map. He talks about that the water in Deer Creek runs from east to west. Hence this would be like down river. Mm-hmm. Baldwin pipes in and says, wait, how do you, I want to voir dire because I want to find out like how he even knows any of this. So he goes in. So she allows that, and he just essentially asks, like, did you ever actually like go and search? Like, were you even here in this area to search, to say all of this stuff? And he says no, he was not. He did not actually go here to search at all. So then Nick kind of moves on with the questioning and doesn't go back to what he was doing. On the 14th at 12:15 p.m., he received a call from Pat Brown. He stayed at the police department, directed the 2 officers to go to Pat Brown's location. And then Tom Mears, which from the Mears property over here, Tom Mears contacted him at 7 p.m. to let him know that the Hoosier Harvest Store had cameras. Right here. So he goes and goes to review all the Hoosier Harvest Store footage. He reviews it from the day of the 13th from 8 a.m. to approximately 5:30, 6 o'clock p.m. Says the camera shot is wide, so you can see the whole building, and then you can see the whole road. You can see the roadway. For the ones that were important, all the vehicles that he saw passing through, he took a picture of the screen with his cell phone. He said he viewed the footage for about an hour. And then they have Exhibit 6 comes in, and it's the drone footage. So they are discussing the drone footage that was taken. The drone footage was not taken until February 13th of 2024.
What?
So what they put into evidence was from February 13th of this year.
What about drone? Did they even discuss drone footage that night?
No, nothing so far. Nothing about that night. We're now into the 14th, and he's talking about, and they're just now he's just showing the area, so to get people like acclimated with what the area looks like. So the drone footage is from February 13th, 2024. They wanted to do it during the same time. What have they been doing? That's a great question. They wanted to do it at the same time of the year so that people would be able to see like how it looked with the trees and whatnot.
So wait, this man bitched and put in an objection to a jury view because it was all going to look different and it was going to be out of the way, and like, but then knew at the same time that he was going to put in drone footage that was also looking entirely different than it did from 2017.
Correct. And
Cool.
remember, they didn't hire their blood spatter expert until April of 2024.
That is none of your business, Teresa. That is work product and it's privilege. Don't even talk about that. I mean, what were they? I really just find it really hard to understand what they were doing for 7 years. Spending a lot of money and like getting money from the Colts and like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just really weird.
Baldwin will bring up the drone footage and why it was taken at this time, but he brings it up on cross. So let me finish with direct. But Baldwin doesn't let that go.
Listening. Go ahead.
Let me see. 2024, and another sheriff's department actually brought in the drone to do this. It starts at the trailhead of Freedom Bridge, so over here, and then it goes all the way on the trail to the end of the Monon High Bridge. So it's somebody walking with the drone from Freedom Bridge to the end of Monon High Bridge. The video lasts approximately 9 minutes. They play the footage.
Oh, this is good. I hear that there was a moment here where they were caught misleading the jury a little bit.
Yeah, so the video lasts approximately 9 minutes. And then so the walkway, they talk about that the walkway is now paved, and just like how the bridge looks different than it used to look, so on and so forth. When they're walking, it does stop at the Mears trailhead right here.
Hang on.
Okay.
They showed a video starting where right on the trail to Freedom Bridge Monon High Bridge.
To the end of the Monon High Bridge, to the south side of the Monon High Bridge. The video is
if you're thinking about minutes, Julie, we're getting there.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Okay. Because I'm like, that is fake.
I wanted to preface it that the video lasts about 9 minutes.
It's a deep fake.
So they stops at the Mears. It stops at the Mears lot right here, so you can see it. They do say that you can't actually see, like, it's so narrow that you can't see what's like on the outside of it. So the drone footage is just like really just showing you the actual trail. And not like any really like surrounding area. So you can't see like how close the road is to the trail or anything like that. It's about 100 to 150 feet of redone bridge. So they go over all that. Shows they and the drone footage stops and shows the first platform where we have a couple different situations with Betsy Blair, who supposedly sees young bridge guy on the first platform. And then we also have Derek, who's now testified that he saw a young gentleman and female on the first platform as well. So kind of shows that. Mullen lived in Delphi his entire life. He graduated from Delphi High. So based on his experiences, the people who are most likely to be crossing the bridge are young people and teens. Not sure why why Nick wanted to make sure that was put out there. He talks about the end of the bridge and discusses Weber's residence and the private driveway. So that once they get to the end of the bridge, the Webers, and anybody who isn't familiar yet with the map, Weber is here, end of the bridge is here, private driveway is here from down here. So you can see you have to enter here and drive all the way up. The private drive goes by the end of the bridge, or right underneath the end of the bridge, and then here you go to the Weber's house. So he talks about that, and they show that. So then Baldwin's on cross, asked if Mullen was involved in the investigation from the beginning, and he says yes. And he says, asked him if he was aware that dogs were going to search the scene. Mullen says he was not aware that dogs were going to search the scene. Baldwin asked him if he knew that dogs were going to be searching the cemetery, and he says, I do believe that dogs searched the cemetery on the 14th. Discusses all the improvements to the bridge. Talks about that there's less overgrowth at the time of the crime than in the drone footage. Essentially just meaning like everything has grown. It's been 7 years. So even though the leaves might not be on there because it's February, the trees are still bigger. Everything is still bigger because it's 7 years difference. And he says, and Mullen says, yes, everything is essentially bigger. And so Baldwin says, so the best time to do this drone video probably would have been back in 2017, right? And Mullen says, yes, it would have been better to do it in 2017.
Are they? They're helping. They're not helping themselves.
No. So, and I'm telling you, I know that people earlier in the chat, and they probably left now or gone to bed, but a lot of people were talking about the jury and just what we think of the jury. From the questions that are being asked, I feel like this jury is like really fucking paying attention.
Yeah.
So the first jury question that comes in was, what was the thought process of looking downstream? I thought that was a great question. Baldwin didn't ask it. McLeland didn't ask it. And his answer was that they thought that the girls had probably fallen off the bridge. And I talked about this a little earlier. And that if they had fallen off the bridge, that they would have drifted downstream. So they were paying, the focus of the original search was looking more downstream than upstream. The next jury question was, could he describe more about where the girls were found? Like, was it closer to the creek or the reservoir? This, I think, I think where he got kind of confused, because I think it's really known as like the ravine. which is what we've been talking about, like where that
Okay.
ravine is on this side, like where they found closer to the ravine or closer to the water. And the judge actually pipes in all on her own, and she tells Mullen to go ahead and point out on the map where the girls were found. Yeah, so she's like, can you just point it out on the map for us? Mullen wasn't actually there. He wasn't there for the search. He wasn't there when the girls were found, so he actually doesn't know exactly where the girls are found. He can only point in a general spot. But Mullen says, like, I don't really know what you mean by reservoir. He did not understand that terminology. He was confused by that. So Nick zoomed in on the map and asks him, like, you weren't there, right? So you kind of just know a general area of where they were found. And he says, yes. And then the juror's third question was there a ditch? So I thought this was kind of interesting. And he said that he's aware that there's erosion in the area. And so Nick tries to clarify with him, like, the girls were found on dry land, not in the creek. So I don't know what the whole part of this ditch was. I think they were trying to get to this ravine, but they weren't using the terminology that Mullen understood. So I'm not really sure, if they had a different point or not, because it didn't come across that they did. Let me see. So Andy comes and clarifies, like, the land is flat, right? And Mullen says, yeah, the land is flat. And Baldwin says, well, like, let me clarify it. Not really flat, but it's more level than the other areas we're seeing with all the little ups and downs and everything else, like all the little hills and whatnot. It's the area of the crime scene is actually more level. Mullen says yes.
Now, wait a second. Since they have a drone, is there some reason why they couldn't show the area of the crime scene with that drone so so these people could get a clear picture? They do everything else.
Well, hopefully they do. Maybe it's just not Mullen who's doing it, because now they're kind of going off of what the jury questions are at this point, and that's why Nick's like, you weren't there, so you don't really know any of this, right? Yeah. So, maybe we'll get more of a drone footage of the actual crime scene, like, coming later through a different witness who was actually there. But through the actual first responders that showed up after they found the girls, we haven't heard from them yet. Okay. So Andy asks him, like, from the Weber property, could you see where the girls were found? I thought this was good for you, Julie, because you know this area really well, and there's a video where Doug Rice is at the Weber property, and he's standing out here, and he's showing the camera to the crime scene. And you can see the crime scene in general. You may not be able to see all the details of the crime scene, but you can see that area. And I thought, like, what are your thoughts on that from being out there and looking at it from this perspective?
Yeah, you can see the area in general, but you wouldn't be able to really see the actual crime scene because it's set back just enough that the trees would be covering and kind of in that little bowl area.
So he says, so Nick jumps up and he's like, hey, I have some questions, some prelim questions before he answers that. And Nick is like, hey, did you ever go out to the Webers and actually look to see if you could see the crime scene? Like, do you have the knowledge to be able to answer this type of question? And he says, yes, I did go out there and look. And then so Nick follows up, like, with, okay, well, could you see the crime scene from the Webers? And Mullen says, no, you couldn't. Nobody clarifies with him when he went out and looked, what time of year it was when he went out and looked.
I'd like to know where exactly he was standing, that kind of thing.
Nobody clarifies any of that. He just, did you go out and look? He says yes, and he says, no, I could not see the crime scene from the Webers. Okay, so then the fourth question.
I love waiting all these years for testimony and then, like, still not knowing what the fuck is going on.
Oh, we've got like 4 more weeks of this.
Nobody's clarifying anything.
No, not yet. Not yet at all. So the jurors are coming in with the most clarifying questions. So get this one.
They are great.
The juror question is, was the drone moving at an average person's walking pace?
Yes. No, it wasn't, because I hightailed my butt and I work out and everything. I'm telling you, there
And
is
this is
no
when
way.
Julie stands up in the back and raises her hand for 20 minutes till goal
There's no
notices
way in
her.
hell. If you guys look at that video that I made, that I was there, I mean, I was in a near almost run. Like, I know that no person just trying to walk fast is going to go that as fast as I did. I mean, like, unless you're like 6'5" and you're doing your, next to
Well, the
sprinting.
jury's smart. They catch them being not so forthcoming
Oh
about
my
this.
God. So a juror asked that?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes, the
that was,
juror
Yep.
asked us. So the juror
Yep.
says, was the drone moving at an average person's walking pace?
and what
And
was the answer?
he answers that it was recorded at an average person's walking pace, but it was sped up to 2 times speed.
So this carries on for a little while. You'll hear
Uh-huh.
the answer eventually kind of comes out, like after they beat around the bush a little bit.
A 2 times speed. So it got there in 9
Yeah.
minutes. So you're going to say
So Nick
18.
asked him, what the juror saw was actually a recording that was sped up 2 times, and he says yes. And then
It doesn't take don't take 18 minutes.
question comes in, would it take 9 minutes to walk from the trailhead at Freedom Bridge to the south side of Monon High Bridge? Guess what Mullins answered?
What was he
Mullins said yes.
That
It
it
would
would
take
take
9 minutes to
to go-
walk from the Freedom Bridge to the south side of the Monon High Bridge.
I thought Nick
No.
also said yes.
No way in hell. Okay, I almost
Maybe if
ran
you
across.
fly.
I almost ran across that bridge. I mean, I almost knocked Doug Rice right off it, because he didn't realize I had started at the Freedom Bridge and I was booking. And as soon as I got on that bridge, I walked as fast as I could across that bridge. I mean, as fast as I could without falling and dying. My determination was, I'm on like a beeline, and I'm not just for a joyride. And I was really making steps that I wasn't comfortable with, but I'm like, hell, I'll just fall and I'll hold on to something. And it was 5 minutes. It took me a solid 5 minutes to get across the bridge from the beginning to end. So you take that 5 minutes, there's no way, no. And I was almost in a near run on getting from Freedom Bridge to the first, the part of the bridge, Monon High Bridge, in 10 minutes. I mean, that's no.
So Andy comes up and he starts questioning him, and he finally gets Mullen to admit that it actually takes closer to 20 minutes to walk from the trailhead at Freedom Bridge to the south side of the Monon High Bridge.
That's more like it. Yeah, that's more like it.
He said, but how did Mullen? So the answer to the question that Andy asked was then Mullen saying that the original video, like before it was sped up to 2 times speed, was 20 minutes. So essentially, the jury's sitting there, like you just said a second ago, that it would be 9 minutes. Now you're telling us that it is 20 minutes.
Yes.
This is like
And
the
it was
Karen
as
Reed
simple as
thing.
knowing the original length of the video.
If you speed it up by 2 times the speed and the video is approximately 9 minutes long, your math will tell you that it's probably going to be about 18 plus minutes.
No, Mullen doesn't math. He only deals with media. So
I was like, this is so bad. This is so
that's
bad.
why they're not sure how many interviews they're actually missing, because they're doing Mullen math.
Oh my
Mullen's
goodness.
math.
Remember, you guys, this is the guy that's in charge of all the investigation for the prosecution. He's in charge. He's the lead investigator on for the prosecutors.
God.
He's in charge of all the tech stuff. He was the Delphi chief of police that was in charge of the Delphi Police Department when all the videos went missing. I don't know, and he can't figure out that he just told the jury it was 2 times speed, and it's a 9-minute video that automatically would make it 18 plus minutes.
I mean, this is embarrassing because the jury is hearing already that he's goofy. I mean, look, the jury watched him try to get this screen up and running, and I mean, that's an embarrassment right there. So they're already seeing a pattern.
Go back to the opening statement where Baldwin says that Mullen is the one who lost all the videos.
Yes.
Thank God this jury is smart, and that they're allowed to ask questions, because any other jury, like, that probably would have flown right over their head. Like, it never would have been clarified.
Yes.
And they would be going into deliberations like later thinking that 9 minutes is reasonable. And I wonder if dummies like only gave that 9 minutes like in their timeline of things.
I know.
That's
Wouldn't that be
crazy.
insane if like Nick was making his timeline based off, so they think that Richard Allen parked at CPS building and made it from the CPS building all the way to the south end of the bridge in like
In 9
12
minutes.
minutes.
Well, if the opening statement from the defense says that Richard Allen's car's gone by 2:15. So does that mean that at 2:13 the video is recorded? Richard Allen completed this in 2 minutes?
2 minutes, yes. Yes, of course. Yes. Yes.
That's
He has very
somebody
long
else said the
legs.
exact same thing in the chat.
Yeah. So Tim asked real quick, he said, when he testified in 2015, you weren't allowed to hear other people's testimony. So why are they letting people watch them testify? So there's some caveats to that. And so victims, family members are typically exempt from that rule, number one. Direct family members, judges can give them like a discretion, like you only get like one representative per victim. Doesn't seem like that's happened in this case, and I don't think anybody's even requested it, so I don't think that's a big deal. And then when we were talking about with Mullen and Holman, they used kind of a loophole because the lead investigator for the prosecution is allowed to be in the courtroom even if they have to testify because they're the lead investigator for the prosecution. And then they use the loophole to get Holman in there because then Holman would be the lead of the actual investigation. So he's allowed to be in there. So it should have been one or the other, but because Mullen now works for the prosecutor's office, they kind of did a little. I mean, it's legit. It's a legit loophole, but it is what it is.
Just to also address that, when they were going to bring the families in, members of the families to testify, the other ones couldn't be in there at the time. Like Becky wasn't in there for Anna's, I think. They all left out. They all left at the same time. There was
Becky had already testified, so she would have been allowed to be in there for Anna.
well, who was there was like they took everybody out first and then they brought one at a time back in, to testify.
Okay.
Like all the people that did. They weren't in there like at that time. Yeah. So like after you testify, you could stay. That's kind of how it was when I went and was gonna testify and that thing. So
I also made the joke that Holman has to be in the courtroom because for every fucking hearing that we've got transcripts for, they're always looking for Holman. So I think for judicial timing and economy, leaving Holman in the courtroom at least accounts for his whereabouts, so nobody has to go fucking search for him.
well, when I was up there in March 18th, one thing I noticed is he was right behind Nick McClellan, and it seemed like if it had anything to deal with law enforcement or anything like that, it almost felt like a real kind of conflict of interest, because if those two together really wanted to keep hiding, switching stuff around, Holman was right up there whispering in McClellan's ear. I mean, they're supposed to be sitting back a little bit, and he was sitting back by law enforcement. I didn't understand that. I'm like, why is he getting up and constantly whispering in Nick's ear about what to say or whatever? I don't know what he was saying, but it just felt like
He's just slimy. He's so
it
slimy.
didn't feel good. It felt like these two were conspiring together.
Yeah, he's just slimy to me. So I don't know how anybody has any faith in him whatsoever, but that's just me. So the second witness that took the stand, anybody else have anything to say about Mullen? I think we're gonna. But the next one was Jake Johns. I just want to make sure we're done with Holman first.
Okay.
If anybody has any other questions about him.
This information, the Journal and Courier, Lafayette Journal and Courier had a really good article today, I think, about a lot of this information. It's good if you guys pull it up and read it. I thought it was maybe done yesterday, but lots of good stuff.
So this is Jake Johns for anybody who's curious.
Libby softball coach.
There's a whole tab on him in the Prezi. His name is Jake Johns. So he's lived in Delphi his whole life. He knows Libby's family. His wife, Jennifer, worked with Becky Patty. He did not know Abby or her family. On February 13th, he learned that the girls were missing from his wife. He and his wife did not assist on the 13th. He worked at Pearson's Propane, I believe is what Allie said, Pearson's Propane. So he and a gentleman named Shane Haygood, which is the first time I've ever heard Shane's name. This is supposedly Deer guy, yes, but Deer does not come up in testimony that I heard at all, that I've heard from anybody I've watched. So his coworker Shane Haygood and him were asked by the supervisor on the 14th to actually go and help look for the girls. So the supervisor was like, can you guys go out and help look? So Shane drove them to the area of the Mona High Bridge. I believe they ended up actually parking at Riley Park. If anybody's not familiar, it's more downtown. I can take you back to the map, kind of show you. They park at Riley Park. So there's City Park and Riley Park that are both downtown over here, Riley Park here. So they park at Riley Park over on this side. They were aware that there was a meeting taking place at the fire department, but they were late, so they didn't bother to go to the fire station. So they're not checked in as actual searchers, which we did kind of know that from before. I just wanted to make sure we're back over here so that we can talk about where things are found. So he knew they were looking for a tie-dye shirt. That was the biggest thing that they were looking for, was Libby's tie-dye shirt. He searched for close to 4 hours. He followed along the riverbed, is what he called it, which I'm assuming is just like the creek bed, as close as he could get to the creek bed.
What time was this? Can you tell me what time they were searching? What time was the search started?
He doesn't say, but he says they were getting there late for the meeting at the fire department. So I kind of was timing it from that. But he says he was out there for a total of 4 hours.
So it was daylight, and still nobody had seen those clothes on that end, and he started on the very opposite end.
Correct. Correct. So he is actually the one who says that he found. He's the one who spotted the tie-dye shirt that was caught up on some roots under the bridge. He says under the bridge, apparently. I wanted some clarification on that because we're told that the clothing is actually found over here. But he's saying it's hung up on some roots under the bridge.
I wonder if he meant like just under the bridge, meaning it's, you have to go down and you're under the bridge over to the water. Not in the water at all?
No, he says it's caught up. It's in the water, caught up on some roots.
Okay. Probably the picture that we've all seen. So it is kind of like under the bridge.
It is that picture, but the under the bridge thing kind of just threw me because I don't know.
I can see what he means.
I'm going to clarify that with other people who were there today, and see what they got from Jake Johns, if it was under the bridge or if it was by the bridge or they passed under the bridge. This is, like I said, this is Allie's interpretation. We have to get some more, to kind of put it all together. So,
well, just to put it in perspective, when you go down the hill, then you come on the driveway, you were literally under the bridge. And as you walk along that path, the bridge is right up above your head, and then you walk over the water, and you are essentially, you feel like you are still, like you're under the bridge, essentially. So if you said it was hung up on some water under the bridge, that's how I see it. Not down there, over here where they were found. That's how I would take it, that it was hung up on a root under the bridge.
But see, this isn't under the bridge, though. The bridge is way over
directly
here.
Under the. I wonder about that statement that he made, if that was his intended. Yeah,
that's why I'm going to listen to other people who are in the courtroom today and see what we can get on that. If anybody in chat has already listened to other people discussing Jake Johns' testimony, please feel free to let me know that if you heard something different from somebody else, because I have not got to listen to everybody's that was in court today. So as of right now, it's under the bridge. That's what we're getting.
Let me just give you a statement that my sister called. Cody called my sister that morning, afternoon, 12:20, 12:15, 12:20. She called me, said Cody said that the girls had been found. She said Jake Johns was searching, and he was at the edge of the creek, and he looked over and saw some clothes in the water, and he looked up a little bit and saw one. Then he saw the girls. One was further up the bank. So I don't see how you can see, unless are there other clothes that he found in a different area? Because the fact that he told her, I mean, seems like this is all accurate. Like it was Jake Johns. He did see the shirt and the clothes in the water, and then he looked up and saw the girls. Like he could see the girls from where he was.
Well,
So
let me keep going through this, and then we'll go back to your story.
okay.
Then. So he did. He said he found the tie dye hung up on some roots under the bridge. He goes back up to the bridge and approaches a fireman to let him know that what they had found. That they had found these clothes. Shane, who he's with, his coworker, tried to go towards the clothing, but the water was so deep that they could not cross it, and they only had on half boots.
Okay, wait a second. That water under the bridge is never, hardly ever very, like that's like the most shallow area is right under the bridge. But go ahead.
Okay, so here's another thing, and this is another. I'm not sure if she knows the right name, but apparently she said that they contacted Fireman Harrison. Harrison kind of sounds like Erskine.
Oh, what else did they say about this Harrison?
So she just continues to refer to him as a fireman. So I put it in quotes in my notes because I'm almost thinking that she's talking about Erskine.
Yeah.
Not Harrison, because just the way the acoustics are. So
yeah.
She said that the fireman went out to look at the clothes. The fireman crossed it, and they said the fireman shouted up to them that there was a shirt and a Nike shoe. Now we know that the photos are supposedly taken by Erskine and Ello. So I'm wondering if Harrison is actually Erskine and she didn't hear the name right.
Yeah.
Nick asked if he saw anyone searching between Deer Creek and the cemetery. So while he was out searching this area down here, did he see anybody searching between Deer Creek and the cemetery? That's what Nick asked him.
Mm-hmm.
And he says no one was over there. He couldn't really tell exactly where people were.
Well, they were being guided away. They said get away. They were. That's when Brad German went with his dog, and
down here.
Yeah, he was crossing the creek there on Kay Weber's property to go across to the crime scene area because his dog was barking and his dog started pulling him. He started getting halfway in the water. I don't know what time it was, but I think he said it was still kind of dark, so it was in the morning on the 14th, and he was told no, that area's been searched, so go away from there. And it bothered him. He said it's bothered him to this day.
Yeah. So he says that he did not really see anybody searching over there. And he says that he wasn't really familiar with this area. He hadn't been there before. Like down on this side, this whole area down here. He'd never been down here. He says that he saw people on the opposite side of the water before the bridge, which would be like downstream again, before the bridge, but not across the creek from where he was, which would be on this side of the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So he said that Shane contacted Pat Brown. This will come out to get clarified during Pat Brown's testimony.
Yeah.
But so Shane actually contacted Mears, and Mears contacted Pat Brown. But all that Jake Johns knew was Pat Brown was the one who ended up responding. So he thinks that Shane contacted Pat Brown directly, but then we find out that that's not true. That Shane actually contacted Tim Mears, and Mears contacted Pat Brown.
Okay.
So he said that he did see Brad German, Terry German, and Kelsey German right when the firemen had gone out and found the clothing, which matches up with what Kelsey said, that she heard somebody yelling about a Nike shoe.
Okay, okay. Keep going on that one. Remember okay, go ahead on that one.
Okay, so then he said he'd never been to the Monon Trails or the bridge before. He's only ever driven past the cemetery. He said that Pat Brown had come out and said that he had found the bodies. He could not see Pat Brown. He could only hear him. Said he could not see the bodies from his elevated position. And then they show that an exhibit with a photo of the crime scene from the Weber side, so from the south side over here on the little beach. They show a picture from over here towards the crime scene, and he says he could not see the bodies from his position. He said that he never crossed the creek and he never went to the area where the bodies were ultimately found. So, Sleuthy, you still with us? Make sure she didn't fall asleep.
That actually makes sense. You wouldn't be able to see, like if you're standing at the edge, it'd be hard to see the crime scene, which is why I found it, hard to believe. How do you see the clothes and you look up and see one of the girls? And I wondered if the girls, because he was working with Pat Brown, wasn't he? Was Jake Johns kind of working with Pat Brown a little bit?
In the end, he did. In the end, he was, but they didn't know each other necessarily. So because Jake Johns was with Shane Haywood, and Shane called Tim Mears. Tim Mears called Pat Brown, and then Pat Brown and Jake Johns were basically yelling at each other across the creek. They did not necessarily see each other, but they were just kind of yelling back and forth at each other.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. That kind of goes along with the story. I just didn't know the other part of it about Pat Brown, but that makes sense.
But nobody mentions, because Jake Johns is supposedly the one that saw the deer, which made him say like this is like what he, no deer were brought up in testimony that I've heard of.
I didn't hear that either. Bigfoot.
So,
Richie Richardson.
Ajay actually does the cross-examination of Jake Johns and says, this is a big thing too that I have never heard before, but we did hear about a shoe in this area. But Jake Johns says that he saw shoe prints while on the access road. He said that Shane is actually the one who pointed them out. Shane is the one who actually saw the footprint, the shoe prints on the access road.
I mean, the access road is kind of like a gravel road. It's compacted, but
said that the water is really deep, and if you tried, you could probably only get about halfway across.
You could you see that review? You see where that little section is where you have like it says police vehicle. If you go just above that, where that little section, it's like a little sandbar. You could essentially get to that sandbar without maybe just getting like your little shoes wet right there. But then when you step down in there, it starts to get a little bit deeper, and it's deepest like a few steps off of that right there. Then it gets pretty deep, like maybe above you. I guess at the deeper level, it might get like on me, and I'm 5'4", probably T4.
He's asking like where he was at. So from the way he was testifying, he says he was on the elevated part, which would make me think that he's up here and not down here on this little beach. So I mean, you could take it for what you want, but he says he could not see the crime scene from his elevated position. So I'm just going with kind of what I would think.
That's not even really that. That's flat, kind of. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, so it's kind of, it is what it is. The water was really deep. They go over sound again. So Ajay brings up how well the sound traveled. You could hear Pat Brown, but you could not see him. And he says, yes, I could hear him really well, but I could not see him. Says he was standing between the crime scene and Weber's house. So that puts him once again, like right here in this area. So crime scene, Weber's house. He's standing in between here. So he's in this area right now. Yeah,
that's elevated. That area is elevated.
So exactly where he's standing, they don't tell us. And I don't know if he points it out on the map.
That would be the elevated, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's saying he's between Weber's and the crime scene.
Perfect, yeah.
So the next witness is, Sleuthy, are you awake? Sleuthy Goosey.
Oh, come on.
Send out the goose signal. I think we lost her.
Sleuthy.
She probably laid down. She's like, I'll just lay here for a minute and I'll just listen.
Oh,
and then
she's
probably like,
yeah, I mean, if we're not done by 3, I'm hitting the hay. I can't believe I'm still up.
This is the last one. This is the last witness. So we are literally almost done.
Okay.
So last witness is Pat Brown. one of them said they saw antlers. That the one who's Becky Patty said on social media, the one who saw deer was Jake Johns. So, but like I said, it was never brought up today. Deer didn't, not that I have heard. So we'll see. Yeah, honk honk.
Yeah.
Honk honk for the goose. So Pat Brown lived in Delphi his whole life, works in Lafayette. He's familiar with the Monon area. He lives about a mile away, he said. He went to high school with Mike Patty. His daughter is the same age as Kelsey. He does not know Abby's family. He typically works during the day from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. He was at work on the 13th, and he ended up calling off of work on the 14th to go and help search. On his way home from work on the 13th, he was getting his wife's oil changed and doing something with his wife's car. And then he found out that the girls were missing from his wife. His wife said Becky Patty's granddaughter is missing. So he contacted Mike and said that he would help. He got a hold of his friend Tom Mears to see if he would meet up with him to go search. Pat parked in the cemetery, which I think we've all seen the cemetery photo with Pat Brown's car parked over here in the corner. Another story they don't get into is the whole lost keys and everything else. Nobody talks about that.
Darn,
that doesn't come up. Not that I've heard yet anyway. If it did, nobody's said it yet. But let me see where we were at. So he contacted Tom Mears. He parks at the cemetery. On his way there, he stops. He's coming this direction. He stops at Ron Logan's house because he knows Ron Logan, and he stops and asks Ron Logan if Ron Logan has seen the girls. He says there's a ravine over by the cemetery. He knew that people were on the bridge because he could see their lights. He went to drive around and see if he could find the girls. Oh, this is the 13th still. This is on the 13th. Sorry. Yeah, this is still the 13th at night. We lost Luthi for good now. She's like, all right, I'm done. I'm leaving. He likes to do the Irish goodbye. So this is still the 13th. So he stopped over. He's out here searching on the 13th, stops at Ron Logan's on the 13th. He sees the lights, he said. He knew people were on the bridge. He could see the lights while they were searching. He went to drive around and see if he could find the girls, trying to see if maybe they had started to walk home. So he started to go like towards the Patty's house to see if they'd started to walk home. On the 14th, he called out to work. The girls still were not found. So he actually decides he's going to go search. He stops and gets coffee, and he's talking to Randall, which I'm almost positive would be like the fireman Randall, but no, but I didn't get any clarification on which Randall.
Yeah.
So he goes to the firehouse, and Mullen is there and seemed to be heading everything up. So Mullen said a helicopter was going to be out searching soon. So Pat gave up his phone number so that anybody could reach him that needed to. He started to search east of the cemetery because there was a cave there that he was wondering if maybe they had gotten lost. The cave, and I almost want to say, was it Adventures with Purpose, where somebody like that had gone into the cave and done some searching? Do you guys remember that? I'd have to go find that. It'd been like an Adventures with Purpose, like back at their beginning, like before they blew up.
He said east of the cemetery?
He said that, yeah, east of the cemetery, there used to be
Wilson's Bridge. There is a little cave.
So they went to check that area. So that's where they started with.
Okay.
Yep. And then he went over to Tom Mears's, and he said they messed around a little bit. I don't know what the hell that means, but they messed around a little bit at Tom Mears. Around 10:30, 11 a.m., his daughter actually called him and said she wasn't feeling well. So he left and went to pick her up from school to bring her home. He stayed with her and had lunch, and then he headed back to the search. And when he was headed back to the search, Tom Mears called him to tell him that he had gotten a call from Shane Haygood, that they had found something in the creek. He didn't know Shane, and he did not know that area well, this area right here. He did not know this area very well, he said. He knew of the whole area, but he wasn't overly familiar with it. So he talks about that he goes and comes back over here, and he like starts to cross over something. Allie said she wasn't exactly sure what he was crossing over, but he starts to cross over something. So hopefully we'll get some clarification on that from somebody else that was there. Starts to cross over something. Shane ends up calling him directly and said that they could see something behind the cemetery near the creek. So he's coming from the cemetery area and he's coming down this way. And they could see something. So that's Shane, who is also with Jake Johns. So see something. Does that mean deer? Does that mean like what is this something that he sees? Do they just see a flash of some type of clothing? We don't know. There's no clarification that I'm aware of on what this something is that they saw. So Pat Brown starts to head that way. He runs into Melissa, who is Becky's sister, and they start talking. He clarifies that you cannot really, when you're up here by the cemetery, you cannot really see the water. So they're walking and chatting at the time. So he's walking with Melissa. He said that he saw the girls. At first, he thought they were mannequins. He said he turned around immediately and yelled out that he had found them. And he stood there, but he wasn't facing them anymore. He didn't want to look at them. He said he stood there facing the opposite direction. He didn't want to look at them anymore. Ben Mears came from the west side. So Ben Mears came from over here somewhere. Who knows? I don't know where. He doesn't know exactly where. He just said he knows he came from the west side. He said, and then Ben Mears came up to the crime scene and stopped. There was 3 girls that also came toward the crime scene, but they did not come that close, and that they stopped. I have no idea who these 3 girls are. I thought that was kind of interesting too. I don't know. I have no idea who that was. So 3 girls, but they stopped way further away. Jake John said he saw a splash of color. Is that when he saw the tie-dye in the water, or is that when he saw something across the creek? Let's get
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna get. Let me see if Kaylee will clarify that for me. So he saw the girls, and hold on. Let's see. 3 girls also came up. They all stood there and waited for the police. He points out on the map that he was halfway between the cemetery and the creek where the clothes were found. So clothes down here, he's over here, sees the girls. He said that he is about 5 feet from the bodies and would not go any closer.
So you just kind of answered your question about the clothes, where the clothes were, versus under the bridge. He said it under the bridge, but they're talking about.
I don't know why he said under the bridge. I've always thought the clothes were right here, so I don't know why he said under the bridge.
I just think that was his way of putting it, because I can see it. It does feel a little like you're under the bridge, even though it's over there. You're still kind of under that area. It does feel that way a little bit.
Wouldn't you immediately go to them to see if they were still alive? Depending on what he could see, I know, and unfortunately, I have seen the crime scene photos, and Libby does not look like she's alive.
It's terrible.
I mean, it's just there wouldn't be a question upon viewing Libby. There's just not. Now Abby possibly, but he may not have wanted to touch anything at that point because there was so many first responders around, and he does immediately make the phone calls. He yelled out, "I found the girls," which, remember, we hear Jake John say he did hear him but did not see him. And then he contacts Mullen, which Mullen testified to, and Mullen said, I contacted the officers and had them go over there immediately. We know that to be Yoder and Gian, what the hell's that guy's name? Julie Giancola. What is his name?
You mean Capitanio?
Nope, other one. The one with the G.
Oh,
the one that was the canine officer.
I think you're right.
Giancola.
Something like that. Yeah. You have something pronounced right. I'm tired.
It's something like that. It's something like that. He's the canine cop, and Yoder ends up becoming a canine cop, but he wasn't at the time.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, so he said they all stood there and waited. He points out where he was standing in between the cemetery and where the clothes were found. He said that firemen came. He doesn't know what direction the firemen came from. He did not know. Now this is another thing, because we also know firemen again being brought up. We know David Erskine was there as a firefighter. So I would just keep thinking that because we know David Erskine has also come out publicly and said he found the girls. So firemen get there before the cops get there. So I'm wondering if, once again, firefighter is Erskine and LO.
I bet you so. I bet you he is.
I think so too, but nobody is saying it, so I hate to like put out the
It'll be coming. It'll be coming
yeah.
though, right?
Yeah, I think so too. So Erskine's going to end up probably testifying. So
Yeah.
So he says firemen came. He doesn't know what direction they came from. He said he stayed within the 5 feet. He was not going to get any closer. He did not want to see anything.
What about Michelle Keene?
We have not. Michelle Keene might be in that group of 3.
But she stood back and they didn't get close and all that, right?
Right. That's what Pat Brown says. They did not come close to the bodies, but they could see them.
Okay. Okay. So that was from a distance. I literally thought I heard all kinds of rumors. I literally thought she stumbled up on the girls because the rumor was that she saw buttocks sticking up in the air. She was face down and had leaves covered it halfway over. So
She didn't.
that
Well, we didn't. Wasn't ever true. So maybe that's
no,
what she thought she saw because she wasn't actually close enough to seeing anything. And we
true.
see Libby nude.
Uh-huh.
So maybe I'm sure that's a lot of trauma when she just sees it. But there's a group of 3 girls, and that's the only people I can think of would be the Michelle Keene crew. But I don't
Yes.
even know if it's true, and I don't know who else she would have been with. But
I think
neither
she
here.
was with is it Allison, Ben Mears' wife? Because Kay told me that Ben and Allison were in the search party and they were part of the crew that found the girls. So
He
maybe it
does
was
say that Ben Mears comes down to the crime scene. He arrives from the west side. He comes from the
yes.
west side.
So his wife might have because I know that his wife saw the girls and they were both searching. So I'm guessing that maybe she might have been in one of those 3 women.
She might have been too. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she might have been. I don't know. So there is a handful of girls. So I mean, there's somebody else that could have definitely seen what was going on. And Ben Mears was there, which we knew that before based on what we learned from the Mears. I didn't know Tom was around, but that's neither here nor there. Let me see what else there was. He said he could not see Shane, but he could hear him. Same as what Jake John said. From across the creek. He said, then law enforcement arrived and told all the searchers to go back the direction they came, to leave, disperse, and go back the direction you came. And everybody left. He said he doesn't know what direction everybody came from. He only knows that Ben Mears came from the west.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, that's the end of direct. So give me a second. I just want to see what anybody's saying in chat. No, if he came from the west, he would have come from probably up in this area, or he came from over by the ravine area. They could have been searching in the ravine, and then come directly over from the west to the crime scene. That's what I'm thinking for Ben Mears, but he doesn't know. He just says he just came from the west, and I don't even know if Ben Mears is going to be testifying.
Nancy H did say that lawyer Lee has JJ stating that he went under the bridge, then spotted the shirt. He pointed it out on the map, which was blocked, but she was positive it was directly across from the cemetery, which that makes
where I say they are, where I say they were. Thank you, Nancy.
just for the record, anybody that whenever they have that big screen and they pull it up or for people to point out on the map, whenever the witness comes off the stand and is pointing, their back is toward you and that whole section is blocked. So unless you don't see anything right in front of them. So that's probably why she couldn't see where it was. It's hard to see, for the audience to know. But
Criminal Network says, how many were first to find the girls? You have Pat Brown, who's with Melissa, who is Becky's sister. So that's 2. You have Ben Mears, that's 3. You have a group of 3 girls, so that's 6. And then you have at least 2 firefighters, which I believe is Erskine and LO. So you're at least 8. And so 8 would be at the crime scene before the 2 cops show up. If you want to count Jake Johns and Shane, who are on the opposite side of the creek but are spotting something, you could count them, but you'd be about 10. So right now we're at about 8, possibly 9 if Amy is with LO. Or Amy could be with a group of 3 girls. I mean, so that could all be the same thing too, because we've always heard that Amy also heard or also saw the girls, but I don't know.
Radar says Michelle Keene is the one they're calling Michael.
I think so too, Radar. I think so
Why are they
too.
calling her Michael?
Don't know. I think it's Michelle Keene.
That's weird. Maybe they gave her a new name, huh?
Yeah.
During the trial? That's weird.
But if you think about what they're calling her, they were calling her Michael Caine.
Oh.
Something like that, right? I thought it was
Yeah.
Michelle Keene too, but I was like, multiple people are adamant that the name was Michael, but her name is Michelle.
Yeah, because I thought actually Kelsey said her name is Michael. I thought I heard her. I thought she said Michael, but
So we'll touch on John Weaver for a second. So John Weaver isn't actually at the crime. He doesn't see he's not at the crime scene. What happens with John Weaver is secondary information. So he's telling one of the searchers that the girls were found in the water, and that he was told that the girls were found in the water.
mm-hmm.
John Weaver, we never get clarification on where John Weaver actually gets that information. We just know it because he's relaying it to one of the law enforcement that's actually doing the search. But he's not one of the ones who finds the girls. He's hearing that the girls were found and telling the searchers, hey, you don't need to search anymore. They found the girls in the water. And that's what he was told. But I've never, ever heard who told John Weaver that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. I also think Jay just said something, go, when they say don't go that way, it's already been searched. It means they've already covered that area and the girls weren't there. So it's ridiculous to think that the girls were there all afternoon, night, and morning. That's a point.
Radar wants to know if anybody knew that she had a sister named Melissa. Yes. I have her in the family tree. You probably know that.
I didn't know her though. I mean, I had heard that, but I forgot about it. I haven't asked my sister about her because I'm like, why do I not know her? No, I mean, I know Brenda and Becky, but I don't know where. I don't think I remember.
No, there's a couple other sisters.
Those must be this has to be half. I don't know. I want to get into this a little more.
I'll have to send you the family tree that I have and see if you can match it. You can make sure that I have what I'm supposed to have.
I just need to see a picture and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I know who she is. But
okay. So then Baldwin does the cross for Pat Brown. And once again, defense comes in, making sure to talk about how audible the area is. And he says sound was good. He could see the flashlights on the bridge on the 13th. He couldn't see all the way to the bridge, but he definitely saw flashlights in the area of the bridge when he was over here searching. He said that Ben Mears west to east with another guy. Ben Mears west to east with another guy. I don't know. Maybe Ben Mears showed up down here. I don't know.
Searching.
I don't know what that. I don't know why I have that like that. Ben Mears west to east with another guy. I don't know, because I know that he says that Ben Mears came into the crime scene from the west. Maybe he was with another guy. So then you could add another searcher there, maybe 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's why you see it all over Facebook early on. I'm the one that found the girls. No, I found him. Everybody's saying they found him.
They all found him.
Yeah.
Well, I've always kind of thought they converged on them is kind of what I thought. But technically, Pat Brown found them and screamed, "I found the girls," which made everybody submerge upon them,
Yeah.
All the work the family did with those sketches and the agony of pain and press conferences, and this is what they get. I know. Sunday soapbox, I know. So he said, so I'm not sure what the Ben Mears west to east with another guy. I don't know exactly what that means. I'm not sure how steep that area is where Ben came from, which I'm thinking is because of the ravine. He doesn't know how steep that is. He said the area where the girls were found was flatter than the other areas. He called Steve Mullen from the crime scene while he was standing by the girls with his back to them. And so he was at the crime scene. He called Steve Mullen. You remember, he's 5 feet from the girls. Mm-hmm. So what does Baldwin ask? So good. So you had service.
Haha.
I don't know if he asked that, but that's what I have in my notes too.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, so he definitely had service while he was down there making that phone call. Mm-hmm. passed a lot of officers coming down to the crime scene when he was returning to the cemetery. So as we know, the cemetery ends up getting packed full of police officers and ends up blocking in Pat Brown's truck. And so when he's heading back towards the cemetery, because he's going back where he came from, he says there's a law enforcement is basically, all coming down at that time. And the jury has some questions. So the jury asked, who is your cell phone provider?
Mm-hmm.
Because he had signal down there by the girls.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it was Verizon.
Did they ask who Libby's was?
No, but I think Becky had already talked about AT&T, so I'm assuming that.
Right.
But
Brad AT&T.
Brad followed up with, are you sure that your provider in 2017 was Verizon? He said, if you're anything like me, my wife pays all the bills. So I don't, I wouldn't know all that kind of stuff. And I guess Pat Brown said, yeah, my wife does pay the bills, but I'm pretty sure it was Verizon in 2017. Jury question again, number 2, was how fast was the crime scene secured after you found the bodies? He apparently wasn't really sure how fast it was, because as soon as the cops came and told everybody to kind of go back the direction they came, he started going. So he left. He doesn't know exactly when it was secured, but he knows that all the cops were coming that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So two very good jury questions coming in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. And what's it mean by the crime scene secured? I mean, you might have cops coming in, maybe no more searchers coming, but the people that are there already,
Right.
could still be walking around there. Because, there was a rumor at one point that Dave Erskine had checked Abby's pulse because he, wanted to see if she was still alive.
Right.
I mean, that would make sense to do that, but are we ever going to know that?
If Erskine testifies, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does. It shows that the jury is definitely using critical thinking.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased with the jury at this point. I think that they're paying attention. They're wanting to know information that is pertinent to both theories at this point. So I think they're giving both sides a fair shot.
I think it's cool that they get to ask these questions. I didn't see that in the Karen Reed trial. Did they do that?
No, only certain states do that. One of the last ones that I have watched where the jury could ask questions was actually Gannon Stauch's case out of Colorado. Not all states allow the jury to ask questions like that.
That's ridiculous. Now, they should, because the jury needs to know in order to make an informed, decision on what
the questions are given to the judge, and then the attorneys come up for a sidebar essentially, and then they determine what questions are going to be asked. So we don't know if there's any questions that are asked by the jury that we haven't got to hear, that the judge says legally, no, they don't have a right to, that we're not answering, or if both sides agree, like that's not the right person to answer that type of question, things like that. So, I mean, other than that, like the juries, they don't just get to like free ball it and say whatever the hell they want. It does go to the judge, and then the attorneys come up, the white noise comes on, and then they discuss how they're going to ask the question. And then after a jury question, or after the jury questions, the attorneys from both sides get to ask the witness questions, but only based on the jury question. They can't go out, they can't just start asking all kinds of other stuff. They can only ask questions. So both sides get the opportunity to re-question the witness based on what the jury said, or asking for further clarification on what the jury question was.
Okay. That makes sense.
There you have it. That's that was the end of day 2.
Shit, my word. Catching up with the first day and the second day. Okay.
You got everything today. We got it all.
I am going to try to do a better job at my notes. I mean, my details of my notes. I think I got the opening statements.
On detail of your notes. I don't know what you're talking about. You did a great job.
Well, I did make a few typos, but there were some things that I just kind of like, do I want to get it or not? And by the time I decide if I'm going to do it, it's already, the information's passed and it's on to another thing I have to write. So I'll try to be more conscientious of.
What I want is for you to allot yourself, after you get out of trial, go get yourself a drink, maybe some snacks, and then go to your car and allot us like an hour at least where you just go straight through your notes, like right out of there.
Right out of the bat. Okay. Yeah.
Right out of the bat, because it's fresh in your brain right then too. You know, like you're like, yeah, I know exactly what I wrote because I was just listening to it.
Okay. Yeah. I'll do that. I'll do
I'm
that.
not putting too much pressure on you, you know.
Yeah. No. But I mean, it's good to do that. It is good to do that because it's fresh in my mind. And if I can, I mean, I have a seat, an area where I'd like to sit. I don't know if I'll get lucky enough to do that, but to sit there. But here's another. I'll tell you, it's
No pressure,
brutal.
but you're hired.
It is brutal to, it's cool in the morning. Like it's been in the 30s. It's supposed to warm up a little bit, but the low 40s. And if you're gonna get in, I don't know how Monday's gonna be. But the thing is, you better get there by like the wee hours. I mean, people were lining up. I mean, I certainly can't be doing that every. I mean, it's a brutal. Hannah was laying on the ramp on a blanket, and people were shivering. There were unless you were wearing like ski gear or something, you were literally like shaking, shaking, shaking.
Well, from my understanding today, it wasn't like that. It could be potentially because it was a Saturday and it was only going to be a half day, so many people weren't there. I know that people actually went and started camping out the night before on Friday night to get in for Saturday, but it wasn't necessary because everybody ended up getting in.
Oh
so I
my
think it could
goodness.
almost be like a catch-22 of just trying. Other people said they got there 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they were fine. They got in no problem. So
Okay.
I don't know. I guess, I mean, it could vary, but it doesn't seem to be the crazy madhouse so far that we've heard it was going to be. So that's good.
Well, I mean, there will be certain times, probably it will be. Radar said, Julie, you have got to get one of those hearing amplifiers. They are amazing. It's just a little bigger than the size of a pea.
Oh, there you
Wow,
go.
really? That would be, I mean, this would be a time when you'd have to have it, but then I'd be like walking around all the time wearing one of those, like, I got the readers, now I got the hearing aid.
Julie isn't that old yet. She,
I know. I don't feel that old, but my God, I mean, like, but it would be good, like when they are almost at a near whisper to answer some of the questions.
Oh, Travis said that one of the ones that are not asked will still go into the record. So that's good. The jury questions that are not asked will still go into the record. So that'll be interesting too. But no, I mean, you guys in this chat, like some of you guys have been here since jump tonight, 6.5 hours ago.
Is there
I mean,
still
that is
527 people? Is this
there
for
is.
real?
Yeah.
30 now, 530.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's 530, you have 370 likes, it looks like.
I
Can you
do.
guys hit the like button on the way out? Doesn't that
I'm
help
doing
you
that.
somehow?
Yeah, it helps your algorithm. So we have 369 likes for sure. But I can't believe, like, some of you guys have legit been here this entire 6.5 hour live. Like that,
Yeah.
talking about hardcore.
I can't
So
believe I've been here this long.
I know Julie's all, I'll come up for a little bit, just to talk about stuff.
My butt
And then
hurts from sitting
Sleuthy
up there.
Irish goodbye us, and but we love Sleuthy. I love you, Julie. I thank you
Love you
guys. I
too.
mean,
Love you guys. You have the most amazing chat too, by the way. Like
I do.
the
They're pretty
people,
badass.
they're so wonderful and people are so respectful and they're really intelligent and they think through things and it's like class act here. Love you. So
I
thank
love
you
you.
again. Good
I
night,
love you. Thank
everybody.
you. You guys
Uh,
make sure you give a huge shout out to Julie. Thank you, thank you,
thank you
Julie.
guys.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sleuthy. I know you're sleeping, and you Irish goodbye us, but I love you anyway. You guys are some of my favorite folk always. And so, Jesus, I'm gonna go timestamp this so that anybody who does watch it on the replay crew knows where day 1 is and where day 2 is. And I'm taking tomorrow. I'm taking tomorrow to clean my fucking house because it needs it. But we will be back Monday. I'm gonna try to do another Monday afternoon so we can get in with like kind of the updates throughout the day of what's happening at trial, and then hopefully be on when trial ends. And Julie is trying to go Monday, so hopefully we'll get to hear from her. Otherwise, we'll just have to do our channel surfing and see what peeps have to say. But my final thoughts are, this is just the beginning, folks. I mean, we've got a lot that we're learning, but it's just the beginning. This is we have essentially almost 4 weeks, and they said they're going to do it faster, so maybe just 3 weeks left of everything. But we've got the major stuff that we still have to hear more about. We've got more to hear about the hair. We've got more to hear about these confessions and hear the confessions. I'm very anxious to hear what happens in the interrogation / interviews of Richard Allen, his wife, Kathy Allen. I mean, we've got a lot to go. So I'm still on the fence. I know that you guys want me to be off of it, but I'm still on the fence. I'm not done. I'm going to wait. My questions that I went into this trial with have not been answered yet. So I'm still going to sit on the fence because I think that this could still go either way. What I can say is I'm very pleased with, it seems that this jury is very attentive and seems to be very intelligent, and they're paying attention. So, that's, what more can we ask for, right? You guys, I know you guys think the fence will come down. It will. At the end of this, it's going to have to come down, right? But I'm not there. If I had to give the first 2 days of testimony and information, I'd give it to the defense, only because it's so preliminary, and I think that the more of the they're not bombshells. I mean, the hair itself could probably potentially be bombshell, but I think the lack of investigating the hair is probably more of a bombshell. I'd probably give the first 2 days to the defense, but I'm not knocking that prosecution down, because I'll tell you, everybody I've listened to that's been in that courtroom says that Nick is very charismatic and that he's doing a great job and that he seems to be a very good attorney. So whether we want to call him Slick Nick or not, I'm not ready to knock that fence down quite yet. So we'll keep going. We've got more to do. We got more to do. There's definitely more to it than just these 2 days. So it's interesting. I'm excited. It's probably not the right word. I am happy that we are in trial. I'm happy that the trial is happening. I'm hopeful that the end result will be the just and right result, no matter which way that goes. I want the right person behind bars. That's all I want. So go enjoy your Sunday tomorrow. And for some of you, it is already Sunday and you guys are like waking up and jumping in here. But go enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will see you guys on Monday. I love you all. Thank you guys for hanging out for so fucking long with me and Julie and Sleuthy. And we'll see you guys on Monday.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.